We're going to be checking out a thick tablet. Meet the Minis Forum V3, a gaming grade tablet that features a Ryzen 7 8840U processor, 32 gigabytes of memory, and some really cool I/O. Starting with this guy right over here. Let's get right into this. We've got
and this has gone on for way too long. I don't think Cheesecake will kick you out. You could probably stay overnight here. Thank you. Sorry for making you wait.
Oh, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. All right, and then time for the stack to our guy, Ali, who's our waiter. Yo, we were doing something. We wanted to see how long we stayed past closing, and we're giving $10 for every minute passed. But you guys like wouldn't push us out, so we're like, just max it out at this point.
Sure?
Yeah, for sure, yo. Thank you, man. Yeah. Yo, shout out Ali. All right, so there you have it. I love Cheesecake Factory. That's crazy. Spirits, busters got their money, waiters got their money. I got a little bit of awkwardness, but then ultimately everyone's happy. This feels like a very joyous time. So shout out to the Cheesecake Factory. There is absolutely no limit to how long you could stay here. All right, so I wanted to reach out to that Cheesecake Factory because that was actually really nice that they were so good with me at closing. So I found the general manager of that one and I wanted to tell them about my experience. I wrote down some of the main points here in a Google Doc. Probably get a lot of messages though, and as somebody who does a ton of outreach to companies, I want to make sure that I get this right. Even though I do write emails pretty much all the time, I still struggle to get started sometimes. So let me show you how I use Superhuman Go to help me out. Superhuman Go, from the makers of Grammarly, is more than just an AI chatbot. It's your AI partner that works inside of the apps and websites that you're already using, actively making suggestions to improve your work without you having to ask. So first, you want to turn on Superhuman Go within your Grammarly browser extension. Great, and then look how cool this is. Superhuman Go reads the current browser you're working with, so in this case, the Google Doc, and it understands the context to provide real-time accurate suggestions that align with your workflow. So I was literally able to summarize this entire page right here and give me some takeaways I can incorporate into my reach out. It's really convenient too, how it just shows up wherever I need it instead of opening up a different tool. I personally love reader reactions because it can predict key takeaways, questions, and confusion based on your reader's style, and it suggests revisions to make your writing more effective. So for instance, to a general manager, we'll want to account for that and tailor it specifically. So it says to acknowledge the waiter by name. That's probably a good idea. We will accept that. And also a few other suggestions that I'll be sure to implement. And bam, look at that. I think we're good to send out now. And let's say the general manager wanted to have a quick meeting. I can connect my Google Calendar to Go so I can keep doing my work all in one place. So go try Superhuman Go to level up your productivity at work. All right, guys, so right now it is 11:57, which means we have 3 minutes until this arcade closes, and I'm gonna buy a new card and try to play as many games as I can, and we're gonna see how long I can last until after midnight, okay? Let's begin. Do I make a slushie? This kind of reminds me of that Club Penguin game. I don't think it's working. No. Okay, I think it literally just shut down. So right now it is 11:58 and they shut the machines as I was literally swiping. That felt deliberate. I feel like they hate me here. I literally came to just give them $28. Now I have a Parkway Lanes card that I can't do anything with. Oh, look at this. Somebody seems to have left their popcorn prize. So despite the fact that I couldn't play a single game, at least I'm leaving this arcade with a prize. The only two machines left on are these two right here. And unfortunately, I cannot use my bowling card on any of this. All right, I have an idea. I'm currently at Dave & Buster's and this place is about to close in 5 minutes. So my goal is to see how long I can stay in here past closing. So what I'm going to do is just play a bunch of games, see if they'll interrupt me as I'm finishing up games, and then ultimately maybe hide in one of the games or something and see if I can get away with maybe staying overnight here. Also, unlike the other place, hopefully I just don't get kicked out and they shut off all the games all at once as it gets close to 2 a.m., but we won't know until we try, so let's play some games. We have a giant fidget spinner game. I've never seen anything like this. We got fidget spinners in 2026.
Too slow.
How am I supposed to know what an RPM is? 500, so I have to go faster.
What are you, a
So now I'm too strong, so I have to find somewhere in between.
Way 2.
Wow, we really got Flappy Bird in 2026. Don't mind if I do. In the meantime, I have to find a good place to hide. Not bad. This Jurassic Park ride is the closest I think I could get to just a pure cabin to kind of stake out in, but they could just see me through there. Okay, they have a little party room over here. Wow, I didn't know that Dave & Buster's has an entire banquet hall attached to it. So if you're having a birthday party, you can just have it here. This might be the spot to kind of sit at and try to stay here as long as possible. You're gonna be like, bro, what are you doing in here? I wonder if there's food underneath. They do have ketchup and mustard on deck over here. No food though, should have expected that. All right, this is definitely the front runner for where I think we should be. Have a couple more minutes to kill though, so I'm going to get in 2 or 3 more games, sprint into here, and try to stay ideally 10 minutes past. That'd be cool. But I definitely want to see all the arcade lights go off. That's going to be a cool sight. That should be 40 tickets. 40. I think I found a better one. Luigi's Mansion, look at this. I don't think anybody would be able to see me like this. Okay, I'm here at basketball. It's time for me to beat my high score of, I believe, 20. So if I beat 20, I'm gonna be quite happy. This may be the last game I could play until we should go hide. Wait, it says store closed. No, every single game is shut down. Don't tell me everything. It's just a sea of red. There's not a single game that looks like I could play at this point, so I think this arcade is about to shut down any second. All right, guys, slowly but surely, the games are going off, so there's not many games that are still operating at this point. Luigi's Mansion even just turned off. So you're about to see this entire arcade shut off. Okay, that seems to be most of the arcade games. I see some employees over there, so I'm gonna stake out in the Luigi Mansion arcade, and hopefully they don't find me. I can stay here for a couple of minutes, maybe even the entire night. It's very quiet in here, which is something you typically wouldn't expect in an arcade, to have no noise. All right, I actually see an employee. Let's see. Okay, he walked past, so now we are officially in the clear at least a little bit. So assuming he doesn't come in here, I think we're okay. Okay, there's people actually circling us, so I'm gonna try to sneak out of here and maybe go back into that one room where they throw the banquets. So let's head out this way. The only people left in here are just the employees who are cleaning up. They haven't come over to me yet and said anything, mainly because they can't find me. Okay, I made it into this room. Did you hear that? Okay, it's 2:07 right now, and I think we're sitting pretty. So it's been 15 minutes past closing. That means I have $150 prepared for whoever kicks us out. Very expensive.
Oh, here we go. Excuse me, guys.
Hey.
Yeah. Have to leave. Close.
Oh, close?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, all right, close. I guess 2 o'clock. That's for you, bro.
For real?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, man. Have a good night, yo. All right, guys, so Dave & Buster's, we were able to basically stay 16 minutes past closing, so they actually do check. That ended up taking longer than I thought, but nonetheless, pretty cool to be inside of an arcade when it closes. Very, like, eerie feeling to be inside of a place that typically is super loud and bright, and then having completely shut off. Security ultimately got us, but we ended up tipping them because they let us stay quite long compared to some other spots. So good job, Dave & Buster's. Thank you for your service. Lots of fun. I love Dave & Buster's, and that's what it looks like if you stay after closing. I'm currently outside of Dick's, and this Dick's closes at 9 p.m. and right now it is 8:49, which means that it is 11 minutes until this place closes. I'm gonna go inside, maybe stake out in one of their sections, maybe the camping section. I'll find a tent or something, but I wanna see how long I could stay in Dick's before they kick me out. All right, let's go inside. Okay, so it's 8:51, which means we have 9 minutes. I'm gonna find a good spot. The good thing about Dick's is that it's so big. The bad thing about Dick's is that it's so big. So you definitely stick out wherever you are in here. But again, for every minute I stay past 9 p.m., I will be giving the employees $10. 10 minutes, $100. Now it might be too easy just to like stake out behind some clothing. I'm not gonna do a mannequin. I feel like Dick's has some interesting things. I'm also not the only person in this store. There's like 20 people. All right, we're going upstairs because I feel like upstairs is a good area because just naturally there's going to be less people clearing out the upstairs. There's more people, it looks like, on the ground floor. So we're playing a numbers game here. This could be good right here. If I grab a golf club. Oh, I don't have a golf club. The golfing simulator would be great. Unfortunately, it's closed, but just hitting balls through there would be great. I wonder what time it closed at. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. Excuse me? What time does the golf simulator close at?
8:30.
Oh, 8:30. Okay, so I purposefully put myself on an employee's radar so he knows that I know that it closes at 9. This feels a little bit too open. Last time I was here, I think I sunk a putt, so I might have to just do this one more time. All right, we've made it to the camping section. So this is where I think is the best place to post up. If they have like some sort of display tent, that's what I'm looking for. Some chairs. I mean, I guess this is hidden in plain sight. Like you just wouldn't expect somebody past 9 o'clock just to be sitting in this chair. Like they probably don't even check this section because of that. All right, we have like 3 minutes left, so I want to find one more good area. I see an employee. I hope he doesn't tell me to leave.
Hey, excuse me. They're about to close the registers very soon.
Oh, you're closing? All right, we'll finish up. Thanks. So I'm gonna return over here to the kayaks / canoes. What's the difference between a kayak and canoe? Any like boating experts, can you let me know? Let's stake out here. It is officially 9:01, I think, so we are here past closing. I'm gonna be here and see if anybody flags us down and calls us out. So I think the best thing to do is just kind of look at the kayaks here, because this way I'm like blended into the kayaks. Okay. $250 is not bad for this kayak.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, they just had me do closing announcements.
Oh, closing announcements? Okay, sure thing. Here you go, that's for you. Thanks for the help. Have a good night.
Oh, no.
No, take it.
I'm not allowed.
What if I drop it? I already took it out.
I didn't help you.
We're out of here. We're sorry for staying past closing. We didn't realize it was so late. So we'll get out of here. They're actually super efficient with kind of closing it up despite it being such a big store. Very on point. Like I said, 8:59, noting that the registers are closing and then they do the closing rounds. So looks like you can stay at a Dick's 2 minutes past closing, although by the time we get to the entrance, it'll probably be like 4 because this place is so big. That's good to know. Shout out to that guy who's so confused why I gave him money. Seems like that's gonna be a theme in this video, but now you know. Right now I'm at Wawa, which is a gas station here in New Jersey. And according to Google Maps, this one closes at 1 a.m. and right now it is 12:57. So what I'm going to do is quickly go inside and see if I could order a hoagie, maybe some hot food, maybe just loiter in there for a little bit until it gets past 1 a.m. when it's officially closed, and I'll see how long I can milk that for. Right now there's a good amount of cars here despite this place closing in 3 minutes, by the way. I don't know what that's about. I guess people need gas. Let's go inside. So this door is locked and there's even like a little barricade there. All right, so that is closed. I'm gonna try another entrance. What are all these cars doing if you can't go inside? We have 1 minute left. I hope I can go inside. Can I run and get something quick?
We closed.
You're closed right now? I thought it was at 1.
12:59.
I can't get a quick minute, like I'm ordering just like a chocolate bar.
Food?
Chocolate bar.
Alright.
That's good? Okay, thank you. All right, we are in, but we got a little bit of tood because they're closing, despite the fact there's people in here right now. So I said I was gonna get a chocolate bar, so I guess I'll get this mini Feastables, which is overpriced at $2.49, but for Mr. Beast, I'll do anything. So it is officially 1 o'clock now, which means that they are closed. I don't think we're able to stay much longer because we're kind of being hawked to get out of here. So I guess I'll just get my single Feastables bar, clock out, and I guess we'll be here 1 minute past closing, and that seems to be the limit here at Wawa.
Thank you for shopping at Wawa.
All right, 101, not too bad. So as you saw, I wasn't even the last person in there, but I was the last person allowed in there, despite the fact I showed up about 1 or 2 minutes right before their official closing time. I was able to finesse my way in there because I said I wanted a chocolate bar and not any hot food. And I ended up staying, I think like 1.5 minutes past closing officially. So Wawa is very strict with their closing time. They had like security on me to basically ensure that I got out of there. But if you do get in maybe like 10 minutes before, you could probably place an order because there was people waiting for their food. But otherwise, that might have been the strictest spot we've seen. At least I leave with an overpriced Feastables though. So not much to do inside, but since it's a gas station, let's see if I can still get gas despite the fact all the attendants aren't working. So here's the gas attendant. All right, let me go ahead and lock in some gas. Let's see if I'm able to. Hey, are you guys closed?
The inside, yes.
Oh, this stays open?
We're outside till 1:30. You can come anytime of night if you know how to pump your own gas.
Oh, and I'm able to pump it? Okay.
You heard about all the skimmers?
I like that for your card? Like they take the credit card information?
Don't you find it mind-boggling that Mr. Beast became as big as he did?
Yeah, all the time. And now I just bought his chocolate bar in there. I know. What does that say?
I want to see
Fleet,
the landscaping company.
We'll check that out. Thank you for the heads up. All right, so we were able to get gas at closing. That was pretty insane. Just lots of crazy conversations, as you'd expect at the closing hours at a gas station. Got people crap talking Mr. Beast, talking about chemicals, gas station attendant telling me to leave because he doesn't want me to be roped in a conversation with somebody. Very interesting, but that's what you get after closing. Inside Wawa, nothing. Outside Wawa, you can get gas. I'm currently at Burger King, and right now it is 12:30, and that's apparently when this Burger King closes. You could see it's a complete ghost ghost town right now, but I still want a Whopper, so I'm gonna see if I can go in or just go through the drive-thru maybe, because I don't believe that the door is accessible at this point. So I'm gonna get in the car and see if they will accept me through the drive-thru despite the fact that this Burger King is closed. Oh, this is a ghost town. There's no way anybody's even still in there. Look, the monitors are off and everything in there. Oh, I think they still are preparing something though. That might be like a DoorDash order. I think there's a world in which I can actually get something. They are currently, it's 12:31, so right now, $10 for them. Please, 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 please. Hi, can I still place an order?
Yes, you can place it.
Oh, great, thank you. Let me just see if I could stall a little bit. What would you recommend for a burger?
I'd say maybe like the rodeo double cheeseburger is pretty good. With barbecue sauce and onion rings.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll go for that. And can I have a, do you have chicken fries? Goated.
Chicken fries, yes. We have a 4, 8, and a 12 piece.
Okay, I'll do a 4-piece chicken fry. Okay guys, we're pulling up to the window now. Damn, shout out to her. So it's 12:35, so that's gonna be $50. I guess they're still just open. Hi, how are you? Thank you. Oh, that's for you. That's tip. Yeah, thank you.
I don't even know what to do.
Oh, no, yeah, just take it. Thanks for helping us out. Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Appreciate you staying open. Absolutely. Man, they're still working in there past their shift. Shout out to BK, the unsung hero. They stay open after closing. At least the drive-thru does. I mean, the drive-thru's closed too, but they're just willing to bang out a couple last orders. Even gave me a recommendation, so thanks very much. Have a great night, thank you. Just like that, what is dead on the inside is not reflected in the service that I just got. And this place is a ghost town. Now, she did recommend to me a burger, but I'm just a fan of their chicken fries. That's the whole reason why I went here in the first place. Dare I say, the best fast food nugget. Good job, Burger King. Thank you to that worker. Thank you for the recommendation, and thank you for the chicken fries. The next place I'm at after closing is a public park. So despite common belief, public parks actually do have closing times. So this one, for instance, closes at 9 p.m. and right now it is 9:22 p.m., which means we are 22 minutes past closing. I have no idea who's gonna be the security here that tells me to leave because it's just a park. I don't know if it's police officers that just patrol, but I'm gonna stay here for a little bit and somebody has the opportunity to win hundreds of dollars because right now they're at $220. I'll give them about 10 or 15 minutes. I also want to see why a park closes. Do they close down the playground? Do they not allow you in the dugout? I don't know. Let's walk around. Let's see what a park after dark looks like, specifically after closing. So this park is complete with a playground and then a basketball court right here. This play area has been designed for children 2 to 5 years of age. Adult supervision is required. So the swings still work. They didn't close these down. They don't like chain them up or anything. So you are still free to use anything you see. It is still public and free use, but I guess technically it's closed. I don't know what that means. There's also a really sketchy building right behind here. Like you wouldn't expect a playground to be adjacent to this, but there is a door with no handle. It's like a steel door. This is something straight out of a horror film. There's no handle. Somebody stuck in there? Hello? I heard the fire alarm chirp. And then this looks like a window that's rusted. Hello? Anybody stuck in here? This is creepy. I think I found something. Ooh, a water bottle. First try is crazy. All right, right now it is 9:40. So we've been here for 18 minutes. Nothing has happened. Starting to get cold, a little bit bored. I don't know why they would close this park. Doesn't look like there's anything that's specifically restricted or off limits. It's just a park. Why close it? I really don't understand that. Like, why put a curfew on a public place? Don't I pay for this technically? All right, I do see one more structure I want to check out before we go, because maybe this is why they closed the park. This is probably why I'm not supposed to be here. Oh. It's like a siren. So this is the siren, whoa. So whenever there's inclement weather, like a tornado, that might be the siren that blasts throughout this entire city. I've never actually seen one of those. Maybe that's why they don't want people here, because they could interfere with some of this advanced technology when there's nobody monitoring. And actually, crazily enough, there's a cop right behind this shed. I don't know if he's in his car or not, but let's look. I would put the light down for this. Okay, there's a cop staked out right in front of that house. So this place looks like it's heavily monitored. I think we get out of here because I do not want to give the cop $420. All right, so you can definitely stay at a park after closing, but be careful, especially if yours has a weather siren and cop staking out.
And this isn't their first. What? It's called the tank PC, right? Okay, sorry. This is the Ace Magic M1A Pro Plus, a mini PC that is boasting a very powerful processor in this bad boy, 128 gigabytes of RAM, and it kind of comes in a cute little package. Let's open it up. Feels like a tank, you know? Whoop. Look how cute it is! It kind of looks like it's either a cyborg or that's its nose. That's actually how you can change the power profile of the device. We'll get into that in a little bit. We got to see what else is in the box though. Oh, okay, well, hopefully the device is built better than the box is. Oh, here we go. All of our cables. Holy mother of God, that is a big power brick. Holy cow. That is a 300 watt power brick. Thing's chonky. As for the rest of it, boop. We get our manual, we get our C13 power cord, and we have our HDMI cable. Now, some of you guys might be wondering, who the heck is Ace Magic? Well, they've actually been in the game for a little bit, and this isn't their first tank PC, or at least PC in the tank series that kind of uses a similar chassis to this. And you can tell that when you open the manual for this device. If you look very closely on the back I/O there, let's play spot the difference, kids. Do you have 3 HDMI ports and 3 display ports on this one? No. They're reusing a similar designed chassis and then just reusing the old manual from the other devices. There's actually some more errors in here. I don't want to go over all of them because I don't care if the manual's wrong. If the device works, it's probably okay, right? Let's finish doing an exterior tour before I tell you all of the specs in this bad boy. On the back here, we have our 3.5mm combo audio jack, our DC power, which again, that big power brick goes into. You have 4 USB 3.2 Gen 1 ports, so those are 5 gigabit a second ports. We have 2 HDMI 2.1s, 2 2.5 gig LANs, which are covered up here. I'll explain why in a second, and a DP 2.0 port, and then a Kensington lock if you really don't want people stealing this thing. On this side, you got apparently a contact support number. I kind of want to call that. And then we've got tips. For faster setup, avoid Wi-Fi or LAN. Connecting might trigger long updates. Our labs team was very confused when they saw that sticker, and that's actually what the stickers over the Ethernet ports are as well. This shipped with a pretty old version of Windows. And the reason it tells you that is because obviously when you first plug a Windows computer in and you're going through the initial out-of-box setup, it will download those updates in the background, and it can take a very long time. I think they're kind of just like, skip it. Just get into Windows first before you update, which does actually help speed up the initial setup phase. On the front here, I kind of talked about it before. You have this knob that can let you toggle between the 3 power modes on this thing. We have 2 USB 3.2 Gen 2 ports, so these are 10 gigabit a second. We have 1 USB 4 port, which can do 8K displays, that means, or 40 gigabit a second as well. A full-size SD card reader, and again, another combo audio jack. And on this side, we've just got a bunch of stickers. Top, it's just a bunch of ventilation. It's a good thing it's got a lot of ventilation because in this is actually the same chip in the framework and that X Plus rival device I looked at earlier. So it's the Ryzen AI Max Plus 395 chip. That's 16 cores, 32 threads, boost up to 5.1 gigahertz. And this configuration is the only configuration you can buy, but it has 128 gigabytes of RAM at 8,000 mega transfers per second. Now, if you're familiar with the AI Max Plus lineup from AMD, you know that that RAM is not upgradable, which is another lying point in the manual, because I believe it's on this side. They say that there's a RAM upgrade in there. As you can see, there's not. But what there is another M.2 in there. So you can add expandable storage or swap yours out, but there's not just one. Oh, look at that. There's the one that's included and a third one. And then at the very back there, there's our Wi-Fi card. So if you needed to swap that one out for whatever reason in the future, oh, it's a 7. So yeah, you probably won't even need to swap this one out, not for a while at least. But quick access to the SSD, man. And actually, it's gonna be kind of hard for you guys to see, but this kind of thick black plastic piece right here, that is the 80mm fan. That's the intake. It's a pretty thick boy. I don't know how it's going to sound. 80mm fans tend to have kind of a more annoying meh sound or something like that. I really hope it doesn't sound like that when we power this on, but we're just gonna have to find out. Other than that, that's basically the entire device. It's pretty light, but again, I think most of the weight is in the power brick, so that makes sense. Should we fire this thing up and just get gaming on it? I think we should, but you guys are gonna have to listen to this message from our sponsor first. Join over 95 million other players in the action-packed and free-to-play vehicular combat game War Thunder. There are thousands of war machines for you to take command of, from tanks and armored cars to ships and even fighter jets. The game is super immersive. Battles aren't determined by a simple health bar. Instead, it comes down to blowing up the enemy vehicles piece by piece. And not only is it available on consoles and PC, but War Thunder can even be played on the go with a phone or tablet. Check it out for free and claim your bonus pack with our link below. Oh my God, updates, Windows! It's because we connected it to LAN! Actually, we're not connected to LAN. Actually, how is it doing updates then? It's probably on Wi-Fi maybe. By default, it's in the silent mode, and they also have a balanced and performance mode. The silent mode makes this draw 70 watts, the balanced is 100 watts, and the performance is 140, with a big asterisk there, because I'm gonna go over that. Labs found some weird numbers, but let's turn it to balanced. I was kind of expecting something to like happen, okay? Performance. Ooh, it's red now. Okay. It does change the color, but do you notice what it also does? It resets the RGB. So when I turn it, you can see that it like, the RGB does like a little skip. It's like restarting whatever its cycle is. That sucks. You can't customize the RGB, man. This is like the most basic of controllers in here. But we might as well game, right? Let's do some gaming. Unironically, I think this thing looks pretty cool. Like, I think if you rocked up to a LAN with this thing, they'd be like, whoa, what is that? That's kind of cool. Plus, it's pretty portable. I don't know. Do I have anything signed in? I have no games. Oh, I have Cyberpunk. Let's go. That was the Terminator. That wasn't Cyberpunk. Oh, it's starting to ramp up, baby. Woo, it's taking off. I'm in Cyberpunk 1440p with everything basically on high, with some things being ultra, no ray tracing, no frame gen. Let's see what kind of gaming experience we can get out of this. Oh boy, high and ultra might be a little much for this. We're at like 40 in the 1% lows, 50 average. Okay, I am gonna dial these settings just a tiny bit. We're gonna do settings. I'm gonna do medium settings, no resolution scaling. We'll keep everything on medium to high. No ray tracing again. Still 1440p. Oh, that's much better. Yeah, our average is about 60 to 70 now. 1% lows are at about 50. I think if you did a little bit more tweaking on a per game basis, you could probably get this to be a pretty stable 1% lows in the 60s. Maybe playing at 1080p instead of 1440p. But this is a pretty demanding game. We all know Cyberpunk's pretty demanding. I'm gaming on a tank. I will say, I have not been gaming that long. In fact, I'm just in the title screen right now. That fan is not quiet. It's not quite as whiny as I thought it might have been with an 80mm fan, but I can tell it's moving a lot of air. Ooh, it's going. Just for audio's sake, I am going to, I think, close the game while I read off the labs results. For our labs testing results, we compared it against the Framework desktop, since those are both using the same chip and they both have similar amount of RAM. And in this case, they configured it to have 32 gigabytes of RAM on the GPU. If you remember with the 395 chip, just like the Framework, you can actually go into the BIOS and configure how much RAM is being allocated to the onboard GPU. So in our test, we tested 32 gigabytes on both of them. So that way it's kind of comparable. And as for the tank, it performed slightly worse across our tests. In the games, for example, it was a couple FPS lower, both in the average and the 1% lows. In our Puget Bench tests, basically the same thing, a little bit worse than the Framework desktop. Where this thing does win though, is in temperature, meaning it gets hotter. Higher number means better, right? Sorry, that was terrible. It also is a hotter device than the Framework, because again, that Framework has a 120mm fan. It's a much bigger fan than this one. Where this device did win though, was it did actually have a higher max clock speed. The problem was, labs noticed it would only boost to that for 1 to 2 seconds before it would clock down much lower. In terms of the wattage, that's where it would peak at the 140 watts like I mentioned earlier, but then it would clock down and just hold 120 watts, basically flat across the board. If you take one of these graphs, for example, where you can see that the Framework is able to boost higher for longer, depending on the length of the task, the Framework desktop is probably going to be your best bet. But if it's a very, very long task, they both slowly start to converge towards each other and almost end up in the same performance realm. But if you were looking for relatively shorter, higher clock speeds, the Framework desktop wins out over this thing. So if it performs worse than the Framework desktop, it should be cheaper, right? Well, it is. on sale. At the time of recording this video right now, it's $2,600 US. That is a ton of money for a small form factor PC. The MSRP though for this thing is $3,300, which, that's pretty brutal. I would never buy this at MSRP. I think it might be worth investigating for yourself if you can get it at that sale price. A couple things to keep in mind though. Ace Magic, not necessarily known for their amazing, fantastic, top-of-the-line support or long-term support for their devices, whereas Framework so far has kind of proven that they're at least around for a couple of years at this point, so maybe they're gonna help you a bit more. I guess it really depends on your use case. If you're someone that's just wanting to get that 395 chip at the maxed out spec, hey, this might be for you because it is cheap for that chip. But if you're someone who wants like a small form factor gaming PC, it might be worth spending the extra couple $100 to buy it from a reputable brand. Like Framework, for example. Framework disclosure, I forgot to do that at some point. Or someone else, or just build your own small form factor PC. RAM is expensive though, so it's up to you. If you guys enjoyed this video, go check out the other 2 videos that I've done with this exact same chip. One was that Framework desktop, another was called the X Plus Rival. That one kind of had more of a gamery aesthetic. The Framework was more of a gentleman's computer.
Well, I didn't have one of these growing up. I'm not really sure what to say about it. And I know this thing is beloved in many people's hearts, so I don't want to do it dirty, you know, and upset everybody that loves this thing. So because of that, I have asked ChatGPT, please write an intro for a Bringus Studios video about opening and cleaning and modifying a fat PlayStation 2 that sounds exactly like something Bringus Studios would say. So according to ChatGPT, here is my intro for this PlayStation 2 video. Hey there, tech adventurers! Welcome back to Bringus Studios, where we dive into the heart of gaming nostalgia. Today, we're cracking open the vault of classic gaming to bring you a special treat, a fat PlayStation 2. This isn't just any walkthrough. We're going to open up this bad boy, give it a thorough cleaning, and show you some of the cool mods that will breathe new life into this legendary console. So grab your screwdrivers and join us as we explore the inner workings of the PS2 and transform it into a machine that's ready for the future of retro gaming. Let's get started. Okay, well now that that's over with, here's the plan. I don't know much about the PlayStation 2, but I know that there is a big ol' IDE hard drive right up in here. Maxtor. I haven't heard that name in ages. 250 gigabyte PATA. So we're gonna be replacing this, and we're gonna be installing this little pile of goodies. So as you can see at the bottom here, there's a fan. Because this old guy is not really known for being the quietest. The fat PS2 could really have learned a thing or two from the slim one, and that lesson comes today in the form of knock to a fan. And besides that, there's all the stuff to actually mount that up. A FMKB memory card, and a SATA adapter board to convert our crummy old IDE hard drive adapter into a cool little SATA one. And this is pretty cool because not only is this an IDE hard drive controller, but it also handles network stuff. And by using this, we don't have to replace this entire thing. We can just, you know, stick a new controller on there and be good to go. We can still do all the web surfing we want. I assume, at least, I don't know. What can you do with PS2 internet in 2024? Don't think about it too much. I swear to you, this will be worth the time. So without further ado, hard drive adapter time. Oh my goodness. Let me see if I can replicate it with another screw. Oh, that was a crispy screw. Are these the world's most crispy screws? Let's find out. All right, so later shielding. Oh, wow. Kind of a lot going on here, and I could not explain any of it to you. Please be careful when you remove the FPS flat cable. No way, this has an FPS cable? Wait, how many FPS does this get? Okay, I lost count, but that's a whole lot of FPSs in there. Look at those. Gotta be at least 20. Impressive. Impressive FPS cable. But I've got my own now, thank you very much. I think the general consensus that we reached from the XI3 video, when I asked you to ponder the question, is Torx cute or cringe, was that big Torx screws are cute, but small ones, like this one, are quite cringe. Oh, that feels like it's just gonna strip at any moment. Okay, wow, that was really in there. I believe we're saying goodbye to the Molex port, seeing as SATA drives don't need them. Maybe I'll go charge a laptop with that or something. Oh shoot, I still need the cable. Oh, hold on. I didn't mean it, little Molex. You are still useful. At least this part of you. This one comes out. See you later. Goodbye. There's a spring? There's a spring in here? What did they need this for? Okay. Very Springus of you, Sony. Now we need what the manual is referring to as the gaskets, which is a very interesting thing to call nylon spacers, or maybe bushings, if you're an asshole. The kit came with its own screws too, but since we determined that Tiny Torx is cringe, I think it would match the channel better if we reused them. And the Molex connector mount is kind of just doing this now. There's not really much of a point in putting the screws back in because the threads are on the part that's moving. Very cool. But I think that's that then. Now this just reads, warning, nothing. All right, and with that, now we will have no idea if this works until we get the rest of the PS2 done, I guess. The idea is to do a free HD boot type thing. And so now that we have this, I just tripped over a box from today's sponsor, FlexiSpot. We're going to get a chance to see the wild Bringus in his natural habitat, his studio. It looks like today he's even brought a FlexiSpot C7 ergonomic office chair into his studio, and he's going to perform the ritual of assembly on it for us to see. You see, the ritual may sound complicated, but in fact, the wild Bringus is not a very intelligent creature. This excites the same part of my brain that likes Beyblades. Lucky for him, the FlexiSpot C7 chair is extremely simple to put together and requires no more than a room temperature IQ to assemble. Look at the ease in which he inserts the piston into the base of the chair. What a magnificent display. After assembly, the Bringus then takes it out for a spin, as they say. Note his fascination with the fully adjustable armrests, the adjustable mesh headrest, and the ability to assume the big chill in stature with a 128-degree recline. Our studies have determined that all of these things and more are what makes for a great sitting experience. And it appears that the Bringus creature has now accepted the FlexiSpot C7 into his studio, placing the chair at his editing computer in a display of acceptance. I've heard that pretending to be animals is a very popular pastime among Bringus's audience. So if you want the C7 chair to live as the wild Bringus yourself, FlexiSpot has their brand day sale once a year, and it's happening right now. Get up to 60% off by using the exclusive code BDC7. It's the best time to get a great chair or desk at FlexiSpot.com. We bringing back the Big Mama. Oh boy, where do you even start? And you know, believe it or not, there are things in this world that I do not want to absolutely decimate. Oh, this PlayStation 2 being one of them, because it's in pretty good condition, I would say. Because these things are what, 20 years old? PlayStation 2 release date.
It was first released in Japan on the 4th of March 2000.
Huh, 24 years old. Brother, this thing is as old as me. So we are whipping out the iFixit tutorial today, ladies and gentlemen. Flip the PlayStation 2 over so it lays with the bottom of the device facing upwards. So what you're saying is ass in the air, huh? Use the flat edge of a metal spudger. A metal one? Really? We're really just jumping straight to drastic measures? Plastic's probably fine. Yeah, look at that. Metal spudger. Pfft. Oh, you know what? They weren't telling you to use a spudger made out of metal. They just wanted you to make sure that your spudger is metal AF. Oh, again. These are the world's most crispy screws. Holy crap. What is it with this generation of game consoles and comically long screws? Dude, the ones from the Xbox are just like this. Oh my goodness. Here's another one. Oh yeah, we love it. Who needs who needs drugs when you have the PlayStation screws? And the final one for your auditory pleasure.
Nope.
Cancel that. Peel the warranty sticker. To avoid activating the void that may come up, heat it carefully to remove and replace it clean. When was this posted? July 2022? You know, JW Young, I think that your PlayStation 2 might be out of warranty by now. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Oh, she's a fighter. Well, luckily, you know, I can just do this. Oh, there we go. That's weird that iFixit didn't mention that you should be using 3 hands for this. All right, gamers. What's inside the PlayStation 2? Oh, I can't. Hold on. We're still connected by this. I'm trying to do an inside reveal, dude. Can you, like, just not do this? How am I supposed to be dealing with this right now? Disconnect the power cord assembly from the top case? How am I supposed to do that? Oh, it opens up that way. Oh, hold on. That was supposed to be a reveal. Okay, what's inside the PlayStation 2? Yeah, it just doesn't have the same impact now. You guys already... Okay, whatever. How in tarnation... Oh. Like that. See you later, top cover.
Goodbye.
Caution. Laser radiation when open. Do not stare into beam. All right, where's this radiation-causing beam? Oh, that's not a radiation-causing beam. That's Star Wars Battlefront 2. Stupid warning sticker. Here's what we're really after. So this whole thing just kind of comes out? Yes, but there's still a cable connecting it. We have to go deeper. Oh my goodness. There we go. Finally. Wow, this is quite the pain to get out. Brown ribbon cable here disconnects from a spot that you can't see because there are other ribbon cables over here plugged into things that you can't even see those, so I can't flip it. This is very good. Very good PlayStation 2 moment. This is shockingly awful. There's no way this is what I'm supposed to be doing. It says lift and remove the optical drive straight up and out of the bottom case. That's not possible, not even remotely possible. There are so many, I'll show you guys. There are so many ribbon cables under here. There's no way I can just lift this straight out of the case. You didn't have to build it like this. I miss the Xbox. I miss it so bad. It was so easy to work in. I think this is now enough of an angle to do some surgery. Holy crap. Ribbon cable out. We've done it. Oh boy, that is going to be a pain to get back in later. Memory card and controller connector out. Not even really that dirty either. Kind of surprised. A little bit of that. There we go. All clean. This is actually just terrible. The fact that I have to go through so much to replace the fan, I only need to do what I'm doing right now because there's a cable down in there connecting the fan to the motherboard. And they didn't put like a little fan header just, you know, like right here, right next to it or something. No, it has to be on the underside of this board. But luckily, I think we're at the point where we can kind of just get to the underside of that board. Dude, this is just bad. There's no other word for it. Look at this. Look how ready to leave this guy is. This is evil. Look at where the cable goes. It goes under the shielding. Dude, you have to be kidding me. I'm tempted to just cut the wires where they are and just resolder them. No, we'll do it right. See you later, sucker.
See you later.
Okay, I believe that from here I can get it.
Nope.
Dude, this just sucks.
Nope.
Oh, I'm gonna break it. I'm going to break it. All right, there's no getting a grip on this. I'm going to cut these wires, I swear. Not because I want to, although I do want to. Why? Why?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Goodbye, sir. Thank you for playing. And while we're here, I do want to verify that my JST connector will go into that. Quite the bro moment if it doesn't. You know, it doesn't look like it's gonna fit. No. No. Chat, this is so sad. Can someone send me a donation to make me happy again? I think that is a insect carcass. Okay, well, this is a very epic impasse. I'm sorry, Purity Police. I'm cutting the cable. If it makes you feel any better, the solder points are extremely accessible, so it could technically be reused. Ah! Rest in peace, friend. Oh, look at this little guy. He's just a baby. Except when you compare it to the stock fan, it's actually a thickum. So what do we just kind of pull these little bingle bongles through? These kind of feel terrible. I feel like I'm trying to rip a tadpole in half. Oh. Whoa, what the heck? Hold on, I did not do this. Look at how my fan header came. It's like destroyed. That's just snipped off. What the heck? How? Actually, how? That is strange. Now I'm like questioning myself. Like, did I do this? This seems like something I would do, but this is a brand new fan. All right, that's a thing. Epic Noctua mystery. Now I will be cutting their Molex adapter though. Damn, I could have plugged this into the hard drive connector. I'm a fool. Ah! Adapter complete. Will I be able to shove all of this cable into the PS2? Because if not, I'm cutting this again and I'm soldering it directly in there. And you know I don't want to do that. You know I don't want to do that. So you better make it work, PlayStation. Now we also have to transfer over the power socket, which should be as easy as kind of just shoving it in here. And that should be that, I guess. And you know what's really crazy is that it's already put back together. That was terrible to put back together. So let's hope I did this right, because I'm not opening it back up anytime soon. And like all good modifications, there was one screw left over. That's how you know you did a good job. But there it is, it's installed. And ladies and gentlemen, you know what else it is? Absolutely silent. You hear the fan? Yeah, me neither. All right, so what's next? I don't really know, but my Bringus intuition tells me that we should probably put our new SSD in. I meant to say hard drive there, so I kind of spoiled the surprise, but I'm gonna be putting in an SSD. It's a, Intel 160 gig. I think I've used this before, but I don't quite remember where. All I know is that it's gonna live on in the PlayStation 2. Huh. So I 3D printed this adapter to hold it in place, but there's no mounting screw holes for the SSD. Excuse me, dude? Is this supposed to just sit there? That sounds awful and bad. I mean, it's just a SATA SSD. It's not going anywhere, I guess. At this point, why wouldn't I just take that whole 3D printed piece off and just raw dog it like this? Like, why not? It's the same thing. Very weird. Yeah, I don't really know why it's missing screw holes. The original model didn't have them either. So very cool. I chose a really good model. All right, so goodbye to this guy. I'll make a new one later. No way, dude. You've got to be kidding me. For now, we're just gonna tempt fate, I guess. And now we just have to put in our FUMBG memory card. Right in there. Plug in a DualShock the sequel. Ooh. And then we press this button. Oh, wait, it was that easy? You just stick the memory card in there and it just works? This is illegal. This is too easy. I should have got into the PS2 ages ago. GBA, temp GBA. Excuse me, isn't that a website? Wow, there's a lot to do here. I don't even know where to start. Browser. Is this a web browser? No, this is a memory card browser. Wow, look at all this fancy stuff. I truly have no clue what I'm looking at, but very cool. All right, before I go any further, I think it's tutorial time, because based on everything that I'm seeing on the screen here, it seems like it would be extremely easy to start screwing stuff up. All right, you launch Elf. Sounds like a game I would have played on Newgrounds back in the day. I do have that. All right, launching Elf. Oh, wait, hold up. I gotta mess with the SSD first. All right, hold on. What? No, stop. Don't. No, do not do this. All right, out you come. Now we're writing like a hard drive image or something to the SSD? I don't know, man. I just follow tutorials. Go, do it. So back in you go. And also, we have a new friend here in the form of flash drive. It's got some stuff it wants me to copy to this to copy to the PS2, and I'm not one to say no. All right, take 2. Oh, we're in a menu. Whose idea was it to put dark gray on black? Look at that, you can't even see it at all. Also, this is just booted off the hard drive. I took the memory card back out, so I guess like we don't even really need this. So thank you, memory card. Thank you for apparently nothing. But that's kind of crazy though. You just write an image to the hard drive and now we're booted into some who knows what? That's still incredibly easy to mod. What the heck? The PS2 is kind of amazing. All right, lights are going off so that I can see. Now that you are in ULaunch Elf, enter the file browser option. Done. Oh, suddenly I can see. Wow, this is so much better. We are now opening HDD Manager. Hello. This is a cute little menu. Well, it sees the whole size of my SSD, so that's good. And now it's time to format. Destroys all partitions. If I had a nickel for every time I destroyed all partitions, goodness gracious, I would be a rich man. I taketh away, but I also giveth. It's now time for creation. And I've been directed from my higher power to write OPL here. Okay. And now I'm being told to choose 768. All right, sounds good. Now we're gonna installer. So I think this is where the real special sauce happens. Okay, it's done. The HDD is ready to receive games. Flashbang in 3, 2, 1. So what does a cold boot look like? Oh, okay, so it's like the same thing as the free McBoot memory card. Well, that's neat. But now what do I do? Okay, my ultimate goal here, like most people, I imagine, is to just get this out of my sight. I can't stand to look at it anymore. If it wasn't one of my most favorite games of all time, I would crush it like a bug. Optical media, bad. So I want to take this and dump it to the SSD and just be done with it. So that's what we're gonna do. You guys are so lucky. You get to watch me take a dump on camera for free. And from what I understand, the dumping program is right here. The free McBoot memory card has a tool that will let me take this dump. So back in he goes. Power we shall turn on. HD loader we will run. And install we will click. Oh, so that's it? We're officially taking a dump? This is certainly not the fastest dump I've ever taken. Jesus, 30 minutes? Sure, get off the pot, PS2. Come on, man. All right, well, I guess we'll come back to this in half an hour then. Battlefront 2 is complete. Absolutely dumped. Okay, now I want to dump one more game. A staple of this channel, Half-Life. The PS2 version of Half-Life is actually pretty good. Oh. You know, I got a feeling it's not supposed to do that. Okay, well the screeching of the souls of the damned has stopped. So, install? Continue? Disc inserted is not a valid PlayStation 2 disc. That's not true. It says it right here. Try again. What is that sound? Kinda sounds like a Dreamcast. Yeah, that can't be good. Disc inserted is not a valid PlayStation 2 disc. Okay, well this is mightily not good. Well, okay, hold on. Did it just like develop this issue? Because with Battlefront it was fine. That sounds great. Yeah, that's fine. So what's the difference between these two discs? This is like the blue one, which I think means it's a CD, and this is a DVD. From what I can tell, they're like the same thickness. All right, what if I put a different CD in there? Dell Resource Media Webcam Central for Business. My favorite game. In fact, it's already installed on my computer. But this is a CD, so let's see what happens. That sounds a little silly, but I think it's working? Okay, so clearly HDL is not gonna read that, but it does spin up this disc fine. So what? All right, one more time, just because I'm insane. What if I like press on the top? Get some grip on that Half-Life. Oh, it's probably not a good idea. Okay, yeah. Oh, hey, look, it read it. What? Maybe pressing on it was a good idea. Oh, dude, I don't want to ruin my disc though. Okay, well, you know what? The whole idea behind modding this thing anyways, so that we wouldn't have to use these stupid things. But this is what I'm talking about. Optical media bad. Gotta rely on this stupid thing to actually function. Gotta rely on this to not be scratched to hell. Brother, optical media is just bad. It's just bad. But anyway, we have dumped Battlefront. So now can we play this? And it does not start. That's pretty cool. All right, let's try the other game loader program. OPL, as they say. Haha, there it is. Battlefront 2. Oh, that's DMCA. Let's turn that one down. But look, Ma, no disc. Beautiful. Gamer, of course. This is absolutely fantastic. This is the wrong era of Star Wars for this joke, but you know what? This is just like the simulations. But I was so close. All right, well, I'm happy with this. All right, now I'm gonna do a little dumping off camera, if you know what I mean. Tony Hawk's Underground 2. What's better than this? This is also DMCA. I do have to say, though, that this does not look nearly as good as what the original Xbox can put out nowadays. The original Xbox can also do like 720p, so that makes a lot of sense. Like, this is workable, don't get me wrong. But as you can see, games that my uncle who works at Sony dumped for me work just great. Well, there you have it, folks. The PlayStation 2. From the limited time so far that I've spent with this thing, I kinda really like it. Disassembling and reassembling it was a absolute disaster. But you know, other than that, I really like the fact that you can just buy one of these idiots on Amazon for $8 and next thing you know, you're basically jailbroken. That's pretty slick, I will admit. With the Xbox, you gotta get a specific set of games and then load up a specific save file on a specific kind of flash drive, and also you have to get this specific adapter. And that's just kinda lame. The Dreamcast is pretty cool because you just burn a stupid disc with your game and it's just as easy as that. But the problem with the Dreamcast is that, you know, there's no USB, there's no way to put an entire computer hard drive in there. And so you know what? I think this might be the happy medium between the original Xbox and the Dreamcast. For this generation of consoles, at least. Because this, man, this was pretty simple. But that's kind of just my first thoughts about this thing. If you're familiar with the channel, you will know that— Shut up, shut up, shut up. I have something to tell the people. Look at this, look at this, look at these. It's the all new Bringa Studios PCB chains. They're keychains and also printed circuit boards. This one's silver and made of tin, and this one's gold and made of, well, actual real gold. These things are absolutely sick. Look at this, look at this. When I say that it's a real circuit board, I'm not kidding. Look at that, a little bit of flux, a little bit of solder. And just like that, we have the first official Bringa Studios nose. These guys are available on my Etsy store in the description, and it'd mean a lot to me if you checked it out. Anyway, if you're familiar with the channel, you will know that this thing is going to be featured in an upcoming homebrew and hacking retrospective love letter kind of video. You know, the ones I always do. Hello? So if you want to be ready for when that video drops, there's a button right down there. It's called subscribe. And then you go a little bit further down, there's like another button that you can hit. Whoa, whoa, look at that. Now you're in the description. Well, while you're here, why don't you check out the Patreon? There's exclusive stuff and early access over there for all those guys. But if you're not into throwing money at niche micro celebrities on the internet, you know what? You can hit this link right here. This will take you to the Discord. There's all kinds of jabronis up in there that want to talk about the same stuff that you want to talk about. Isn't that crazy? And since you're 100% gonna go click on either one of those links now, I'm just gonna quit yapping and I'm gonna end the video. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. The Sega Dreamcast, also known as the original Xbox, we have at home. Or maybe the best, worst console of all time. Can you tell I don't think very highly of the Dreamcast? I didn't have a Dreamcast growing up. And statistically, you probably didn't either. I was growing up during the twilight of the Xbox, PS2, GameCube generation of video game consoles, and the whole time I had never even heard of the Dreamcast. Most of the kids that I knew had a GameCube or a PS2, and if you had a cool uncle, you had an Xbox. Later on, as I got more interested in video games, I would browse around on Wikipedia to learn more about the game consoles of the past, and eventually I landed on the Dreamcast. Finding this thing for the first time was like a fever dream. Like, wait a second, you're telling me that Sonic Adventure 2 wasn't just a GameCube game? Sega kept making game consoles after the Genesis? And who could even blame me for not knowing? The Dreamcast had completely come and gone in the time span that it took me to learn to stop shitting in a diaper. Yet Sega over here was just celebrating 20 years of Dreamcast. 20 years? It wasn't even on sale for 2! So that's where I come from. The Dreamcast has always just kind of been a footnote to me. Just a little side quest that you could go on when you want to get into retro gaming. I always figured that if I chose not to bother with the Dreamcast, I wouldn't be missing much. But at the same time, the way I enjoy things is a little different. I'm all about the hacking, modding, and homebrew stuff. And let me tell ya, I'm in pretty deep. And luckily for me, whether a console succeeded or failed commercially doesn't generally factor into what you can do with it homebrew-wise. On this channel, I've shown you guys what you can do with a lot of my favorite consoles. But the Dreamcast, it's uncharted territory for me. Does homebrew on this thing suck as much as the sales figures for it did? Maybe, but there's only one way to find out. One way to find out about the sponsor of today's video, Thorum. Thorum is owned by a couple from Tampa, Florida. They went outside, took a great big gander at everything they saw, and thought to themselves, I bet I could make a ring out of that. So they got to work acquiring stone, redwood, steel, tungsten, and titanium, and they made some of the finest and most unique rings that you can find today. But this is Thorum we're talking about. They didn't stop there. Whiskey barrel? Ring. Antler? Ring. Meteorite? Ring. Fossilized dinosaur bone? Ring. After making all these rings, Thorum took one look at everything they'd made, and then they thought to themselves, bet I could make a watch out of that too. And so they did. So far, they've created the Aloha watch, featuring heartwood and sapwood, the Meteorite watch, featuring, well, meteorite, and the Redwood watch, which I have right here, as well as the Redwood ring. The tungsten carbide on the ring and the stainless steel on the watch both feel incredibly nice to the touch. If you're looking for a high quality watch or ring for both men and women, surf that browser of yours over to Thorum.com. All rings include a lifetime warranty, and by using code Bringus Studios during checkout, you'll get 20% off your whole order. So the Dreamcast, it loads its games exclusively through an optical drive, optical media bad, which in this case is a GD-ROM drive made by Yamaha. A GD-ROM drive is different from a CD-ROM drive because it uses GD media, which holds 1.2 gigabytes of data, compared to CDs, which only hold 700 megabytes of data. So like, way to go Sega, right? GD-ROMs were a 71% improvement over CDs. That's just amazing. Why didn't everybody else start using these? Oh yeah. Yeah, the PS2 and Xbox, and to some extent the GameCube, all avoided CD storage limitations by just using DVDs. With the way that games were getting bigger at the time, with higher quality graphics and textures, 1.2 gigabytes was not gonna cut it this generation. Hey, no sweat for Yamaha though. GD-ROM sucks? No big deal. We still got our drum kit, motorcycle, piano, guitar, jet ski, robotics, snowmobile, boat, semiconductor manufacturing equipment, and crop dusting RC helicopter. businesses to keep us afloat. Funny enough, the best part about the drive that they threw in here has nothing to do with the GD-ROM format at all. No, this drive has the ability to read regular CDs for compatibility with mil-CD discs. What's mil-CD? Honestly, nobody really cares. All you really need to know is that it massively backfired, because it's why the Dreamcast can read games burned to CDs right out of the box. Well, most of them at least. If your Dreamcast has a 0 or a 1 right here, odds are that the very cool and very real games that are burned to CDs that you have will play just fine. And when it comes to burned games on CDs, the fact that CDs store less data than real Dreamcast discs does actually create some problems for some Dreamcast games. But for the most part, things still work fine and you don't even really notice. But enough about optical media. I don't even like optical media. How about the CPU? This guy is a 200 MHz MIPS CPU made by Hitachi. And we all know what else Hitachi makes. Excavators. But what are we going to be running on that beautiful 200 MHz chip? Well, anything we want. But how? Normally, to try some Dreamcast homebrew out yourself, you'd have to burn a new CD for every application. Not only that, but even if you just wanted to add some ROMs to an emulator or something, bam, new CD. That sucks. Unlike consoles like the Wii, which have an SD card slot on the front and USB ports on the back, there's no real standard format of storage on the Dreamcast other than the optical drive. There is a cheap SD card adapter for the serial port, but I've heard it's very slow and the compatibility is hit and miss. All of this makes exploring the world of homebrew not only kind of a pain here, but just wasteful too. Not everybody has the skills to make CD art out of their old burns, so usually they're going right in the trash. If you just want to check out a few things, then I guess a 10-pack of CDs and a USB writer will do you just fine. But if you want to get into it, I'd recommend a GD-EMU. I installed one in this Dreamcast, and if you want to see me flail around trying to figure that one out, I made a video about it a while ago that you can find on the channel. The GD-EMU pretends to be a GD-ROM drive, but it reads everything from an SD card. It even lets you use this nice front end right here to load everything from. There's also some other wacky ways to install storage in this thing, like you can adapt a compact flash card or even a freaking IDE hard drive into it, and those methods are actually pretty cool because then you don't have to gut your optical drive. But for most people though, I still think that the GD-EMU is the best way to go since it's pretty much plug and play once you get the thing open. There's no soldering. You just have to be willing to sacrifice your optical drive, and I know I am. Let's put that GD-EMU to use and check out some ports, huh? The Dreamcast actually has a lot of games unofficially ported to it, including one of my favorites, Dota 2. Super Mario 64. While N64 emulation on the Dreamcast isn't much to write home about, and I'll talk more on that later, Super Mario 64 itself also is not great. Super Mario 64 on the Dreamcast is a port of the decompiled source code. Mario's extra large mustache returns from the awful Wii port that I covered last year. Love to see that consistency. Text boxes actually work properly on this one, unlike the Wii, although I do kind of miss the SpaghettiOs, I'm not gonna lie. The game usually runs at about 50% speed, which is obviously less than ideal. You can find moments of full speed gameplay scattered around, but it doesn't really happen often. But this is just one build. Many people have attempted to get it running on the Dreamcast, some with more success than others. For example, this other build has proper widescreen support, and for some reason it runs faster than it's supposed to, and the draw order is all screwed up. I don't know, it's kind of a mess. I'm glad that Mario 64 is working at all on the Dreamcast, since at this point in my life, I want to see this game run on absolutely everything before I eat shit and die. But as far as actually playing the game on here, don't waste your time. Another game I always love to check out in these kinds of videos is Half-Life, and on the Dreamcast, it's a bit of an oddity. This version is not a community-made homebrew port. In fact, it's as close to the real deal as you can get. Despite Half-Life never being released on the Dreamcast, it was fully ported by Captivation Digital Laboratories. Gearbox Software also made additional brand new content for it called Half-Life Blue Shift. Blue Shift was originally created for the Dreamcast specifically. A second disc was even planned for release after the first, which would have contained extra goodies like Opposing Forces multiplayer, Team Fortress Classic, and Counter-Strike. That would have been sick! The intention was obviously to release the game officially on the Dreamcast, but all of this unfortunately fell through after Sierra, the publisher for the game, canned the whole thing after the project was delayed several times. Eventually, a build of the game was leaked in 2003. It has a build date of May 23rd, 2001, about a month before the whole thing was canceled. So this leaked build serves well enough as an example of what the finished game would have been like, and it's what you're seeing me play here today. The Dreamcast and PC versions of Half-Life are actually fairly different from each other. If you want to learn more about that, I'd recommend watching Ratlobber's video covering Half-Life's ports. I don't really want to get into the weeds of that in this video. What I will get into though is how the game plays on the Dreamcast, which is poopy and bad. Look at this thing. How do you play a first-person shooter on it? Who f***ing knows? They opted to make the face buttons move you around, and the joystick moves the camera. As disgusting as this may seem in an era with modern shooters, it's probably still the best way to set the controls up, but it leaves you with just 6 buttons for everything else. Half-Life is not a 6-button game. To solve this, they made the left trigger a mode shift key that switches the functions of what all the buttons do. There are some other control schemes outside of the default one, and you are granted the freedom to set this atrocity up in any way that you can think of. But you know what? You could just choose not to use a controller at all. There's full Dreamcast keyboard and mouse support here. Also, yeah, those exist. I don't have the luxury of owning either of those though, so I suffer. But, I mean, it's only $70. Okay, so maybe I do own a Dreamcast keyboard, but that's all you're getting out of me. I'm not spending $100 on the mouse. But I do have to say, Half-Life on the Dreamcast with a keyboard is kind of great. Even without the mouse, it's so much better. I played the game with my right index finger on the joystick and my thumb on the D-pad. It's not super optimal, but with aim assist, it's not that bad. I highly, highly recommend the keyboard and mouse if you want to play FPS games. A solid number of them on the Dreamcast have full support for the peripherals. Just be prepared to spend good money for a ball mouse in 2024. As for how Half-Life runs, it's fine for the most part. It's not great. It's not terrible. It's exactly what you would expect from Half-Life running on a Dreamcast. The frame rate dips hard in some areas, and I experienced a good amount of stuttering while fighting the Black Ops assassins. There's no autosave at all, which sucks really bad. There isn't even quick save. This is all made even worse because saving the game requires you to go way out of the action. And it wouldn't be so bad if the game didn't take its sweet time to write saves to the VMU. So it kinda just sucks all around. Overall, I would say that Half-Life on the Dreamcast is probably the worst way to play Half-Life. But it's not unplayable. If I was a kid again and this is the only way I could play Half-Life, I could make do with it. And despite the way it might play, the mystique and the story behind its creation and subsequent leaking to the public is really cool. I'm glad we can play it here today. It would have been a shame if it was just lost forever. And like the PC version of Half-Life, the Dreamcast port also enjoyed a good amount of mods. The one I want to try the most is Counter-Strike, which presents itself with 2 other games in this web browser looking window or something. This is a custom pack made by some dude, so that's why it looks like this. It even has the signature weird music in the background. As is the custom for bootleg game packs. Once you get in game, you enter this custom hub world of some kind where you can enter into these rooms in order to load different maps. Once you load into the map, you're given a mission to carry out. Then you have to go and kill all of the NPCs that are in your way. This is not like any Counter-Strike that I've ever played, but it's something, I guess. There's a whole lot more mods to try, but I think for now that's gonna wrap up our Half-Life adventure. There is one more port that I want to look at though. So I never played the original Postal. I've only ever played Postal 2. So my first time experiencing the game at all is right here, right now, on the Dreamcast. It feels less unique and a lot less comedic than the second game. As for the quality of the port, it runs extremely well, which makes sense because this was sold as an unlicensed retail release way after the Dreamcast was discontinued. We'll talk more about those kind of games later because there's a lot of them. But Postal here is a great port, and I'm sure a lot of people are happy to see it. Aside from game ports, what else is out there for Dreamcast homebrew that's not an emulator? Like the Xbox, for example, had XBMC, but the Dreamcast? It's not really as useful for something like a media center in the way that the Xbox is, but there are still a few cool things to do. Like nearly every other game console these days, the Dreamcast has its own homebrew port of Linux. I snagged a version of Red Hat to try, and it booted up just fine. I typed my login with my fancy new keyboard, and then I remembered that I didn't buy a mouse. Yeah, not much I can do from here. But there is a copy of Doom built into it, and oh no, that's terrible, never mind. Along the same lines as Linux was an operating system called NetBSD. I got the kernel booted up, but doing anything beyond that seemed like a challenge that I'm not really up for, considering you need to get the Dreamcast hooked up to your local network, and then run some NFS shares for the Dreamcast to pull stuff off of, and no, not today. Remember how the Dreamcast has this little guy in the controllers, the VMU? Well, there's even homebrew for these things too. There's a utility called VMU Tool that lets you do all kinds of exciting stuff to your VMU, like defragment its disk. How exciting. You can dump your save files, change the image that's displayed on the VMU screen. You can even hex edit the storage on it directly. It's a really powerful tool. You can transfer minigames to the VMU without owning a copy of the game that minigame came with, which is cool. There's even a couple of homebrew games to play. There was a tiny version of Pokemon being worked on for the VMU, but sadly it looks like the project was abandoned. All right, I know what you guys have been waiting for. What is a homebrew video without emulation? But before I talk about the capability of the Dreamcast as an emulation device, I want to tell you about an interesting footnote in Dreamcast history regarding a semi-official Genesis emulator. So back in the day, there was a game cracking group for the Dreamcast called Echelon. They would post ripped copies of tons of Dreamcast games illegally. There was also a game called the Sega Smash Pack. It was an official collection of older Genesis games that ran on an emulator created by Sega. The emulator itself was pretty crap. But what makes it interesting is that when you rip the game disk and browse the contents of it, you'll find a file on the root of the disk called echelon.txt. Turns out, this file was indeed referencing the cracking group Echelon. The file itself contains documentation on the emulator that was developed for the pack. There's instructions on how to boot your own Genesis ROMs. The developer that wrote it signed off on the end with, "Don't forget to pay your respects to Uncle Sonic." Sony just doesn't get it. I imagine this was in reference to the fact that Sega was going under as a console maker at the time, since that was announced to the public on the same day that this pack was released. Man, imagine being this developer, knowing that the Dreamcast was getting canned, and yet still having to work on this collection for it. And not only that, imagine being told to slap a Volume 1 on the front of the game, as if there was even a chance of a Volume 2. I guess the note that the dev left was pretty much him saying, "Oh, you want a Volume 2? Okay, sure, make it yourself, idiot. Here's the emulator. Good luck." Back in the Dreamcast homebrew world, a whole load of emulators have been created for it. This thing is a great way to experience older consoles like the Atari 2600, the Intellivision, the ColecoVision, all that weird old stuff. You know what? I don't really care. Let's just move on to the NES. And NES on the Dreamcast is exactly what it sounds like. I'm playing Mega Man 2 with a Dreamcast controller. Very cool. This is running on the Nestor DC SE emulator, and there's really nothing to note here except that NES works, and it works perfectly. Sega Master System games work just as well as NES ones, but this time you get a cool little picture on the VMU. This is the first time I've actually ever played a Master System game, so I don't really know if things are completely running correctly, but as far as I can tell they are. These transitions in Sonic Spinball look just fantastic, but I think that's how they're supposed to look. Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin ran well, even if I couldn't figure out what the heck I was supposed to be doing other than giving the cops a taste of their own medicine. Then I got my ass handed to me in some tennis game. Look at this, I practically handed the win to this asshole. But Master System on the Dreamcast works great. A console I am far more familiar with, though, is the Sega Genesis. The emulator Gens for Dreams brought me great joy as I played through some of the most renowned Genesis classics ever. Animaniacs, Bubsy, and Chester Cheetah. And you know what? The Dreamcast did fantastic while playing these games. Just like the other emulators, I have nothing bad to say about it. Super Nintendo, however, is where I imagined this thing was going to start to struggle a bit, and oh yeah, it did. Think of any hallmark of poor emulation and trust me, you'll find it here. Missing layers? We got those. Crusty audio? You betcha. Sub 100% speed? No problem. Nauseating frame skipping? Coming right up. But yeah, SNES emulation is not great. Also, 2024 is the year of SNES. SNES is canceled. This gameplay was in the emulator SNES for All, but that's not the only one I tried. I also downloaded Dream SNES, which was better sometimes, but also worse sometimes. In Dream SNES, I felt like there were more slowdowns and frame skipping, but generally it worked better and seemed more accurate. You can see in Pac-Man 2 in SNES for All, the black circle that surrounds the scene here is super low resolution and blocky, but in Dream SNES, it looks correct. Dream SNES actually booted Mrs. Pac-Man 2, unlike SNES for All, which didn't. With all of that, plus the crappy D-pad on this thing anyway, SNES on the Dreamcast is just kind of more of a novelty. I wouldn't seriously try and play anything on here. GBA emulation, no, I'm just kidding. GBA emulation is a complete mess. This is the GPSP DC emulator, and from what I can tell, it's the only GBA emulator on here worth giving a damn about. But despite that, no amount of frame skipping or marketing from LEGO could save Galador here. It just sucks. Then I tried Breakout Centipede Warlords because I thought, hey, those are some basic old games. They'll probably run fine. But the ROM didn't even boot, so nope, never mind. Codename Kids Next Door was about as crap as Galador. And with that, my official diagnosis for GBA on the Dreamcast is don't. There was apparently a Nintendo 64 emulator at one point that could boot games, but it couldn't do much more than that. This video from 16 years ago, published by Simpson474, shows it booting Mario 64 and then running really slow. But, I mean, it is running. I can't show it off myself because all the links to it are dead, but based on this footage, it doesn't look like we're missing out on much. PlayStation 1 is a very, very interesting topic on the Dreamcast. There's an emulator that used to be available for purchase called Bleemcast. If that sounds familiar to you, it should, because it was derived from the famous Bleem PS1 emulator for PC. If you don't already know about Bleem, check out both LGR and Gaming Historian's videos. The story surrounding that emulator is really fascinating. Bleemcast boot discs were available for purchase. You'd buy the disc, put it in your Dreamcast, and then swap it out for the PS1 game that matched the boot disc you were using. It was really that simple. Just like that, you could play PS1 games on the Dreamcast. The games themselves even looked and ran better on the Dreamcast than they did on the PS1. I know we kind of expect that for emulators running on PCs nowadays, but this was 1999. That's just crazy. Think about it. This console is struggling to play GBA games here, but PlayStation 1 runs full speed at double the resolution and with video enhancements? Bleem is just magic. But back on track here, Bleemcast only officially had compatibility with 3 games. People were able to exploit a leaked beta version of the Bleemcast emulator to create their own boot discs that worked with other PS1 games. These homebrew versions are referred to as Bleemed games, and I've got 3 to show you right here. The first is Crash Bandicoot, and apart from the audio losing everything except the background music, it's playing like it was just made for the Dreamcast. There are some visual bugs, but for what it is and at the level of performance it's running at, this is nothing short of amazing. Even everybody's favorite Pepsi game is running great, apart from the cutscene at the beginning being entirely destroyed, and some texture glitching here and there. Pepsi Man is completely playable. Parappa the Rapper is not great. The cutscenes are all completely missing. The audio is very chunky. And the animations are all too fast. It's kind of funny to watch because the animations complete too early, so they all kind of just freeze in place until they're supposed to start the next animation. But despite these issues, it does run, and there's 0 slowdowns. And these were just a few games. There's tons of Bleemed games out there. There are some community compatibility lists that document how well certain games work, but they're very incomplete. So your mileage will definitely vary if you try this yourself. But either way, for what this is, I know I already said it earlier, but Bleem and Bleemcast are just magic. And apart from porting games and running emulators on the Dreamcast, there's also a humongous library of completely original homebrew games. And these ones on the Dreamcast, they are world class. The titles you'll find on the Dreamcast are the gold standard for community-made games on any console as far as I'm concerned. However, the lines do kind of blur a bit when it comes to classifying them as homebrew, since a lot of these games are commercial products. And to some people, that's not homebrew. The way I see it, anyone circumventing Sega to get their games on the Dreamcast is making homebrew, whether they're charging for it or not. In fact, if charging for their games means they can keep making more stuff, by all means, I'm all for it. A lot of these games are sold through real publishers, which is pretty cool. It's a concept that I've never really seen before outside of a few new titles for the NES or Game Boy that pop up from time to time. Thanks to the fact that almost any Dreamcast can just run unlicensed games, indie developers can sell their games to anybody that wants to play them, regardless of if their console's been modified or not. Because of this, these developers can reach a fairly sizable audience, and you'll find a level of polish on Dreamcast homebrew games that you just don't see anywhere else. One example of these games is Intrepid Izzy. It's a Metroidvania-style platformer that came out in 2017 by Senile Team. This is just a normal game that came out on Steam, the Nintendo eShop, the Xbox Series consoles, PS4, PS5, and for some reason, the Dreamcast. Why? I don't know. Why not, I guess? I mean, the Dreamcast port runs fantastic. The whole thing looks and feels great to play. I don't know what it took for them to port this game. All I know is that they did it really well, and I'm glad it's here. But you know, do you ever just look at Rocket League and long for a Dreamcast version? Best I can offer is Driving Strikers. It's Rocket League, but very stripped down and from a completely different camera angle. It plays well enough. I mean, it's a bit janky, but it's not too bad. The part of this game that's really cool though is that the developers also released it on Steam with cross-play to the Dreamcast version. In case you're not sure what that means, it means that in 2024, there is a Dreamcast game being sold today, unofficially, that can connect to and play multiplayer with a Steam game. It's so cursed. I love it. But what else does the Dreamcast have? Xenocider is a third-person rail shooter that looks great. They channeled the Dreamcast era graphics perfectly with this thing. This game is also available on modern platforms, but it hasn't been fully released yet. You can only play the demo. What they've got so far though looks great, and it plays well, and it's also completely unforgiving. I got through the tutorial, got my ass handed to me in level 1 3 times, and then got a game over. Fun game, but fairly difficult. If that's your thing and you're into the late 90s, early 2000s style, then try it out. Sturmwind is a German game by Duranick that actually came out on Dreamcast first in 2013. The version on other platforms came out later in 2019. It's a 2D rail shooter that also recreates the aesthetics of these early 2000s, late 90s games pretty nicely. It's very polished and it plays well, so it definitely makes the list. This is Tunnels. It's Half-Life, but with a giant spider. Oh, wait, hold on. At one point, I paused the game and the whole thing crashed, so that was cool. This guy doesn't even want to fight me. What the heck? As far as I can tell, you're just supposed to walk into one of these tunnels, which eventually leads you back to the main chamber, and then at some point, you gotta kill the spider by just smacking it a bunch. Then you get a screen saying you survived, and then the map reloads. It's obviously more of a tech demo than anything, but I wanted to include it because I thought it just looks cool, and it seems like it would serve as a really nice base if somebody wanted to build an FPS off of it. So, how do I feel about the Dreamcast homebrew scene now that I've experienced what it has to offer? I don't think it's the best, but I also don't think it's the worst. What I do think is that they've got something special. I was hesitant to make this video at first because I assumed that nobody was going to bother doing anything with a failed console with a terrible controller and a crippled storage format. But boy was I wrong. The Dreamcast community has really made the console their own, no doubt about that. And with indie developers choosing to make brand new games for the Dreamcast, they have truly given it a second lease on life. You know, I've had this image of a lost dog in my head while I've been making this video. One where the dog's original owner left them behind because they didn't live up to the owner's expectations. But after finding the right person, the dog was taken in with open arms, and it grew and it thrived. That's the story of the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast lives on today as something greater than it ever used to be. You know, at least to me as someone who never really understood its appeal. It turns out that all it needed was some patience and love from the people that really cared about it. The Dreamcast is old, but it's been taught some new tricks. I'm glad I got to experience them myself. I think I'm finally starting to get it. The Dreamcast was not a successful console. It looked dated even for the time, and the average gamer probably thinks of it as nothing more than the thing that killed Sega home consoles for good, if they even remember it at all. But there is no doubt in my mind that after everything it's been through, and after both Sega and the general public moved on, the Dreamcast didn't just fade away. It found its place and its people, and in that place, and by those people, it's loved just the way it is. Long live the Dreamcast. Nah, I'm just kidding. I still fucking hate this thing. I hate it so much that I'm giving it to you! Want this Dreamcast? It's yours, my friend, as long as you enter the giveaway. You get this Dreamcast, which is the one that's modded with the GDEMU. You get the SD card, which I'm not erasing, by the way. So everything you saw in the video is pretty much on here. You get a controller that's just as yellow as the console, a VMU with a fresh set of batteries, plus a power and a video cable to actually use it. And how do you enter this mighty fine giveaway of mine? Number 1, like the video. Number 2, subscribe. Number 3, leave a comment. Number 4, have a Discord account. When I draw the winner, I'm going to find the winner's comment on the video, and I'm going to reply to it. And to claim the prize, you then have to reply to me in your comment with your Discord username. So then I can find you on Discord, and we can hash out all the details like the address and all that. This giveaway is open to those in the main 48 states in the US and Canada. I have no confidence in the American postal system to get this thing overseas, so sorry everyone else. But yeah, that's all you gotta do. Check out all these cool social accounts that I made. It's the best way to keep up with whatever the heck it is I'm doing nowadays. And yeah, gaming.
So you can see right here, I'm getting ready to serve. All I do is throw that ball up in the air, and when oh!
Man, I miss those days. Ah, the Nintendo Wii. A console that has its feet firmly planted in the past, yet somehow feels more present than ever nowadays. When you think of games along the lines of Super Mario Galaxy, Skyward Sword, Super Paper Mario, etc., you don't immediately think, oh yeah, those old games. Well, unless you fall outside my target age range, I guess, on the younger end, and you do immediately think that. And to the rest of us, I extend an invitation to the We're Getting Old support group, because these games are 15, 11, and 16 years old, respectively. Those with glasses a little less rose-tinted than mine are probably thinking, yeah, no shit, that was a while ago. Sounds about right. And deep down, while I do realize that, it still feels like it was just the other day that I was hearing this sound for the first time. And while back then, hearing this sound meant that you were about to go on some incredible adventure or create some awesome memories, nowadays I just hear it and I think, wow, the DVD drive still works on this one. It sucks to hear, but just like us, this thing's getting old too. Oh, also the support group does have Smash Night on Tuesdays and Fridays, but it's BYOC. The sticks are getting a little too worn out on the community controllers, so yeah. The upside to the Wii being fairly prehistoric at this point is that I've had a long time to make a lot of good memories with it. The Wii is home to countless amazing games, the best of which is easily
the one you played the most.
Man, what a great game that was, huh? Truly the best. And like a fine wine, these games just kept getting better and better throughout the Wii's lifespan. Any decent console would have loved to have games like Skyward Sword, Xenoblade Chronicles, and Driver San Francisco released during their twilight years. And while the Wii was flourishing above ground, things were getting just as hot for everybody under it. The Wii was the first game console I personally ever modded. I vividly remember being a 9 or 10-year-old kid just watching YouTube one day and seeing a video where someone was playing Pokemon Fire Red on their Wii. Man, let me tell you, my mind was blown. They used some weird channel called the Homebrew Channel and some app called Visual Boy Advance GX. I went and frantically booted up my Wii and then went to the Wii Shop channel and looked for both the Homebrew Channel and Visual Boy Advance GX. Oh, to be this naive again. Obviously, couldn't find them. And looking back, to me this whole experience was like finding the hidden laser suit Super Mario World video and trying to jump right between these two blocks for hours on end to try and get the laser gun, even though there was absolutely no chance that was gonna happen. And yes, I did do this for hours on end. I was a pretty gullible child. The point is that this video of Pokemon Fire Red that I had watched lit a fire in me that's still burning to this day. That day, I realized that we're not bound by what Nintendo or Sony or Microsoft lets us do with our consoles. No, it's like the other way around, really. My console was about to be bound by what I decided I was gonna do with it, and god damn it, I decided it was gonna be playing Pokemon Fire Red, even if it took secretly stealing the SD card out of the family Canon PowerShot camera. After a week of trial and error with outdated YouTube tutorials and GBA temp threads, using the power of a LEGO Batman save file hack, I had installed the Homebrew channel, my first emulator, and my first soft mod on any console. But that was all 13 years ago, and playing GBA games on the Wii is far from the coolest thing that you can do with it nowadays. But what can you do with it nowadays? A shining example of what a homebrew game port should be is Quake on the Wii. It runs amazing. It's compatible with the PC version's assets as well. All you gotta do is drag and drop pack files along with the Wii binaries to your SD card, and the controls will already be set up and ready to play with a GameCube controller. This is a fantastic port, and I really have nothing bad to say about it at all. It's genuinely a great way to play Quake. There's also a control method for using the Wii remote to aim, which is pretty nifty. And after playing Quake, I naturally decided to go seek out Half-Life. There's a project out there called Zash 3D Wii, which aims to port Zash 3D, the open source version of Valve's Gold Source game engine, to the Wii. But unfortunately, this project's been left unfinished, which really surprises me because Zash 3D has been ported to all kinds of consoles, like the 3DS and the Switch. I assumed that it already would have been done on the Wii. There is source code available for what they have done so far, but I couldn't figure out if the current code is going to be all that functional, and I don't really want to go down the rabbit hole of compiling it myself just for it to not work at all. I'll leave a link to the GitHub page for it in the description if you want to check it out yourself. I'd love to see this project keep going. But you know what I do want to go down the rabbit hole of compiling, though, is Super Mario 64 for the Wii. And I already hear you saying, bruh, there's already Mario 64 on the Wii Virtual Console, lol, big idiot. Oh yeah, well does your Virtual Console copy do this?
It's me, Mario. Mario.
So this is a port of the decompiled source code for Super Mario 64. It's pretty fucked. And like I said, I did have to compile this myself, but it wasn't too bad. The author has a Docker guide available on GitHub, so it's as simple as entering a few commands if you've already got a Docker environment set up. Then you just supply your own ROM to pull assets from, and it spits out a DOL file. Obviously, the code doesn't do a very good job, but between the flying SpaghettiOs text boxes and Mario's extra large mustache, this port had me on my ass for a few minutes at the sheer absurdity of what's happening on the screen. It's some pretty good shit. It seems like the game itself is still really playable. It's just the graphical glitches that you're seeing here. So if you already know what you're doing in Mario 64, this is still pretty playable. And I already know what I'm doing in Mario 64, so that kind of makes me want to stream a playthrough of this or something. I'm sure the deeper into this you get, the crazier it gets. Let me know if that's something you guys would watch. I'm down to do it. And you know, one game that I didn't even know how to decompilation project until now was a little game called Sonic Mania, and it's running great on the Wii. It feels like this could have just come out as regular old WiiWare or something. Obviously the Wii wasn't still relevant when Mania came out, but you know, I mean, that didn't stop Just Dance 2019, just saying, Sega. The only times that it runs less than stellar are during load screens, which take a relatively fat minute to load, and during the special stage, which nearly grinds the whole thing to a halt. The regular stages, from what I did play though, feel great. This is easily one of my favorite games to get on a modded Wii now. And while messing around with homebrew consoles is one of my favorite things to do, it's not the only thing I do. I've done countless hardware mods as well, and one service that I like to make use of is the sponsor of today's video, PCBWay. So recently I made a 2.3:1 scale model of the Wii that actually works, and during that project I needed to tap the USB ports on the back to power the rear exhaust fan somehow. So faced with this dilemma, I figured out how to use Altium Designer and made myself a PCB that does just that. And creating my own PCB has been something that I've wanted to do for a really long time, and something this simple seemed like a pretty good excuse to try it out finally. Designing the PCB took me a super long time to figure out since I've never done anything like this before, but getting it manufactured was a breeze thanks to PCBWay. I'll admit, I didn't get everything right on my first submission to them. My board was electrically correct, but for the life of me I couldn't figure out what kind of Gerber file I needed, or if I included the drill file correctly, or if I exported all the layers correctly, or if everything was in the proper CNC format. Man, screw all this stuff. I just wanted a PCB. PCBWay makes sure that you don't have to waste any of your time or money on dumb stuff like that, because throughout my entire order, a real PCBWay employee would let me know just what was wrong with my submission each time that I screwed something up. This level of customer service was crucial to making my first PCB happen, because I honestly have no idea what I'm doing with this kind of stuff. They primarily do PCB work, but they also provide 3D printing and even CNC machining services. And say you don't know the first thing about designing your own stuff, that's fine too. They have an entire community section on here where hobbyists can upload their own projects, and you can order the parts for them directly from PCBWay. And if you're a new user to PCBWay, you can sign up now and get $5 off your first order. Anyway, back to the Wii. Well, I've covered Minecraft a few times already on this channel. We've looked at DS Craft on the DS, Lamecraft on the PSP, and Questcraft on the Oculus Quest 2. And that train, or minecart, isn't derailing here. Nope. Because I've got yet another homebrew Minecraft clone for ya called Cavex. It aims to simulate the Minecraft Beta 1.7.3 experience specifically, which it does at a rock solid 60 FPS, I might add. And I'm not really certain which side of the port versus remake scale Cavex lands on, since it's written in C and not Java, and the game doesn't really feel right considering you're permanently no-clipping around. However, it is close enough to the original that you can load maps from similar beta versions that were made on PC, which is kinda nuts. Other than the perma no-clipping, some other unfortunate drawbacks to this version include a sadism-inspired control scheme, considering you look with the nunchuck and move with the D-pad. I just don't really understand why it's like this here, because you have a perfectly good and genuinely accurate camera control method right here. And I'm no Wii homebrew dev, but it seems like it would just make a hell of a lot more sense to implement motion controls over asking my left thumb to violate its employment contract. Janky control method aside, this is probably the second most fleshed out version of homebrew Minecraft that I've ever personally tested, the first being Questcraft, which runs the latest version of Minecraft Java for PC. But you know what? This is just playable enough on here to create a Moog with only little difficulty, so A+ in my book. Sidestepping from ports, the Wii's emulation potential is pretty well known at this point. It's extremely similar to that of the original Xbox in its capability to play retro games. But the Wii does have one additional ace up its sleeve, and that is Virtual Console. There are countless official Nintendo licensed emulators on the Wii already, from NES to Genesis to N64. And with N64 emulation specifically, the existence of Virtual Console is great because the N64 emulator that Nintendo developed is really good. And we can just steal their homework and swap out their ROMs for one of ours, and for the most part, it'll just work. These are known as VC injections, and it's a great way to play N64 games on the Wii. If you do want to take a more traditional approach though, there are both Not 64 and Wii 64, which are also pretty good emulators made by the community. Anything less powerful than the N64 will run fantastic on the Wii. The Wii's great for NES, SNES, Game Boy, GBA, Genesis, yeah, all that good stuff. But there are three particular consoles that intrigued me when it comes to emulation on the Wii. The first being PlayStation 1. I wanted to know just how well it would do here because PlayStation 1 is a particular weak point on the original Xbox, and unfortunately, it is here too. This was using PCSXR for the Wii, and the performance was, well, I mean, it's hard to call it performance at all, really. So I turned to Wii SX, another PS1 emulator for the Wii, which almost worked. I tried both Spyro the Dragon and Parappa the Rapper, but neither of them would get more than a few seconds past their splash screens. According to this compatibility list, both of these games should work, so I don't really know. Maybe I have a shitty SD card or something, and I've ran these ROMs on other consoles and they've rammed fine, so I don't know. I can't personally recommend PS1 on the Wii. To me, it's more trouble than just using a modded PS1 Classic or something, but supposedly this emulator is good when it works. I don't know, take that as you will. But the thought of emulating DS on the Wii is even more mind-blowing to me. These two systems were out at the same time, and I guess the DS was weak hardware, but something just feels so wrong about booting up a game that has a Wii connection feature on a Wii. But booting is as far as you're about to get though, because it's lag city, baby. It technically works, which in emulation is the worst kind of works. Don't expect to seriously play any DS games here. Also, this compatibility chart for the emulator is very misleading. There's a whole rank here called Works Decently, which is implied to be worse than Works because it's yellow, and Error is red. Yet, the Pokemon games are all Works and not Works Decently, despite running at a sub 10 FPS. And it's not even just me living in my own little world here with a fucked up install or anything, because even they specify that it runs very slow. Anyways, question for you. Have you ever played this? Not gonna lie, it kinda sucks, but it's worth playing once or twice in real life on the arcade machine it was made for. So I played it on my Wii. The Mario Kart Arcade GP series of arcade machines runs on a system called the Triforce, which was more or less just a repackaged GameCube made by Nintendo, Sega, and Namco. If you look at teardowns of this thing, they literally just have GameCube motherboards sandwiched in between other custom PCBs made by Sega and Namco. And come to think of it, you know what else is more or less a repackaged GameCube? You guessed it. Through the use of a custom MIOS, or MIOS, I don't know, which is kind of like custom firmware for specifically the GameCube part of the Wii, you can boot into some of these Triforce games on the Wii. I only tested Mario Kart Arcade GP2 here, and aside from some stuttering in the menus, the game itself runs really well. There's only a handful of games that were ever made for the Triforce system, and even less of them will really even run here. But it's a really cool oddity, and I'm glad that someone decided to make them playable on the Wii. It just adds to the already wacky nature of Wii homebrew. And you know, if you want to see another wacky repackaged GameCube, click the link at the top corner here where you can see my GameCube Mini version 2 that I built from scratch last year. It's less than half the size of a regular GameCube. This thing is sick. Okay, I'm going to quickly touch on the two big names in backup loading on the Wii. USB Loader GX and Nintendon't. Between these two, they allow you to load up Wii and GameCube games right from the SD card or USB port on the Wii. There's a ton that you can do here in USB Loader GX. It might as well just be a replacement for the default Wii menu, to be honest with you. It can load your regular Wii channels as well as your backups and homebrew all from one app. Nintendon't, on the other hand, it works super well to run GameCube ISOs, and it also supports memory card emulation. You don't even have to break out the old Mad Catz memory cube anymore. This is crazy. The best part about Nintendon't, in my opinion, though, is that you can load USB HID drivers as well as some Bluetooth ones for all kinds of controllers. Like the entire DualShock family works, Xbox 360 controllers work, and Xbox One, the Switch Pro controller, and most importantly, the official USB GameCube controller adapter. And why is that important? We've got these right here. Well, there's a good percentage of Wiis out there that don't have GameCube controller ports due to some brain-dead cost cutting from Nintendo, and no Wii U's have GameCube ports, so to play GameCube on the Wii U with a GameCube controller, this is far and away your best option. Oh yeah, did I mention that almost all Wii homebrew is also compatible with the Wii U? Yeah, it's pretty neat. Something that I had never really got a chance to mess with much as a kid were mods for existing Wii games. Back in 2010, the closest thing I ever got to modifying Wii games was with Ocarina codes, which are essentially the same thing as Action Replay if you've ever used one of those on the DS or the GameCube. Ocarina codes are their own kind of fun, but what I really want to show off are some full-blown community-developed mods, one of which being newer Super Mario Bros. I think you can probably figure out what the premise of this one is. The newer team who worked on this spent 3 years developing this thing, and they cranked out 128 unique levels that feel right at home with the original ones. It's got new graphics, new music, new worlds, new bosses. It's basically the Super Mario Galaxy 2 moment for New Super Mario Bros. I can't recommend this game enough if you're like me and you've already decimated the original game like 3 times over. Keeping with the theme of adding more content to existing games, Mario Kart Wii CTGPR is an amazing mod that lets you play over 200 community-made tracks, many of which bring back retro tracks that Nintendo never ported over, like my personal series favorite here, Wario Coliseum, which, I might add, is a travesty because this course pops off super hard, and I really want to see Nintendo add it to a booster update very badly. Anyway, it kind of pops off a little too hard here. CTGPR also backports 200cc mode, which as you can see kind of breaks shit. The courses I played with 200cc ranged from easy to hard to skill issue to completely broken. I'm glad it's here, but you have to play it differently than you might expect. And I'm not talking about like using your brake like you have to in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Here, the extra momentum that you get has to be managed properly. You can't just full send it off a boosted ramp and expect to make it to the other side in one piece. The courses don't compensate for that. But anyway, this mod also brings back online play, something never in a million years I would have thought was possible. I didn't personally try it, but from what I've been able to see, it looks no different than what I remember Mario Kart Wii Online being like back when I used to play it and it was still supported by Nintendo years ago. Between stuff like this and Excellent Kai, it makes me really happy to see that online play is coming back for these older games that I never ever would have thought we'd ever be able to play online again. And there's a whole lot more to CTGPR than I'm going to even cover here, so I seriously recommend you check it out if you're a big fan of Among Us. Bet you thought I was going to say Mario Kart Wii here. Get pranked, son, you sussy little baka. Next up is Project M. This is a mod I am personally super familiar with. This single mod created loads of friendships with people that I still hang out with to this day. So many memories of hooking this thing up at my high school with a portable LCD, click GameCube sticks with some buddies for hours until the activity bus would arrive at like 5 p.m. Oh man, good times. As for the mod itself, it's a mod for Super Smash Bros. Brawl that makes it more Melee-like and encourages competitive play a lot more than stock Brawl does. And take it from me, your local Melee hater, this mod is great. It reintroduces high-speed gameplay and more advanced tech, and it leaves all the silliness out. You know, like tripping over yourself for no goddamn reason. God, I hate stock Brawl. Just about every single character's moves and movements have been changed as well, so it may not play exactly like Brawl if that's what you're used to, but they're all pretty close, and they're worthy changes in the name of better balancing. I'm not as good as I was back in the day. A lot of my muscle memory for Project M has evolved for Smash 4 and then for Ultimate, but it's still a really enjoyable Smash game, and if you're picking from the 3 options that still have an active community on the Wii between Melee, Brawl, and Project M, I'm picking Project M. And like CTGPR, you can play online, but I'm not really as familiar with this process or if you can even do it on real Wii hardware. I've only seen it done in Dolphin, and I've only ever played couch multiplayer myself. Also, a little footnote, all the mods that I've touched on here have their own installation processes, but for a lot of other mods, you are going to probably end up using Revolution. It's like the bog standard mod loader on the Wii. But have you ever wanted to play Guitar Hero on your Wii but didn't have this game?
No.
No, you didn't? Okay, well, have you ever wanted to make a sick beat on the menu screen?
No.
No to that too. All right then. Well, have you ever wanted to play Guitar Hero with a GameCube controller?
No.
Yes, I hear the people saying, yes, we do. And we're just gonna mute these guys real quick. Okay, yes, let's do it. All right, well, I have the game just for you. It's Guitars on Fire, I struggle to say original homebrew game for the Wii, more than likely inspired by the PC Guitar Hero clone Frets on Fire. And while this is a fine game, I don't have a Wii Guitar Hero controller, so I'm left to fumble fumble around with a GameCube controller instead. The buttons are mapped with R being green, A being blue, X being red, Y being yellow, and B being orange, intuitively. Also, you get insulted when you lose. It's a nice touch.
You've just found a new way to suck.
And that brings me to X-Axis. Man, what the fuck? Supposedly, it's a procedurally generated shooter. In reality, God help me, I couldn't figure out how to move from this pivot point, or even if you're supposed to at all, and there's only 2 guns, neither of which have an ammo counter and have similar cooldown times, but there's one that shoots rockets, and it's so much better than this other one. I don't even know why you'd use this tennis ball gun looking ass one. The rockets that the other one fires seems like they have a way better AoE, and they also home to their targets. This gun is just way better in every way. I got past level 1, but for the life of me, I cannot beat level 2. Snakes and eldritch horrors I can handle, but when you break out the, God, I don't even know, man. I can't even think of a joke for this one. What is this supposed to be? I don't understand what I'm looking at. And then there's dinosaurs or something, and oh yeah, also the Bohrok from Bionicle are here. I do want to see what other nightmare creatures await you in this game, but I genuinely can't get past level 2, so unfortunately we're going to be living in mystery for the rest of our lives. This right here is another original homebrew game called I'm gonna go with Nuo Shooter, which I imagine was inspired by early Star Fox games. It's pretty technically impressive according to my never made a Wii game before ass. It controls pretty jankily. You're supposed to use the pointer to shoot and then the D-pad to move, but this kind of hurt my brain, so I enabled waggle controls, but this was a mistake because I underestimated how awful it would be to try to point at a particular spot on the screen, but also rotate the Wii remote around at the same time. You have to move like one of these robotic arm things and keep the pointer in exactly the same spot while you shimmy around. But in general, homebrew games like this are good fun. But whenever I play them, there's always this like primal caveman voice in the back of my head. It's the same one that gets excited by bright and beautiful graphics and grand cinematic experiences, and when homebrew games don't live up to the expectations that I subconsciously have for what a video game should be, it almost makes them feel pointless. I mean, you can argue that they're the ultimate expression of not only persistence, but also creativity and freedom in the gaming world. But something in me will always wonder if homebrew games really have value. Despite being this result of passionate hobbyists who reject the idea that you have to be a real game dev in order to create a game, does it matter? Does any of that matter? It doesn't really change anything. Even though these people made something without publishers or without dev kits and without budgets, at the end of the day, the only thing that comes from that is a worse product comparatively. Sure, they make do with only a fraction of what Nintendo's got, but again, at the end of the day, all that results in is a worse experience. There's nothing stopping you from putting Nuo Shooter up against a game like Panzer Dragoon Orta and nitpick it to death. The graphics here are better, the gameplay is better, the control scheme is better, the art style is better. You could sit here and tear Nuo Shooter apart piece by piece all day long, and you would be objectively correct about everything that you say about it. And it's not even the dev's fault. All the effort in the world isn't enough for a single guy to hold their own against multi-million-dollar companies that make games like these. So then, does Nuo Shooter have any value? The developer probably went through hell and back developing it. I mean, I'm sure all they had to work with was unofficial tools and documentation, which is bound to be a hindrance. But as admirable as that whole struggle is, the struggle itself can't give Nuo Shooter any intrinsic value. And let me define what I mean by intrinsic value here. If something has intrinsic value, it means it has value by itself because of what it is. For example, true happiness may be the most pure form of intrinsic value because, well, being happy feels good and feeling good is valuable. Happiness doesn't depend on anything else to be valuable to you. It just is. And then as the opposite of that, you could think of money. And I'm not trying to say here, oh, money can't buy you happiness, because that's some false boomer bullshit. What I'm saying is that money is valuable because it buys you happiness. When you win a $100 bill, you don't value it for being what it is, because what it is a green piece of paper. You value that green piece of paper for what it represents. The physical $100 bill is merely a vessel to lead you to what is actually valuable. This is called extrinsic value. In order for these kinds of things to be valuable, they depend on something with intrinsic value to back them up. Extrinsic value can also be taken away if what it depends on is taken away. So if money didn't let you buy the things that you want or the things that you need, it would no longer have any value at all. And with homebrew games, they have a value beyond what you can see and beyond what you experience while playing them. And I realize it's a gross generalization to say that no homebrew game is good or no homebrew game has any intrinsic value, but at least for some of the things you'll find on game consoles like the DS or Wii, some of these homebrew games' value comes from something more than just the game that they are. These games matter so much because of what they represent. They represent the persistence of people who refuse to stay inside of the walled garden that a Nintendo or a Sony will set up for us to play safely in. And probably most important of all, they represent the idea, fuck you, I want to do this, so I'm going to do it. Homebrew games are not just games. They're what drive people to keep the homebrew and hacking community alive. They inspire people to push the limits of what's possible with their old video game technology. Statements that can do that have incredible value, and for that reason, so do the games that represent them. And as long as people value being able to make whatever they want with their own hardware, nobody can take that value away. Congratulations, you made it to the end! I also want to note that I'm not dogging on Nuo Shooter for any particular reason here. It's just an example. You could swap it out with any other homebrew game. I have nothing but respect for people that dev homebrew stuff. I want to make that clear. They're way more skilled at programming than I will ever be. And the same dev that made Nuo Shooter actually made like 10 different games for the Wii, and he's still active and developing for the Wii to this day. He's a goddamn legend. And I'll even drop his Twitter in the description. And if you want to see more homebrew overviews like this, I've got videos out for the DS, the PSP, the 3DS, and the Quest 2 all on my channel right now, and there's always more coming, so get subscribed and let me know which console you want to see me cover next in the comments. And if you want to see me, the Bringle Man himself, I am going to be at LTX this year in Vancouver, Canada. And the first person that approaches me there will get a, you know, like the meaty part of your hand, like right under your thumb. I'll sign that. And if you're looking for more Wii videos, I just published one where I created my own Wii XL. It's over 12 times the volume of the original, so if you're into thick Wiis, I got you. Check out my Patreon if you want to support the creation of new videos, and with that, I'll see you in the next one. I'm a big Wii fan. I've been playing this thing since I was a little kid, and it's the first console I ever modded. Homebrew and hacking on the Wii has its own dedicated video, so today I'm focusing more on the Wii physically. It's a nice small package, and a nice sleek improvement over the GameCube for sure. But it deserves better than the body it was given. The Wii can be improved. And if you think that I'm going to give it the GameCube Mini treatment just like I've done before with a nice compact redesign, nope. Think again. We need to think bigger this time. The Nintendo Wii is a console of the gods, and it deserves a godlike stature. I am going to do what nobody else has done before in the history of the Nintendo Wii. I am embarking on a journey to make it large. So it was off to Lowe's to find something I could use as a suitable baseboard to build the Mega Wii out of. The plan is going to be to 3D print most of it, but for the two broad faces, I want to have one seamless panel, which neither of my 3D printers can handle. I was hoping to find a polycarbonate or ABS sheet of plastic around 3/16 of an inch or 5mm thick, but they didn't really have anything like that. The closest I can find is this weird 2mm thin plastic sheet, but it wouldn't be nearly strong enough for this project. I thought about using some kind of 3D printed skeleton type thing to strengthen it up, but eventually I just decided on this 1/8 of an inch thick or 3mm thick whiteboard panel instead. This will be fairly easy to cut too, since it's made of this MDF wood type material and all I have access to right now are hand tools. Okay, we're brainstorming how I'm gonna make this thing enormous. I'm not sure what scale I wanna go with, or if I wanna go with any kind of particular scale at all, really. But one thing I was thinking about is the fan that's in there. And if I'm gonna be putting a cooling fan in mine, I'm going to need a fan. It's probably gonna be a computer fan. So that gives me like 80mm, 90mm, or 92 or whatever the heck, 120, 140mm. That's gonna be my options for a fan. And I'm looking at the rest of this, and everything else I'm gonna end up custom making pretty much. So there's nothing else other than the fan that I can't really control the size of. because I can make like these cutouts whatever size I want. There's no like big format of DVD I can use in place of a regular DVD. So yeah, I'm gonna custom make everything else. The fan is the one thing I'm not custom making, so I think I'm gonna scale everything around the fan. So let's take a look at the options. Here's the set of fans I just have lying around at this particular moment. So we have an 80, I think this is a 92, and then I believe it's a 120 and a 140. And I know there are bigger fans as well, like 200 mil fans and all that, but that's huge. I don't think I'd want to scale one up that much. Unless. No, I'm just kidding, Unless, no, for real though, that's way too big. So what I'm gonna try and do then is mock up in CAD the size of a regular Wii, and then the scale that I'd have to make it go to use each of these different fans, and then kind of look at the dimensions and go from there. Okay, I think this really puts it into perspective. So here's the original. Here's an 80 millimeter fan, 92 and 120, and I stopped there because it's already huge. Just so this project doesn't get too out of hand, and I still need to fit within the limitations of my 3D printers, I'm going with the 80 millimeter. It's still like absolutely gigantic compared to the regular Wii. If I had better means, I would make an absolutely off the walls one, but I think for now we're gonna go with just the 80. But now that I've decided on the scale that I want to use, I can go ahead and just click 2 different points on here, and it will be able to measure the distance between those 2 points. The depth of this thing scaled up is 456 millimeters, and now I can just go ahead and mark that out on my whiteboard and get cutting. Now that I have my baseboard cut out, I'm gonna start CADing some stuff. And when I say stuff, I mean all the stuff that's gonna make it so this still works like an actual Wii. I haven't decided yet, but I may orient the Wii toward the front there. This is where the faceplate will be, and you might still be able to put discs in. It was just an idea. I don't know if I'm gonna go that direction, but that'd be kind of cool if I can keep that functionality, because everything else I can extend. I can get GameCube controller plugs that plug into each of the GameCube controller ports, and then they'll route out to the top. That's not hard. Getting USB ports that route this way, that's not hard at all. I'll be able to fit the AC adapter inside of the housing probably, and like an HDMI adapter, I'll be able to do that as well. They only come out to like right here. So all of that is very doable. The button's very doable. SD card doable. DVD, that's the one thing that I'm not sure about. I don't want to have to modify the console at all. I want you to be able to open this thing up, stick a Wii in here, plug everything in, and then you're good to go. Finally getting somewhere with 3D printing some of these parts. So this one's gonna line up near the front here, and it's gonna hold the entire front plate in place. You've got all these different holes here because I'm gonna glue this thing down. Some of the glue is going to spill through the holes, and it's just going to make it grab the piece a little bit better. These holes here are for brass inserts, which you can see I've already put in place. Brass inserts are really cool. If you don't know what these are, they're kind of just like threads that you can put wherever you want, which you can fit like a, I think these ones are good for an M3 screw into. And they've got this knurling on the outside where you can heat them up and then press them into plastic parts like 3D printed stuff, for example. And then they'll melt their way through the plastic and then bite into it. And then you've got a thread that's set in place. Like, see, I can thread this guy right in there. And then you don't have to worry about trying to make threads out of plastic, which are not gonna last at all. These things work really good. I've used them on quite a few projects now, and I'm a big fan. But that's how we're gonna hold the front plate in place. This is gonna be the SD card slot. I've just cut out just this part for testing right now. And then it's got these 4 holes right here. And then what I'm gonna do is screw this into this bracket, line it up properly, and then we'll glue this piece down and it'll be set in place. Here's the test piece for the faceplate. This is fucking enormous, dude. So I had to print it in 2 parts because even my bigger printer, my CR10 over there, unfortunately it's still no match for the absolute girth of this boy. It is split in 2 right down the middle. Well, not down the middle, a little bit lopsided. But you know, it is kind of unfortunate. They're just joined with hot glue for now. I don't know if this is gonna be the final piece. Obviously, I would like paint it to make it white, but this was just a test print to see how it's going to fit. And it came out okay. It's not great. Some scummy lines there. You can't even really pick it up on camera, but the whole thing, all the corners lifted, which kind of sucks. I don't know, it's not bad. If I had to like fill this a little bit and then spray paint it. I don't know, I wouldn't be too mad, but it is a little scummy of a print, so I don't know. But anyway, there's the board. So the idea there is that we've got it screwed into the bracket here, and then you can see there's just a little bit of a height difference between these two pieces, and that height difference is because the board will fill it in. So now the white piece sits on top of the board and the faceplate sits flush with it. And I've even got these little buttons 3D printed. These are going to be like the power buttons, reset buttons, and eject buttons, and they go in through the back just like this. And now you got yourself a power button. And then there's a spot to put nuts on either side of these brackets here. Nut will get held in on one side, screw goes in on the other side. Oh no. Okay. Issue. Well, okay, so we'll come back to that one. But the eject button, on the other hand, should not have this problem. And the next thing you know, you got yourself a button. It's a little bit stiff right now, but nothing a little sanding and or grease won't fix. I've got the SD card flap screwed in place now. This works pretty good. There's a tiny little lip here. It opens a tiny bit, and then from there you can kind of dig your fingernails in and really get it open. And there you go. It doesn't quite open up as much or at the same angle as the Wii. It just needs to open up enough to put an SD card in. That's all that this is going to be for. There's more than enough room for that, so I'm calling it good. But yeah, I got to make the lip a little bit bigger on this. It's kind of hard to grab right now. And as for the issue with the screw clearance on the power button, I was able to dremel away enough material to slot the screw in here from the top instead. So if you put the screw through the button first and then kind of place it, it just barely works. You can just barely finagle it in there, and then you're good. Push the screw through. Perfect. Wow, this sucks, but I think it's working. No, this works. It just sucks really bad. It doesn't suck enough for me to want to make it better though. I would say I'll only have to do this once, but I'm sure I'm gonna have to disassemble this thing a billion times. Yes, sir, that's a button with like the world's tiniest travel. Oh, there we go. It was just caught. Amazon came. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 GameCube controller extension cables. This one looks like it might have kind of a screwy pin, but these are so that we can take the top of the Wii, plug in our GameCube controller cables, and then route these to about this general area here. This would be the top of the Wii. A little more cable on here than I wanted, but it is what it is. So we can still plug in real GameCube controllers, that'll be cool. And we've got this little guy. This is just a receptacle for an AC plug. And I'm going to use this so I can internalize the AC adapter, so I don't need to hang a brick off the end. Plus, if I've got the Wii mounted toward the front to make it so you can still put DVDs in, and I want to still be able to plug power in, I'd have to then mount it toward the back. And I can't do both. And I could pull that port off of a dead Wii motherboard or something, and then make my own little extension. But I want the power brick to be internal, so we're going to do that. And that leads me to this guy. This is going to get cut and then wired to the AC receptacle that I just showed you guys. And then this is going to get mounted to the back, so you can just plug the entire thing in with a standard figure 8 cable. And this is exactly what it says, SD extender. And that'll be cool because then we can plug that right in there. And then this end will get routed toward the front under the SD card flap. And the final package. So this is an AV thing for boats or something. Gives you this pretty neat panel thing. 2 USB connections and a HDMI connection on it. And then it just terminates in exactly the same thing, but cable form. My thinking with this is that I'm gonna run the big ol' block end here right out to the back, and then all of these cables are gonna just plug right into the back of the Wii. But the Wii doesn't have HDMI, which is where this guy comes in. This is just one of those cheap, like $8 Wii HDMI adapters you can find on Amazon. It'll be more than good enough for what we're doing here. And that just goes right in the back, and then we'll be able to plug our USBs in there, HDMI right in there. It's It's gonna be a great time. But I was thinking about our fan here. We're gonna have to power this somehow, and I could tap into the Wii's AC adapter, or I could tap into this cable that we're gonna be running to power the fan. And that's not a horrible idea, because I could just wire it up to one of these USB power bricks or whatever, and then just get voltage for the fan that way. But I mean, we've got a perfectly good 5-volt source right here. So my thinking is that if this fan is willing to power itself at 5 volts, I can just tap into one of the USB ports and then get power that way. And that's better than using the AC with a power brick or the Wii's power adapter, because those would be giving constant voltage despite if the Wii's on or not. So if the whole thing was plugged in, it would make the fan spin, and I don't really want that. It's just a waste of power. But if I tap into the USB port on the Wii, it will only go when the Wii is turned on. So I need to check 2 things then. 1, does the Wii actually give 5 volts to the USB ports when it powers on? And 2, will this guy spin up at 5 volts? You can see here, connected to my variable power supply, set to 5 volts, fan is spinning just fine.
And now we'll just quickly check to see if we're getting 5 volts on boot up. Looks like 5 volts to me.
I could get a USB extension cable and cut it in half, then split off the 5-volt and ground lines into a fan header to get this fan spinning, but I think a giant Wii deserves something a little cleaner than that. I did find some USB fan header adapters, but none of these are going to pass through a female USB port, and I want to still use both ports for data. So faced with this dilemma, I figured out how to use Altium Designer and made myself a PCB that does just that. And creating my own PCB has been something that I've wanted to do for a really long time, and something this simple seemed like a pretty good excuse to try it out finally. Designing the PCB took me a super long time to figure out, since I've never done anything like this before. But getting it manufactured was a breeze thanks to PCBWay. I'll admit, I didn't get everything right on my first submission to them. My board was electrically correct, but for the life of me I couldn't figure out what kind of Gerber file I needed, or if I included the drill file correctly, or if I exported all the layers correctly, or if everything was in the proper CNC format. Man, screw all this stuff. I just wanted a PCB. PCBWay makes sure that you don't have to waste any of your time or money on dumb stuff like that, because throughout my entire order, a real PCBWay employee would let me know just what was wrong with my submission each time that I screwed something up. They actually wanted to make sure that I didn't get left with an incorrectly manufactured part. This level of customer service was crucial to making my first PCB happen, because I honestly have no idea what I'm doing with this kind of stuff. There's no way I could have gotten to a finished product like this without their help. I got mine done in this really nice white solder mask, but they have all kinds of colors to choose from as well. They primarily do PCB work, but they also provide 3D printing and even CNC machining services. And say you don't know the first thing about designing your own stuff, that's fine too. They have an entire community section on here where hobbyists can upload their own projects, and you can order the parts for them directly from PCBWay. And if you're a new user to PCBWay, you can sign up now and get $5 off your first order. Alright, got the old built Ford Tough flash drive here. This goes here. Alright, and that's the full dingle dongle right there. Let's see if it works. Okay, fan is spinning. We'll load up USB loader here to see if it recognizes the flash drive. And there it is. I think if I was using a USB hard drive rather than a flash drive, this wouldn't work because the fan would steal too many amps from the mechanical drive. And I could test it, but either way, flash drives are so cheap for 64, 128 gigs at this point that anything that I'm realistically going to want to play on the Wii will fit on a flash drive nowadays. So this will do great. I'm glad that my PCB worked, because that was the first PCB that I've ever made. Okay, so all the electronics have been figured out. All that's left to do is print the various 3D printed parts that are going to be going inside, as well as the outer perimeter. Bean is being very helpful as my chief visualization officer.
I've kind of changed my mind about the whole GameCube cable extension thing. For one, these things are absolutely disgusting and super poorly built, and the pins are just flying out of the socket. And I don't think they're going to be a good solution. So instead, we're going to do it like this. So this is the entire top panel. It's just gonna go right there. And so instead of putting the memory card ports here and all the GameCube ports lined up along the top, doing it this way is going to be a billion times simpler. And now there's just one port to access all of the GameCube related stuff. And then I've got this cover that's just gonna go right there as well, but it needs to get sanded down. It's not quite fitting right.
Okay, now the port cover is going in and out just fine. There's still a good bit of friction in there, but it needs to have at least some amount of friction to stay in, so. And the more I open and close it, the easier it'll be. All right, the back is complete. Had to print this one on the CR10 because it's a large lad.
But this is gonna go around the back for the Wii. It's also going to house the cooling fan. Slots in just like that. And then I'll be able to screw down the corners of this bracket. And then power cable is gonna go right there. And then the I/O is gonna go right there. Let me go ahead and put those in. So here's the rear with all the doodads installed. Got the exhaust fan on the back here. USB and HDMI I/O. The AC plug. Here's the other side. So the AC plug right now is just coming out into this tiny little extension cable. I'm going to be cutting this next and then soldering it to a regular household plug. And then there's the fan held in by a couple brackets there. I had to do it this way. I couldn't just screw it right into the back because the holes of the fan just barely don't line up correctly. So there would have been no way to mount it with those holes. But this way works fine. And then the I/O obviously just terminates in these cables. And you'll notice there's no plug for the sensor bar, and that's because fuck the sensor bar. I'm just gonna end up using a wireless sensor bar because there's no point in me having to chop up that proprietary plug off of a Wii motherboard just to throw it on there when half the time all you're gonna do is play GameCube games on this thing anyway. So if this burns down my apartment, I'll do a giveaway for it. Okay, well that heat shrink didn't shrink down like nearly as much as I was hoping it would, but I guess it's better than leaving exposed 120 volt AC. That'll do. Okay, this is going to be the first test with everything electrically connected. So we've got a figure 8 AC cable plugged in somewhere in the abyss, and that's plugged in to our AC receiver, which is then plugged into the Wii's AC adapter and then into the Wii. Then we've got the USB power tap going to the fan and then also going to the I/O right there, along with the bottom USB port also going to the I/O. The Wii HDMI adapter is connected, and then that is also going to the I/O. We've got a flash drive plugged in for games, and then the HDMI cable is connected here, and then over to this monitor. All right, let's give it a shot. Nice, let's go. I'm so excited, it's coming together. And sometimes things didn't line up with what I had already printed and needed rapid modification. You still got most of the disc. I've just finished this holder piece that will let you slot in the AC adapter. It's just held in by a Velcro strap, just like the console, and now you got something to mount this to. Now that I'm happy with all the perimeter pieces so far, the back corner is going to have to get chopped off. Uh-oh, stupid moment.
On the original red prototype faceplate, these brackets that hold in the power and reset buttons are baked into the faceplate. These are just part of the model. But when I exported the faceplate again to do it in white for the final one, I forgot to include the little bits that make up the bracket to hold the buttons. So I have printed them separately, and I'm gonna attempt to glue them onto the front, and hopefully they still work okay. Yeah, that seems to work all right. Yeah, I guess I can just glue it in. It's better than reprinting the entire faceplate. Party in the front, filthy in the back. Just how I like it. All right, the front faceplate is done in white. She's got bigger panel gaps than a Tesla. But this whole top part of the front bezel is so ridiculously large, at least for the Bamboo printer. And I know that this printer isn't gonna do well to print it even better. So unfortunately, the project's gotta be done eventually. So sacrifices are gonna be made. Other than that, oh man, I'm loving this thing. Power button's good to go, reset button's good to go, eject button, good to go. And let me show you guys this. So you open the SD card slot, and you've actually got a place to mount your SD card. See, look at that. Freaking awesome. The power and reset buttons do contact the actual power and reset buttons, which is cool. Reset feels better than power for sure, but they both work. And unfortunately, eject is just a dummy button. It moves, but it's not connected to anything on the other side. And the reason it's not connected is because I'd have to make some crazy linkage to go from the eject button on the Wii to the eject button over here. It could be done, but again, project's gotta be done at some point. I've spent long enough on this. At this point, there's just finishing touches left to do. I made my way over to the store to grab some paint to paint the sides of the whiteboard white, and then I got some gray as well to paint on the graphics that you see on the front and the side of the Wii. Also, found this Donkey Kong poster, and when I see that ape, I buy that ape, so I own this now. I'm going to use these 3D printed stencils here for the graphics, and painting these on is actually a horrible idea because it's coming out extremely blobby and nasty, and it just looks terrible every time I try it.
Luckily, you can just wipe it off with a paper towel before it dries, but on the 3D printed parts, I wouldn't be so lucky because it seeps into the individual lines like you can see here. So I'm not going to attempt to paint on the faceplate either. Ideally, I could just get these graphics vinyl cut, but I don't really have access to a vinyl cutter right now. And either way, if I decide I do want to do that, I can just put them on down the line, so I'm going to leave it as is for now. The brown sides of the whiteboard got painted so it blends in with the whole thing better, and now I'm going to glue on these little feet that I printed in white TPU so the bottom panel doesn't get all scratched up. Plus the original Wii also has these. On goes the black blocker piece for the DVD slot, and, well, it's finished. This is the Bringus Studios Wii XL, or Wii Mega, or Wii Max, whatever you want to call it. It's a project that I've dreamed of making ever since, like a month ago, I guess. But for that last month, I've poured my blood, sweat, and hot glue into this thing like you'd never believe. It's approximately a 2.3:1 scale model of the Wii, and 12 times larger by volume. Since there's a regular Wii inside of it, you can do everything a Wii can with this thing. That includes reading game discs, plugging in GameCube controllers and memory cards, and using USB devices. Every button of the Wii is accessible from the front panel. Power and reset are their own buttons that go right to the actual buttons on the Wii, and by flipping down the SD card door, you can have access to the SD card as well as the eject button. Admittedly, access to the sync button was a bit of an afterthought, and the best way to get to it is to just poke it from the DVD slot. To keep things simple, there's no sensor bar port, a wireless battery-powered sensor bar can be used instead. Inside, there's a Wii HDMI adapter that can scale the Wii all the way up to 1080p for use on modern displays. Sorry, no CRT compatibility here. There's an exhaust fan that's the same 2.3:1 scale as the Wii's exhaust fan. I completely did not plan the whole project around that or anything, it just happened to work out. What a crazy coincidence. The fan is powered by this USB power tap that I designed so that it comes on whenever the Wii is powered on, and it turns off whenever the Wii is powered off. The power supply has been moved to the inside of the Wii because, well, there's so much empty space in here, there's no reason not to. The power supply connects with a female 120-volt household plug to a female figure 8 port that's on the outside of the Wii. And my favorite part about this project for sure is how modular this whole thing is. Almost every single part of this thing can be removed and replaced. I try to design everything I make in this way because for me, modeling and 3D printing is a very iterative process, and I know that I'm going to have to make changes to something down the line. It's a lot better to have to undo 6 or 8 screws than to have to unhot glue something. I also tried my best to show the fewest screws on the outside of this thing. That's why you're only going to see 4 on the entire console, which are all in the rear to hold the lid in place. I used a similar design philosophy when I built my GameCube Mini V2, which uses visible screws very minimally as well, but not quite to the extent that the Wii XL here does it. There are some areas of this thing that I'm not so proud of, such as this panel gap in the front caused by the faceplate lifting up during printing, but again, since this thing is so modular, there's nothing stopping me from having one made later on by PCBWay or like another 3D printer service who can handle printing such a large piece without any issues. Eventually, I'd also like to get the graphics for the Wii logo and power and eject and all that vinyl cut to make it look more like the original. Also, some of the whites don't entirely match up between the whiteboard and the shell, which unfortunately there's really nothing I can do about without spray painting this entire thing. I'm just not set up for it right now. Plus, I hate the feel and the smell of spray painted things, and it would just gunk up how well the buttons work right now, and so nope, I'm okay with the mismatch. Guess what? I launched a second channel, and there's already a video posted to it where I create a 3D printed catapult for my cat to play with. It's the same unhinged Bringus Studios content that you love, but not gaming related. Check out my 2 GameCube mini builds on this channel if you want to see more stuff like this, and get subscribed to both John Bringus and Bringus Studios. And if you want to see more Wii content coming very soon, that's going to be on Bringus Studios. Join the Discord if you want to discuss computers, gaming, or modding with other like-minded folks. My Patreon is in the description as well if you want to directly support the creation of future videos. Also, the files for this project are going to be in the description if you're crazy enough and want to actually try building this thing for yourself. I will see you in the next one.
For this wasabi battery. Okay, so we're just gonna why don't we take a selfie? I'll take a selfie. Jesus Christ. I guess the flash is on. Ah! Oh wait, there's a video mode, I forgot. What does the video mode look like? We're now recording on our $25 digital camera from the pawn shop in beautiful, crystal clear VGA 480p. I'm not gonna lie, this actually makes me a little nostalgic. I totally understand why everyone's like, you know, taking these things to like concerts and to capture memories. Because it's like, it's a very specific kind of aesthetic. It's not for everyone, but honestly, I might Instagram a little bit with this. I'm not even gonna lie, I gotta get it. And importantly, even though I didn't come with a battery or a charger, it works! So while we wait our perennial 20 minutes for our game to install, next let's take a look at my Mac Mini. We actually did a pawn shop video 2 years ago, and the same pawn shop we went to had, I'm pretty sure, this exact Mac Mini. It has been sitting there for a long time. And we were able to liberate it for the low, low price of $60. And they thanked us for finally taking it off their hands. I want to fire this up and make sure, but I believe this is either first or second generation Mac Mini. It's certainly the older one where it's aluminum, but it's got like the polycarbonate on the top, and it's got a wide selection of ports. So we got ourselves the power connector, Ethernet, Firewire, DVI, 4 USB 2, I assume, and then audio in and out. Since it's got DVI, I'm gonna use an HDMI to DVI adapter, but these things are like nothing. I heard it fire up. It's, oh! It works! Wait, what's Excalibur? Wait, there's an actual disc in here? So we're on 10.5.8, which is regular Leopard, not Snow Leopard. We've got a 2 GHz Core 2 Duo and 1 GB of RAM. And we do have a 120 GB hard drive. Well, I mean, it does seem to work. What's Excalibur? Should we just find out what Excalibur is? Wait, am I gonna regret this? Is this a bad idea? It remembers where this DVD was. So, there we go. Okay, wait, so actually we got ourselves a DVD. Look at that. I don't know how to judge this Mac Mini. It clearly works. I would certainly nuke it and reinstall it and maybe upgrade with like an SSD or something. But if you want an older version of Mac OS that's running on a system like this, you can't upgrade this that far. Because I think if this is that Core 2 Duo, you're probably only gonna be able to upgrade it Snow Leopard, I don't know exactly how far, but this is probably not gonna be like massively upgradable. That being said though, 60 bucks, that's, I think, an okay deal. That's an okay deal. Let's just play a game. I'm just ready to play an actual game. Do you see that? The game finally is starting after almost an hour. There's a problem with the connection to our online services. Trying to tell me that the 2K16 servers don't work anymore? Imagine that. There are a ton of weird gadgets and gizmos on TikTok, but today we're putting them to the test. Now on this is, we've taken a look at some weird stuff from TikTok, but today we're looking for the good, the bad, the ugly. Spending too much time on your phone is not good. Touching grass is good. And sometimes, because you're so compulsively checking every notification from the Austin Evans YouTube channel, subscribe, that you just gotta take a second and look at your phone in a locked box. So we've got ourselves, oh, it's just a clear box. Okay, I don't know what I expected. It does have a USB-C as well as a, oh, is it like a key? Oh, no, it's a, wait, what? It's got USB-C and lightning on the side? All right, let's try it. I'm gonna close it up, double click, and we're gonna go for, I guess we'll just go for 1 minute, it doesn't really matter. All right, so it's gonna do the 10-second countdown. So once you double click it, you have 10 seconds to change your mind. Make sure your phone is adjusted however you want. But now, 3, 2, okay. My phone is in there. So I am forced to listen to Matt this entire time. But the nice thing is with these holes, I can actually kind of like scroll a little bit. Like, it's actually not terrible. And I can also do this part too. Now, mind you, you can definitely get your phone in a bad spot, but I actually do kind of understand this. There's also a hole on the bottom where you can plug your phone in. For 24 bucks, I'll give them a pass on this. You know what, TikTok? Not bad. Are these the world famous Bony Buds? Bony space buds, not boner buds, like I keep accidentally calling them. I've seen these before on TikTok. I'm not sure if these specific ones are some similar ones, but they're bone conduction headphones. Now, if you're not familiar, bone conduction is a real, well, they will if I try. There we go. Bone conduction headphones work by, instead of actually playing like little speakers for your ear holes, instead it vibrates the bones that go into your ears. Because I don't know if you knew this or not, there are bones in your ears and they go, and then that turns into music. I've tried bone conduction in the past, but TikTok seems to love these things. So let's take a look. The problem with bone conduction, as you might expect from something that has to be transmitted through the inner ear bones, is that it don't typically sound very good. And it being this cheap is almost probably worse. So we're talking about 20 bucks for these, which, I mean, like, sure, I guess it's about what you would pay for a somewhat decent pair of in-ear buds, but these are, well, they're not in-ear, they're ear. Small case, I'll give them that. And we open it up. Boy, that is a shape if I've ever seen one. Dude, it looks so weird. The case having, it looks like you've got like 4 sets of earbuds. Now, the problem is it's not an intuitive shape. Oh, I thought I broke them. Oh no, I did break them. Look, they split. Like, look, do you see what they're splitting right now? I thought that was like the button. I barely even touched them. Look, they're literally broken already. Did I just break my boner buds? There's no way that people do this. This is not a thing.
Your ears are so red.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to get that roughly, but there's no way that that's it, because it's just pointing it in my ear. There's no way that I'm doing something wrong, right? There's no way they're this bad. Dude, this is dumb. No, I'm over it. Boner buds. You need to pop a pill, my friends.
They went limp.
They were limp to begin with, and they never got any better. Can you enlighten me? What is the interactive car gadget, the Gasoit?
You know when the guy behind you is kind of being a little jerky face?
Yeah.
And you want to tell him that?
Yeah.
But
I roll my window down and flip him off.
Well, have I got the product for you? Because now you don't have to strain yourself.
So interactive car gadget, gesture 1, flipping him the bird. Gesture 2, saying hello to others. Gesture 3, showing your love to others, thank you. How is anyone gonna know? Like, this is so much work. My hands are attached to my arms. They are great and functional.
California driving code says you keep your hands at 10 and 2 at all times.
We have ourselves.
Why is it so thick?
It is actually quite thick, so I guess this just attaches to your window. And then you've got the remote control here, which will either give you the middle finger, the wave, or the hook 'em horns. Time to go flip some people off. Theoretically, this is going to be very straightforward. I had to put in some AA batteries here, but if I press the button, oh, it's not working. Okay, I think, hey, there we go, all right. The battery terminals are really bad on this, but technically it is now functioning. So if I press the button, we can do, there we go. So I can hit the wave button, the hook 'em horns. So I guess what I'll do is I'll mount it something like this. Well, here's a problem I'm realizing. This glass here is curved. So not only is a problem in this 4Runner because this window can roll down. So if I ever rolled it down, that would be a problem, which I like rolling the window down. But also the glass is so curved, I don't know how well it's gonna stay. It'll probably stay okay, but hey, look, you can see it. So the remote also comes with a little bit of adhesive and Velcro. So if you really care about this thing, you can have it mounted like to your dashboard or something and just immediately just smash the button. All right. I mean, it does do exactly what they say it does. The remote works fine, it's all battery powered, it's pretty easy to install. I still somewhat struggle with the idea of like, what's the point? I mean, are you so polite that like someone cuts you off and you're like, "Arr! Beep, arr!" Like, that just seems a little bit strange, but you know what? TikTok, it works exactly the way you advertise. Next up, we have the Smartwatch TWS headset. Now, we've looked at one of these before on Mystery Tech. It is a smartwatch that has a pair of earbuds inside. Now, the ones I've looked at in the past were cheap and really terrible, but according to TikTok, this is actually good. Okay, well, we got some stuff. So we got ourselves a band. We have our little earbuds and the watch itself. Yeah, that actually looks like a fairly nice watch. And it does have a sensor of some kind. I'm assuming it's a heart rate sensor or something. Oh, yo, that's cool. Yo, wait. That's actually cool. And it's like seriously magnetized. You know what? I'm actually kind of about this. So I'm gonna line up my earbuds on the inside with the Poco pins facing upward. Boom. Wow. Okay, you know what? We've got ourselves a watch and it's all set to go. So I like how the Apple Watch says I'm at 66 and this watch thinks I'm at 82. I wonder which one I'm gonna trust. Yeah, you know what? My right side is like boom, 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 boom. Let's see here. How about blood pressure? Tell me my blood pressure. Oh, I'm 105/75. Okay, I definitely trust that. That's definitely a real blood pressure number that I would have right now.
Can I borrow that to show my doctor?
Apple Watch says it needs, oh, I'm at 99%. Oh, I'm 96%. Oh, I'm 99%. It is wildly varying on the other one. Apple Watch says I'm at 99. This one says anywhere between 96 and 99, but I suspect that that's just making up numbers like the other numbers that it's giving me. This is my favorite part of it. Like, it's a really strong like mechanism and the screen still works and everything. That's actually really nice. So I'll pull my buds out, okay, and they're blinking, so I assume that they're gonna be good. I don't know which one's right or left, so I'm just gonna give it a try. Oh, they're so small. So now I am paired with everything. So let me do this. Let me play some music and let's see if I can control it from the watch. These are not bad, actually. Woo! Damn, son. Okay, so first of all, they're loud. I was like, oh man, I thought I had them at max volume. I had them at half volume. As with most of these earbuds, a lot of bass. And considering how tiny they are, honestly not bad. Now, the fit is, I think, kind of interesting because they kind of have to tuck like all the way in your ears, right? So for me to put it in, like that's what it looks like when it's all the way in. So it's like pretty much flush. But considering that when I'm done, these go straight back into my watch, like how cool is that? Boom. I like the earbuds way more than the watch. The watch seems really basic. Like it's crazy to me, and maybe I'm missing some setting in here somewhere. It's crazy to me that I cannot control my music from this. For 70 bucks, if you just care about a mediocre smartwatch, and honestly, like fairly decent earbuds that are all in one package, TikTok, man, you're not kidding. This thing is actually like, it's way better than any of these other like earbud combinations I've ever tried before. TikTok, what you got next? The Power Factor Saver. Easy and simple, okay? Just plug it in, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I don't really fully understand what I've got here, but I'm gonna suspect it's a scam.
It's supposed to be a power conditioner.
You just plug this into your wall.
Dude, all right, I'm cutting this thing open.
Well, come here, come take a look at it, okay? There's some technical parameters that you need to learn. The useful load is 28,000 watts. 28 kilowatts.
Cool.
This is the useful load.
Most breakers do about 2,000.
Yep. If I understand this right, you plug this into your wall, and then it magically makes all your electricity not spiky. Oh my God, that's not anything. That is not a thing. That's not a thing.
We have a very ominous black box that is hard glued.
Let's see what happens when we plug this in. So I'm gonna plug it into power here. The LED turns on, and suddenly our power has been saved.
You know what this is in the black box? It's a buck converter.
Okay.
To go from 110 to 12 volt to power for the LED.
So basically, you plug this in, and it is an LED, and that is it. Wow, Matt's doing something dangerous. Everyone get ready. So you're gonna plug it in without everything on it.
Shut! Yeah, so all of this is just to power this one LED behind this.
Well, I'm not sure who told me to buy this thing, but in case you ever see this on TikTok or Amazon or something, it's clearly, very clearly, a scam. What is this? The UPI switch dock? Oh, is this one of those automatic poker dealers? The way this works is that you load up a deck of playing cards. I think you actually tell like how many people you have, and it'll go beep, 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 beep. Let's give it a try. Unfortunately, I don't think one word of this is in English, so I'm gonna have to try to figure it out myself. Sure, let's just play it and see what happens. So I'm gonna put this in the middle and see if it actually wants to deal. Ready? Everybody ready? Whoa, it does the thing! It does the thing! That is actually so cool! Who wants to play? Who wants to play? Okay, so we're gonna set it for 3 players and 5 cards each. Oh, it's like the 3 of us are close.
I think those extra buttons were...
Dude, there's no way you can tell me that you can deal that fast. No shot.
Yo.
No shot, no
Call
shot.
me Gambit, because these are good cards. I need to be dealt to.
Wait, how do we do this part?
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
no, hold on, wait.
Dude, I got.
Please, help me spit 2 cards out. Maybe just take 2 cards. Oh, you can legit. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, got it.
Notice how he always like, this is no way to do anything, and then we come in and show him how to do it immediately.
Okay. Well, since we didn't bet anything, I guess we just gotta show our hands.
Yeah.
All right.
But I don't want to.
Queen high.
Queen high? I got deuces.
I was going for a straight, but I didn't get it.
So that means I win! Yeah, let's go, boy!
I can't with you, Austin Evans.
How much was this?
It was $130.
Okay, it's a little expensive, considering.
And it doesn't even shuffle!
It's not gonna shuffle. Okay, it's a little expensive. But you're talking about a neat gadget, like this is what TikTok is for. Besides feeling bad about yourself, you get to find out that something neat like this existed. I had no idea. So next up, we've got the Fingerbot, which is a smart controller for any button and switch. This theoretically might be one of the most useful items I've seen. A lot of the stuff that we looked at today is like weird or entertaining. This is like actually like a cool idea. Like I can think of a couple of things in my house that I would hook up a Bluetooth finger to. So this is the finger pusher. So now that it's on, I can manually press the button and it pushes, or I can use the app. So I can actually change the down movement, the up movement, and sustain time. So let's do the up movement is 50% and the down movement to be 70%. So let's try that. Oh, interesting. So yeah, so I guess using the app, you can adjust it. So say I mount it and I want it to come up and then down just a little bit. So maybe you actually could tune this just right as it wiggles to like push the switch up to the point where it turns on and then you let go and it will pull the switch back if you kind of get that point of tension just right. All right, who's got something that I can use my Bluetooth finger on?
We can add it to the DMX board, so you can turn the studio
Let's do
on
it.
and off.
Okay, so this is our lighting console. So with this, I can change all kinds of stuff like the lighting in the studio to all kinds of different things. What I could also do is just set it over the power button. And I'll set it over this button. And if I press it, theoretically, it will be able to be powerful enough to shut off all the lights. Are you ready to give it a try?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what? It's not strong enough. I'm just gonna hold it down. Ready, set.
Yeah!
Yeah, it works! I'm scared. Look at that! Amazing!
Now our dumb studio's smart.
Next up we have the Link. Not to be confused with the Link in Las Vegas, which is spelled the exact same way. No, this is the Link Bracelet Stretch, which is the better way to network. Is this a, wait, okay, let me take a guess. Is this an NFC business card?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's stupid. Why? Also, wait, that's it?
Well, you're a tiny little...
What, I don't have that small of wrists.
You're a tiny little twig person, so... Okay.
It feels like I'm about to get a shot. You know, like when they put the little tourniquet on?
You look like you're ready for hugs right now.
Please hold while I set up my business card. Looking good, fire emoji.
Is the app flirting with you? Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's problematic in a lot of ways. Matt, you want to read it? I'll be the girl with the Linky Popple thing. You just be a random creeper who I'm gonna walk by. Okay, ready? And action.
Oh my God, is that?
Hi, what's up?
Oh yeah, just.
Oh yeah, you can share, of course. Bye. See you later. Did it work?
No. Oh my God, is that Everyday Inventions?
What? Oh, hey, what's up? Oh, yeah, that's,
oh, wait,
that's a little aggressive. Oh, okay, all right, yeah, okay. Yep, no problem.
For the record, nothing's
Nice, great to meet you. All right, have a good one. See ya.
Yeah. Oh my God, a random white dude. Here, just give me the...
See ya.
Got his Insta.
How much was the Link? Can we confirm the prices?
So that is the old version that they have. That's like a V1 or whatever, so we don't have pricing on that. But so for the V3, so we're V3 now,
like I said,
it's $20.
This is dumb, and you shouldn't buy it. Also, you shouldn't aggressively try to scan people in any way.
Every trade show I've ever been to has aggressively tried to scan me.
Okay, that's fair, actually. Most of the time, you shouldn't try to aggressively scan people. Now, this box is interesting because it says keyboard, but I don't have, big chungus hands or anything, but that seems a little small. First flaw, micro USB. We almost made it to a whole video. So here's the problem. I can see the ribbon cable. Do you see the ribbon cable right there, the orange ribbon cable? It's very obviously right there. And you can see the backside of it here. I should be able to, like, with my fingernail, basically break the keyboard with the ribbon cable. So that's like my first problem. It's a basically mini keyboard. So the concept here is that you carry this with you, and when you sit down and you need to do some email, you pull the little phone holder out, unfold this, and then you pair it as a Bluetooth device, drop your phone on it, and you can type away. So for context, this is the size of a normal keyboard, okay? Oh, it's so small. Dude, my whole hand covers it. Okay, I'm gonna give it a try. This is not gonna be good though. Ready, set, 43 words per minute, 89% accuracy. I'm gonna write an angry tweet. They're missing keys. The quote and the, oh my God, you have to hold function to get the apostrophe. Oh, good, no, this is not it. Okay, how much was this?
$53.
This is actually close to being a good product. Bow? How about not now? How about ka-chow? Okay, I gotta level with you. We have been sponsored by Ugreen in the past, terrific company. What exactly is unique about a car Bluetooth audio receiver? So as far as I can see, you just plug this into the aux on your car, and then it will give you Bluetooth, which is especially nice if you have a car that doesn't have Bluetooth or CarPlay or Android Auto. Hey, oh, USB-C, Ugreen, you know what's up. All right, so this seems like it's quite simple. So you have a button which will either start or stop your call, I assume, or play or pause your music. You got a plus and minus. You have a mic on here, which I guess is important because if you're trying to take a Bluetooth call, your car stereo will work for the actual audio out, but there needs to be some kind of microphone. So that's actually a pretty clever inclusion. You've got yourself the 3.5 mil, and then you've got USB-C. So first step with Ugreen is I'm going to get it powered up. So in my car, I actually have my aux and my USB down here. So you know one thing I'm realizing though, is that because my aux is in the center console, the mic wouldn't work. Because if I had this closed, obviously it's a cleaner setup, but you wouldn't be able to hear me for calls. Let's just play a video real quick and see if it works.
That was well done.
Good. I just attended
Okay.
the Microsoft.
I mean, it works. So you know what? Audio quality actually not bad. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. It's not the most clear.
So here, I'm gonna tap the mic. Tell me, do you hear this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear that. It's very loud when you do that.
Okay, so you're hearing it. So this is what it sounds like, so I'm just gonna pretend like, I'm talking and driving. Does this sound passable as like a Bluetooth setup in your car?
No, it sounds pretty terrible. Like, I would prefer it if you just put yourself on speakerphone on your own phone.
How about now? How does it sound on speaker?
It sounds much more clear.
Okay, so if you've got an older car and you don't have Bluetooth, I will say this is a much cheaper and easier way of adding Bluetooth to your existing car versus getting like an entirely new head unit. I just wish it maybe sounded a little bit better, but other than that, kind of hard to complain. TikTok, man, you got some good stuff. Today I am ordering items from Goodwill. To put Goodwill to the test, I'm ordering a bunch of items from their store to see exactly how good or bad the deals really are. So this is called The Grid, powered by Goodwill. Now I've heard a rumor that a lot of Goodwill stores actually ship their tech to this store, and looking at the photo, I mean, it looks like a video game store. Assorted lot of PCI computer cards for 10 bucks. So there's probably like some capture cards. I see what looks like a PS2. Is that a graphics card? Here are an assortment of video games that are scratched/untested for 66 bucks. But you can see, I mean, that's a lot. They've got PS2 games, PS3, PS4, Xbox One, Xbox 360, Wii. I mean, that's a lot of games. Oh, a gaming PC. Hello. $200, okay. But you've got a Core i7 3930K. That was a high-end chip back in the day. 32 gigs of RAM, a GTX 680. Now they did take out the SSD. Back when this was new, probably what, 2012, 2013, this is probably like a $2,000 system, and they're selling it by now for $200. Oh, it's got the, oh, dude, it's got the Noctua cooler? Dude, this system would have been dope. Although, why they installed the GPU on the bottom slot is strange. What? Vintage Apple II Plus and 2 floppy drives? Are you kidding me? Oh God. I'm also gonna need some heavy-duty eucalyptus oil to clean it up. Hello? Xbox One beta build dev unit, $800. What is this doing at Goodwill? Who donates a dev Xbox? Are you kidding me? All right, so I'm gonna spend the next probably several hours bidding on as many of these items as I can get my hands on, because this is, oh, it's so cool. So I may have ordered a little bit more than I expected, but these are all of our Goodwill grid boxes. I have no idea what's what, so let's dive in, shall we? Let's start out with Fragile box number 1. Not only do they nicely tape up the box, but that is like so much bubble wrap to the point where I don't even know what this is. Oh, wait, no, there's more. Oh, no, there's more stuff too. What the? Okay, so item number 1 is my Sony Tablet P.
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
got it.
Really?
Yes, the Sony Tablet P. Did you ever have a Sony Tablet P, Ken? Did you want
No, I've always wanted.
I went to CES when they announced this thing, and I did a hands-on video. I'm holding my Zoom H1, I got my 3 sizes too large dress shirt on, and I drop it. I dropped it straight in the middle of the Sony booth. Of course, it does have a pair of screens, but you guys can see. So this was an AT&T exclusive, so it does have 3G. And you can tell how old it is because it doesn't have the Play Store. It has the Android Market, which I highly doubt works. It gives me a sign-in failure. So I guess it's so old that this is no longer supported. What version of Android is this actually running? I'm curious. So we are on Android 3.2.1. Here's the problem with this. It's so old that nothing works on it anymore, which is a shame because we actually did pay $100, a little over $100 for this. So the concept was that this was a dual screen Android device. They called it a tablet. It had a bunch of PlayStation features. So if you close it, you actually have a tiny little PlayStation-like Play logo. This is around the time that they're doing also the Xperia Play. So the concept was you buy a Sony phone, you also get like the ability to play some PlayStation games like PS1 and whatnot. This is ahead of its time. I wish I could do something on it because nothing is working. You know what though? Is that tablet in your pocket?
Oh boy.
It's my Z Flip 6.
That'd be a fold.
What? I can hear you over how cool my tablet is. We have our digital Mavica. This box is so much bigger than I thought. Who drops this off at Goodwill? What are y'all doing? This is so cool.
Wait, are those is that the floppy disk one?
Yeah, this floppy disk. Yeah. 1.3 megapixels.
Oh my god, this is.
I know. This is great. So this camera came out in 2000.
This camera's old enough to work at Overclock Media.
I hate that there's people working here who are not as old as this camera. There's a baby editing this video right now. Oh my god, the person editing this video might be less old than this camera. That's disturbing. I don't like that.
You mean younger?
The Mavic. Oh, dude, it's so much bigger than I thought. I mean, I guess it's got a floppy disk drive, but like, yo.
I'm gonna be taking this to concerts. I can't wait.
Yeah, actually, like for real, right? Say cheese!
So we're currently at the drag strip just hanging out. It felt like it was the perfect opportunity to try the Mavica in the real world. You've got some really good photos with this.
It's actually perfect because there's a lot of action happening. So it's been a learning curve trying to figure out when to take a photo because the buffer is real. It runs on floppy disks to save all the photos. So I have this box of just floppy disks. It'll hold about 6 to 8 photos per disc, which is hilarious.
While the Tablet P may not have been a commercial, financial, or spiritual success, you know what it was? The iPad. So this is the very first generation of Steve Jobs' favorite iSlate, the iPad. I thought it was gonna be the iSlate. Okay, I still think iSlate was a better name. So,
the what?
The iSlate. Everyone thought that before the iPad came out, it was gonna be called the iSlate. Oh my god, it's so good! Remember skeuomorphism? Oh, it's got the noise. Wait, hold on. We got.
I do miss that.
So this is running iOS 5.1. That's why. You know what else is interesting? Back in the day, Twitter was one of the settings. Oh my god, look at the old multitasking. I forgot about this. You double tap the home button and your multitasking pops up on the bottom. Look at that. It's so good, dude. Like, honestly, this holds up. Now, I will say it is heavy.
Trying to hold this with one hand.
It's a two-hand boy.
It is.
Woo. Like a lot of the tech that we're looking at today, a lot of the stuff is old and no longer supported. In my head, the iPad is what it's always been in my head, which is this neat, cool device that we all thought was super cool for $500 when Steve Jobs walked out on stage. But in reality, it's like, you know what it is? The iPad's like somebody I used to know. Right, we got a bunch of stuff in here. Ooh! I do know what this one is. This is my lot of GPUs. So because I got that Dell, I wanted to make sure that I could actually do something with it. So I bought a lot, it's just a complete random assortment of old graphics cards. Are any of them functional? I have no idea. They're all untested, but I assume that they probably, at least some of them are. Oh, score! We got a 6800 GTS. Okay, so if literally nothing else works, this is the GPU that I actually want. This whole box is GPUs. That's GPUs. These are GPUs. These are GPUs. I gotta like fast track this. Look how many of these I have. What the happened here? What is a VHDC? I've never seen that in my life. Hey, this one's decent though. So this is not an ATI card. This is an AMD Radeon card.
Oh, an NVIDIA NVS 315.
Oh, I got one too. So I started building my first PCs in like 2011 or so. So before that, I'm not super familiar with a lot of these cards. Oh, hey, 5750. Yeah. Now that's actually, this is a legit card.
Oh, what the?
Oh, that's old. Look at the Molex. Oh my God. Dude, this thing would have been so badass. NX68T25060H. Look at the power. We've got a 6-pin into dual Molex. That shows you how old this is. This is so, if this works, that is so cool. 42 graphics cards for $55? Bro, I saw a photo with 5 and I was like, sweet, I'll get one and upgrade a PC. This is ridiculous. Okay, I think, this thing is heavy. I think I know what this is. I believe that this is our 2013 era gaming PC. This is really big. I gotta flip the whole box over. Yeah. It's so big that it couldn't even fit in a box. So it's just a PC. Oh my God, that's so heavy. There's a Noctua badge on the back. Someone had some taste. This has an i7 3930K, 32 gigs of RAM, GTX 680. Now they did remove the hard drive, which I think is their like standard policy because they don't want like to pass people's data along. So I'm going to have to install a fresh copy of. I mean, I should be able to run Windows 10 on it. Although I guess period correct would probably be Windows 7. All right, so let's take a look here. So we've got a ton of ports, which is USB absolutely everywhere, including 2E SATA. We've got a TX 750 power supply, actually still totally decent. Our GPU, let's actually crack it open and see. So it's definitely a little bit cosmetically scuffed. Look at that, look at the Noctua, just the chungus right there. So this is our GTX 680. Man, that was primo when it came out. And we got 32 gigs of RAM. Oh yeah, because it's got quad channel because it's a 3930K. I bet you that this as is will be a pretty decent gaming PC, but if I put in even like a vaguely competent, slightly newer graphics card, this thing would actually still kick ass even today. I will admit, a lot of money, but this thing I think still has some life in it. So with this system, we've done basically nothing to it. We have not cleaned it up or anything. We just put an SSD and a fresh copy of Windows 7 on it, and I think there's a couple of games that we can try, but I'm a little bit more excited for this one if I'm honest, because this was kind of the era where like I was building PCs, and I definitely did not build a PC this cool back in like 2011, 2012. Like this was like, oh, we're already into it? Wow, are we already into Windows? Hey, look at that, a thing that actually works? That's crazy. Let's see what we've got here. So, okay, so processor. So yeah, it does show all 6 cores and 12 with hyper-threading of our 3930K. Display adapters, and it does show 680 as well. What I want to do is I actually want to try to play some games. Now I assume this is just gonna cross. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at the Crysis action. Look how smooth that is too. Crysis was an incredibly difficult game to run at like max settings. But at this point, a few years on with the 680, I mean, this system is so high-end that it's not really a problem. Like, I mean, this is super smooth. This looks great. I think I've got all I need to know with the system. Subscribe to the channel. I have, I think, a really cool idea with what I could do with this, but we have a whole lot more stuff to go through. So this, my friends, should be our HP Pavilion. Yes, so it is a, this is a DV6000. And if you're wondering why it's so chungusy, may I direct your attention to the back with the Mega Giant 9000 watt battery. Holy, this laptop cost a mere $17. Yeah, you heard me right, not $170, $17. So this is a Core 2 processor with 2 gigs of RAM and no hard drive or anything, and minor cosmetic damage. Can I just point out how chungusy this battery really is? Look at the sheer size. Okay, I'm feeling okay. You know what? It's a big battery. You know, enough talking about the battery. Let's take a look here. This originally ran Windows Vista Home Premium, baby. You heard me right. This laptop, we're loading up a copy of Vista. So when it comes to my $19 laptop, I have some concerns. It is massively heavy. What can we do with Vista today? Now, I'm gonna sound like a broken record here. Running Vista, not a good idea anymore. Nothing really supports it. But at least Vista, I think I could get like a web browser working. I'm pretty sure I can do that. I'm gonna watch a video on Windows Vista, and I'm gonna go back and relive my glory days. Yeah, here's the problem, I can't see it. So if I turn it for you, I can't see it. So you know what I'll do?
Yeah, I imagine the viewing angle on there is really, really, okay, the shoes are off.
It actually works. Not well, and I don't know if I'd recommend it, but it works. What are we, 360p? That's a video that counts, right? Also, it told me that I can't run Firefox. Okay, yeah, I know Firefox. I'm out of date by like 15 years. I get it. I may have gone a little PC crazy, I'll admit. We have ourselves a Dell Optiplex 7600. Now you might see this and go, huh? Who cares? But for $28, I got big plans. I bought this because on the listing, it had it labeled as a Core 2 Quad, which was a legit CPU that I would be very excited to try. But the sticker says Core 2 Duo, which is a lot less exciting, and I would not have bought it if it's a Core 2 Duo. We do have ourselves both a floppy disk as well as a DVD drive. Okay, now we're talking. So, this is my little riser. So, what the? Oh, weird. So, what they've got here is basically I've got a old school PCI slot and a newer PCI Express slot. And basically these are just doubled up. So these two slots go down to here. So basically I have the option of installing an older graphics card or a newer GPU. Oh man, okay, that kind of actually sucks. So this is a 255 watt power supply, 80 plus silver. Unfortunately, I'm going to be limited in what kind of GPU I can install just because I have to be able to have something that doesn't require external power, which means it's going to be 75 watts or less. So the problem is any remotely decent GPU that's going to be from the last 15 years is going to need at least some external power. This actually might not be a bad move just because I want to get HDMI out of this computer. I don't know what this is though. How about we install our mystery GPU? What's the worst that could happen? There we go. And that is, that's it. It's installed. So we got the system up and running, and as I'm sure you can hear, it's seen better days. It does show it is in fact a Core 2 Quad. Yeah.
Is there a mechanical hard drive in there?
There's no hard drive in here. Yeah, so it sounds like a dying hard drive, but there is no hard drive. And it's also coming directly from the power supply, which is real bad.
They're micro fireworks.
Those, yeah, so this, I think this power supply is literally dying as we speak. I don't think that we should plug this one in anymore. Last but not least, let's see what's in the final box. So this is a lot of over 40 games that I paid $112 for. So the photos showed a mix of all kinds of stuff. And wow.
NBA Live 06, FIFA Soccer 06, NBA 2K6 with a different logo, NBA Live 2005, MVP, NASCAR Thunder 2002.
Actually, I'll play that.
I own this game. Let's go.
So I think we've got enough games to keep us excited for quite a while. Perfect. This takes 6 of day 3. We're losing our hugs. It's day 6. Day 6. We've been working on Goodwill for so long. Because I have purchased so many games, why don't we try? We've already got the PS3 out here. It's got full back compat. Let's start by playing some NASCAR Thunder. We'll play some Duke Nukem Land of the Babes from Blockbuster. We're gonna have a good time. Yeah, let's go, boys. Let's go. Oh, I'm on fire. Oh, I'm on fire. I'm on fire, Ricky Bobby. Help me, Oprah. Help me, Tom Hughes. Help me, Jesus. Ah! Oh, God, Matt, what are you doing? Wait, Matt.
Do you care to tell me why the hell you bought 97 copies of Skylanders Giants? You didn't. What?
Look, Matt, I got a little excited
No.
I saw.
Look at here. Just.
Look, I had.
Do you care to explain yourself here?
I just thought that was a good deal.
I'm gonna take your credit card away.
NCAA 7 football. It's great. Look.
Do we need to have every version of NCAA?
Look,
do we need to have every Sims expansion pack? Oh, I see what I want.
See? You're trying to roast me. There's some good stuff. I just had to buy hundreds of games and dozens of graphics cards in these huge lots, and eventually I found some gems. Look, Zombieland, still sealed. Law & Order the first season on DVD.
Today we're looking for gaming tech on Etsy. Last time around I did not have a lot of luck, so let's see if I can find some better gaming tech this time. I'm just gonna type in tech. Ooh, oh wait, yo. Oh, I found cool things. So basically, people are just grabbing like junk old boards and putting a little mini CD and adding a clock to it. Like, that's really neat. This is the kind of stuff that I hoped I would find on Etsy, like unique, cool, techie items, but I need to find something that's a little bit more practical. What happens when I look up gaming? Wait, what? Oh no, hold on, this seems sus. 200 plus Steam games in one for $14. You're purchasing a collection of Steam shared accounts for 200 plus games. Are you, well, hold on. Are they just sharing their Steam account? Or are there a bunch of different Steam accounts that they will sell you? I mean, I guess I gotta find out. For 14 bucks? That's just weird, man. That's just weird. Oh, I'm about to, oh no. I'm going down the rabbit hole now. The custom-built Odroid XU4 with an LCD display, an Exynos 5422 processor, 2 gigabytes of RAM. But I guess what's unique about it is that not only can you play using the system, but you also, it has a screen on it, so you can actually just play directly on the screen. Which version do I want? I want with the Xbox 360 controller, obviously. Adulting game cartridge for Game Boy homebrew game. Is it all about adulting?
You're not a Game Boy anymore. You're a game man now, and you gotta do stuff like pay your taxes.
No! This is actually really cool. 26 bucks, man. I want it with the box game manual or box upgrade. What's the box upgrade? Yeah, I want a box upgrade. Nah, that's a no-brainer. That's so cool. With that, my friends, I think I've got everything I need to take a closer look at some of the wild, wacky, and weird tech that Etsy has in store. Okay, so we're gonna take a closer look at the fineries of Etsy. This is probably a good point to mention. Actually, you can see right here on the box. This was shipped October 13th of 2023. I'm not sure when you were watching this video, but it's been a while. It took us quite a long time to get all of our items in. So let's see what we got here, shall we?
Did it take a long time to get items in, or did you just forget that you ordered them and they sat on the shelf for a while?
I don't think there's any evidence of that whatsoever. As you can see, Matt and Ken are joining us for the shoot today, so we've got the that scruggly energy.
What? You're scruggly.
Well, y'all are scruggly. What is? Oh, snap! Speaking of Pokemon, this is our Pokemon 35mm film camera.
Oh, God.
So, yeah, boy. Actually, y'all haven't been over to my house in a bit. I now have a Pokemon closet as well.
Pokemon?
As well?
Is that where you keep the kids, or?
Your damn kid's sleeping out in the garage.
It's okay, he likes Charmander too. It's fine, he'll understand. I don't know how they listed this. It looks like it's still sealed because it's got the original piece of tape on there, which doesn't look like it's been moved. So Ken just pulled up one that's on eBay right now for 333 bucks. We paid $200 for it, right? $217. So maybe we got a deal, but let's actually open it up very carefully. Look at that! It's the old scuffed looking Pokemon. So it's like Charmander, who's dead inside, Bulbasaur, who's tired of your bullshit, Squirtle, who is gray instead of blue, and Pikachu, who's holding hands with Squirtle, but doing it in a very sad manner. This thing is dope. Wow, this is so weird. Yeah, so these look like the actual, maybe like the inserts. That's about 35mm film size, right?
Oh, yeah.
So maybe you actually insert this into the camera and then it will overlay your Pokemon on the actual photos.
It's actually kind of cool.
This is actually kind of neat. So I need to put this in. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have never loaded film in my life. What? My dad used to do it all the time. No. You think anyone trusted me with a film camera? My first camera was a digital camera in 2004. Okay. I never owned a camera before that. Look, my family did, but...
Austin Evans over here.
I have my manservant loaded for me.
Manservant?
God damn it.
You literally set yourself up for that one. Oh, Film is so easy. You're so silly, Austin. You don't know how to use film. Who's laughing now?
No one have that voice. So what this is gonna do, when you take a photo, this will unlock.
Yeah.
It's gonna let you spin the exact distance to do another 35 millimeter print.
Copy. So,
okay.
So we feel confident that I can now take.
Now everything you take now should be decent.
It's not.
Did you wind it all the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Might work.
Okay.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor, YouTube AdSense.
So we got the film developed, and it turned out that nothing was on the film. So I know that the shutter was open. Maybe it was a matter of it wasn't functioning, but I guess time for the next item.
Wait, no, that was Fragile.
It does say fragile on it.
Oh, sorry.
All right, what is this? Thank you for shopping at Game Cosmos. Okay, okay, all right. This is a custom Xbox One controller made from authentic projectiles from a
what?
Device.
What? So then, would you say this is perfect for first-person shooters?
Is this no Rush? It's no Russian themed?
It, I will say, is incredibly well done. I mean, yeah, if you look really close, you can see a little bit of like the white from the inside and like the seams and whatnot, but they clearly took apart an Xbox controller, swapped out all the buttons for these metal buttons. It's not like
a controller that I've seen north of the Mississippi.
What accent was that?
When I have my 6-shooter in one pocket and my controller in the other
Kabang.
Wait, how much should we pay for it?
Ooh, well, we paid $170.
Okay, well, hang on, let's be real here. When I think about buying cool tech on Etsy, this is the kind of thing I think about. Something which has been hydro dipped to look like a wood controller, even though it's not real wood, and projectile casings for my buttons. Honestly, while I'm not a huge fan of the look, the only thing I can really kind of ding it for is just that it looks nice with this wood pattern, but when I see wood, I assume it's gonna actually have like wood grain, and it doesn't. But beyond that, the buttons, the sticks, it is really, really well done. So Etsy, you know what? Not bad. I'm actually, this is the kind of stuff I hoped we would find when we decided to do Etsy tech. Go ahead and, no, you don't, no, you don't, no, you won't. No.
And you almost stepped on it.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, it's time for adulting. Okay, so this is a custom Game Boy game. So we've got ourselves a sticker. Oh, so we can put a... So there's a sticker. Why is the sticker not on the... Do we just buy the box and not the game? There's nothing, there's an instruction booklet and nothing else in here. I bought the box only. How did I buy the box only? Yeah, I want a box upgrade. Nah, that's a no-brainer. That's so cool. This is not...
He's gonna call customer service.
I paid $40
You sent me exactly what I ordered. I want a refund.
Let me talk to your manager. Do you
That's
know who I am?
ambiguous wording. That's ambiguous wording, okay? God damn it. I'm gonna order the game right now. Okay, I'm gonna now pick cartridge only, and I'm gonna buy it now. You'll soon see, depending on whether or not it shows up before this video goes live, what adulting's all about. If it is, it's right here. And if it's not... So, it's been almost a month since I shot that last part of the segment, and it took a little while for the game to show up from the Netherlands, but now let's do this one more time, shall we? A hard lesson in adulting is to check the listing before you hit the big red order button. There we go, an actual game. Oh, press A to interact, yep. B button if you need to cuss. Oh, I can press the B button. I can just decide to cuss at any point, that's great. What are you doing with my phone? Oh, I accidentally touched my roommate's phone. Yikes. Sorry, roomie. That's my bad. What's that? Don't reset the Wi-Fi. Why not? I'm watching a show. Boy, this game, real adulting. Boy, oh boy. Okay, so here's the thing. I get the idea here. And the idea here is that I'm gonna be spending a long time trying to get to the bottom of filing my taxes, doing my laundry, homework, and all the other stuff. This is neat. Considering that I have spent something like $90 on the game, the box, the 2 sets of shipping, I'm happy to support indie developers. And I'm also happy to read listings more carefully next time. That's a real lesson in adulting. I have to throw my own items now. Ken and Matt have abandoned me. Also, it's kind of better. It's like quieter in here. You know, there's lots of quips. There's lots of, hello, I'm Leslie at the general store. Oh, it's an N64 mod of some variety. So we have a big old chonker of a power brick, the Xbox 360 controller, which I think I had to pay extra for, and then we have our Odroid. So I guess the first thing we'll do is just try to load this up without a display and see what it looks like, and then we'll go from there. How much did I pay for the Odroid?
This was our most expensive item.
Oh, like that.
At $234.
I paid $234 for this?
You sure did.
Do we have video evidence of me doing such a thing? That doesn't sound like I would never do something like that. For this, I went with the Xbox 360 controller, obviously. All right, well, let's give it a try. Let's be fair to it. I'm not seeing that kind of money and quality right now, but whatever. Okay, plugging in the power supply to turn it on, but also the button on the left front side below the USB ports is a button which can be held for 2-3 seconds. So this is a button. Well, it's on, but the fan is now spun down and it's not doing anything. Do I need to use this with an external display? Because a big reason why I bought this is because I thought you could run it with this internal display.
It honestly doesn't say.
You know what? I did a lot of reading between the lines for this video that I am starting to regret. Let me just grab a little monitor and try it and see. Oh, wait. Oh, monitor's doing something. Hey! The recall box. So I guess that this little display is like your second monitor, perhaps?
I think maybe it only displays the art or something of the game that you're playing. So I don't think you actually play on the tiny little screen.
Oh, okay. Open bar, video pack. Wow, there's a lot of things on here. All right, well, we gotta start with N64, right? I mean, clearly. What are we gonna play on N64? Blues Brothers 2000 is a move. That would be quite the move. Oh no, Cruising Exotica. Yeah. I will say that screen is so tiny. It like looks cool in the photos, but in person it is dim and really, really hard to read. So my left trigger is my throttle on this. But look how bad the emulation is. You see how the cars are like glitching in and out and the tires keep popping through? Like this feels like quite low quality N64 emulation. Yeah, man, that's not it for 200 bucks. If it can't emulate N64 and it is quite literally in a little N64 style enclosure, So this next item comes in a plain white envelope. I detect shenanigans.
No, nothing suspicious about that.
Dear customer, we hope this message finds you well. Blah, 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 blah. Our digital product, blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's a Steam. Okay, can you refresh me? How much did I pay for access to the Steam account?
It was quite reasonable for access to over 200 games.
It's a lot of games.
14 bucks.
$14. Okay, so I guess what I need to do now is go to this Google Drive link and follow the instructions on how to do it, load up my PC, and see what happens. What could go wrong? So if I want to play any of these games, I just need to log into whichever Steam account I want. So there's like, for example, if I want to play Final Fantasy VII, there's 3 different Steam accounts with 3 different logins that I could try. Boy, that's sus.
I will say that the listing for this is long gone. It is long banned.
It got
on Etsy.
nuked, right?
On Etsy, it is long banned.
I mean, I think it should go without saying, don't try this at home. Don't give people on Etsy money for stolen Steam accounts. So I'm in offline mode for Steam. It does show that I played apparently 3,800 hours of Elden Ring. Okay. I mean, that is, in fact, Elden Ring working on an illicit copy of Steam. So it's all offline, but it does look like it works. But here's the thing. There is a 0% chance that this is allowed by anyone. Clearly, Etsy banned these people. I'm sure they're gonna ban every one of their accounts to pop up. Steam probably bans you too if they see 70 people logging into the same Steam account. Pretty sure you're not allowed to do that. On top of that, if you're trying to play a game, someone else logs into that same account, you're gonna get booted. Your save file is gonna be all over the place because you're sharing it with all these other people. Like, I'll give them credit that this is kind of a clever idea. And yeah, technically I have access to the game, but big old yikes. All right, next up. Well, it's very, okay, well, we've got the glittery paper. This is encouraging. So this is classic Etsy. So someone has taken what seems to be an old hard drive and they have made it into a clock. So if I pull this off, that's neat. So this looks like the main board from like a very old hard drive. This is dope. This is absolutely cool. Because think about it, all this stuff is e-waste, right? It's going straight in a landfill somewhere. But instead, you can repurpose it and turn it into something really neat. How much did I pay for my handcrafted Neato Burrito hand PC device?
Okay, you paid a, low amount of $46.
That is totally worth it. This is really, really cool. See, and we got ourselves some little bonusy items. This video is a video of ups and downs, but this is just delightful. This just puts a smile on your face. I think it's time for a fun, lighthearted little romp through the delights of Etsy. What's wrong with saying romp, okay? I want to take a lighthearted romp. What? Don't hold me back, okay? Okay. Wait, what did I buy again? Wait, this is an NES? This is a portable NES? Is that what I bought? Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Yes.
And we got it for the low price of $121.
$121 is a lot of money. But this is Etsy we're talking about. This is not some mass-produced knockoff NES clone. No, this plays the real thing using what I can only assume is like a Pi Zero or something on the inside. Let's actually fire it up and see what happens. I'm very curious. All right, this is a copy of Super Mario Bros. / Duck Hunt. Oh, okay. So, gotta give it a little bit of force. Let's try again. Let's try our NES boy. Oh, it worked. All right, it's in there, whatever. All right, let's play our Super NES boy. Oh, well, I will say that screen's real low quality. If you look up close, it looks like you can see it's connected via like AV or something because everything's a little bit soft. Not necessarily like a cool CRT way, more so just a cheap LCD kind of way. Okay, so I have a few concerns, one of which is every time I press the A button, the screen gets a little flickery. In fact, actually anytime I hit any button, which I think what it is that the way the buttons are mounted in the case, every time I press it, it puts a little bit of like pressure on it. Like look, if I push here, you see how the LCD gets a little ghosty? You see like those lines, those like horizontal lines that show up when I touch it? I think the screen's just mounted too close. So every time I press the button, it gets like a little jittery. Something else I'll say, these buttons don't feel great. They're fine, but that combined with the fact that it's actually kind of sharp, especially on the edges, it's not super comfortable to use. It's kind of cool, like I don't want to be like super mean to it, but it is a lot of money. And what you're getting here is, I mean, exactly what they say. I mean, it is a way to play NES games on the go. I just got to feel that there's better ways of doing it. That was really timed well. I'm proud of myself. I was just vamping there so I could hit that musical cue as I concluded this segment and we move on to the next item. Oh, you're gonna throw it? Oh my God, yeah,
wait,
give it.
Wait, can I throw this?
Do it, do it, do it.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh, you
did
caught
it.
Nice.
All right. Oh, snap. Oh, this is the simplest item we've had for the whole video. This is supposedly a real silicon wafer that has been framed in, Okay, so if you're not familiar, the chip in like the device you're using to watch this video and like every device ever comes on little wafers. And so essentially what happens is you can see all the individual chips. These all get sliced and picked and put into the various parts that, inside the CPUs and whatnot. Oh my God, that's so cool. How much did we pay for this?
So we paid $155.
Okay, so this is not cheap. But knowing that this is a legitimate real silicon wafer is really cool because like if this was full of like iPhone processor or something, this thing would cost like $8,000 or whatever. Like it is incredibly expensive, and good luck trying to get one from Apple. But you know what? I feel like this belongs to be on the set. After the video, of course, so we wouldn't ruin the continuity. Neat. Okay. Oh, it's the mouse thing. So this is that little super duper ultra light mouse. Yes, this is the, this is the whole fully built thing. Okay, so you know what? I think in my order, they just gave me one of their prototypes just because I guess they didn't have anything better to do with it. A lot of people like a super lightweight mouse. And it is hard to get any more lightweight than the guts of a Razer mouse 3D printed in this enclosure with some, I will admit, very slight escapes, even on this.
I mean, for context, the Logitech Pro X Super Light is 63 grams. That, which you're holding in your hand, is 24 grams.
So it is less than half the weight of an ultra light mouse. Let's get this thing hooked up. Let's play a game, shall we?
What are you doing?
I'm practicing. I will say it feels terrific. Like it really is nice. And it would feel even better if I could unplug the cable, but even with the cable connected, it's really not bad at all. Now, how much was this though? Because it's not cheap.
So if you buy the whole thing, including the PCB and all the, you know, the guts of the mice, it is $155.
So yeah, not cheap at all. You could save some money if you just buy the 3D printed enclosure and provide your own guts.
Yeah,
that would
only be $40.
Yeah, I would personally not want to do that just because that's a lot of work. I mean, trying it, it's not gonna be a durable mouse. I feel like because it's so exposed, you're probably gonna sort of, whether the 3D printing is gonna wear down or whether you're gonna accidentally damage that PCB, it's probably a little bit of a temporary solution. Maybe you get like 6 months or a year out of it. You know what though, man? I kind of like it more than a regular mouse. Like it's so quick. And that's what the cable, I'm gonna disconnect for a second. I have just enough battery to last a minute or two. That's smooth, man. It is so lightweight to the point where I feel like I am operating almost more on feel than my like muscle. You know what? I'm sold. This thing, actually really, really cool. This might be my favorite item of the video. This is legit. Thanks, Etsy. Well, I mean, not really thanks, because I gave you all the money, and some of the other items in this video were not good, but this one, thumbs up. Lucky Games is a store that is being compared to DK Oldies for a reason. Now they have a wide selection of retro games and consoles. Sounds great, right? Except for people have some truly terrible stories about this. So let's get to the bottom of, is Lucky Games actually worth it? What exactly is the drama with Lucky Games? Because until we were doing this video, I was not really aware of them.
I think it would be better if you just read it from the community themselves.
Okay, let's do it. Sometimes they're good, but they're, quote, cleaned and tested is usually not true. I spent 2 hours just cleaning 5 NES games. Lucky is worse than DK. DK Oldies at least has their own inventory. They suck. They used to always buy my games off eBay for reasonable prices, then immediately relist them for the same photos I use and a 200% price increase. So there's multiple people accusing Lucky Games of literally just reselling their eBay listings. Yeah, that seems not great. Let's see what we've got. Authentic Nintendo 64 system. It has an N64, one generic controller, don't like that, but at least they say it, and a power supply and AV cables. And okay, interesting. So even though they say a 90-day return policy across the whole site, this one specifically does say it has been cleaned, tested, works perfectly, includes a 1-year warranty. So that's actually what I really want to look for on a site like this. Because if I'm gonna pay a markup for a company to have professionally cleaned, refurbed the system, I also want a return policy, which is robust, and importantly, I want a warranty. So while the reviews are quite negative, what I'm seeing here, they're checking a lot of the boxes, right? Like this looks very reasonable. Is that a copy of Pokemon Leaf Green for $260? Okay, so yeah, maybe this is not gonna be as straightforward as I thought. So they've got DS Lites. The discounted conditions are in the $60 to $70 range based on if I want a red one or a white one. The nicer condition ones are $108. And the DSi XLs are expensive, that's 200 bucks. Okay, we're gonna do something a little different here. Because there's such a huge price disparity between some of these consoles and the condition, I'm going to purchase a great condition Nintendo DS for $182. And I'm also going to get a discounted system with some cosmetic flaws for $60. So we're gonna get both these and see, is it really worth triple the price? So with that, my friends, I have everything I need to place a very, very substantial order at Lucky Games to see, is this an actually good place to buy retro video games? Or are we about to get ourselves into a world of hurts? Only one way to find out. Besides selling them stuff on eBay, apparently. It is our lucky day. So I have 2 packages here. So the first one is addressed to our good buddy, Mr. Pierre Luigi. But because this order was so large and conspicuous, I have a second package that was addressed to Ken, going to a different address. So believe me when I say, we're going to annoying lengths to make sure that we're not found out. Because who could ever guess that Pierre Luigi is a pseudonym for Austin Evans? No one knows that. That's impossible information to find. Unless you look at the name of the credit card, which is Social Austin Evans. But anyway, we're trying to do our due diligence to make sure that Lucky Games doesn't figure us out. Inside our squash box, we have a whole bunch of stuff. So there's some padding, and oh my goodness, that's a lot of things. Wow. Okay, let's do this one at a time. Okay, so we're gonna start out with one of the smaller items. So this is our Nintendo DS. Don't adjust your phone screens, my friends. We have 2 identical looking DSs. Now, these were ordered separately, so one was in one package, one was in the other. But essentially, one of these was a very affordable, cosmetically flawed DS. The other was one that was in, what do they call it? They don't call it good condition. They call it like
great condition.
Great condition. So I'm gonna try to figure out which one's which. Because there was a massive price difference between the 2. It was like 60 versus like 160 or something.
It was triple the price. The cheap one was $60 and the other one was $182.
I know that I was the one who hit the order button, but okay, let me see if I can tell the difference, because I pulled them both out, I'm not entirely sure. So the first DS, I'll say, is in relatively decent cosmetic condition on the front. It's got some scratches on the back, but it's not too bad. And it does have some wear on the inside, but it's in decent shape, I would say. I would say this is fine. The other one has some much deeper scratches on the outside, but other than that, it's actually in good shape. So the back looks fine, and the inside screen is a little bit better. Is this the expensive one, and this is the cheap one?
You are incorrect.
Are you telling me that this is the expensive one?
Yes, that is the one that you paid triple the price for.
The only reason why this is in better condition is because this doesn't have as many scratches on the top. So if you're gonna grade the consoles based on that one, then that's the way you would pick it. But besides the scratches, which I'll admit, there's a lot of scratches on this, in every other way, this one is worse. I'm actually mad. I'm actually mad.
You know what's gonna make you even madder? If you try to buy those same ones right now, the discounted one is now $58, and the great condition one is now $205.
In the span of a week, they raised the price, especially on the nice one, over $20. Who is spending $200+ on the fat DS? This is the worst one. We do have further things to do. I still need to test that these actually work for games, but I am like actually mad. Are you kidding me? I spent $127 on a copy of Pokemon Sapphire, and they just chucked it in the box with the rest of it. They couldn't even like put it in like an envelope or something. Your $3 copy of Nintendogs, it gets a bag. Your $127 copy of Pokemon Sapphire, yeah, just throw it in. I'm gonna play with my $60 DS that was in better shape for this. So we're gonna test both of these to make sure they actually work. So I have a $17 copy of Nintendogs. So we've got Momo and Chi. Let's say what's up to Chi. Here's a balloon. There's a lot of stuff in here, thank you. Anyone want a balloon? This clearly works fine, this clearly works fine. So we're going to go ahead and shut that down. All right, we're gonna try Sapphire now. Seems to be booting fine. Now, is there a save file? There is a save file, Misty. Oh, we're gonna play as Misty. What's Misty been up to? We've got Muddy the Marshtomp, who is level 35. Everyone else is level 12. Level 13 Gulpin, Boo the Whisper, that's pretty good. Okay, this does work totally fine. Let's open this copy of Sapphire up and make sure it's legit, and also see if the battery has been replaced or not. Oh yeah, that's real. Yeah, that's a real card. The fact that we spent 3 times as much on a great condition DS, and it is, I would say, acceptable, but actually in worse condition than a $60 DS, makes it pretty clear to me that condition means almost nothing to Lucky Games, and they're just, they, honestly, I think what they did was they looked at the 2 on the shelf and goes, that one's a little less scratched, and grabbed it. It's okay, that was the bad one. It's fine. Actually, that's the expensive one, so it's already scuffed anyway. I don't know, man. This is a terrible start. Next up, we have, well, a lot of stuff, but I see bits and pieces for our NES. I'll say that at first glance, this looks to be in pretty good shape. What was the condition of this NES top loader?
A very confusing, just refurbished. They don't specify any type of like condition, whether it's good, bad, or whatever. The only thing it says is it's refurbished and it has been thoroughly cleaned and tested, works like new.
Okay, I feel good. Now, I'm gonna fire it up in a second, but just to kind of set expectations, how much was our NES top loading bundle?
We paid $210 for the entire bundle, so that's the console, the Zapper gun, and the 2 games. If you were to buy it on their website right now, it's closer to like $230 something.
That's crazy to me that they've raised the price so much. Okay, let's see what we got. The sound of a cafe rogue.
Music to my ears.
All right, let's try some Mario real quick, and then we'll do some Duck Hunt.
Well, that didn't last long.
One more time.
That was even worse.
Well, I'm just warming up. You know, it's
Do you really need to warm up for one?
Gosh, dude, that's pretty bad.
Oh my. Hey, edit team, you can cut that out, right? Not cut that into like a sick montage of me dying over and over again. You just, cut it to like, oh, it works, and then we just fast forward through all that part. Yeah, thanks. That would be great.
I mean, you're definitely better at this than Mario.
Okay, that was uncalled for. That was rude. This is honestly really fun. As far as the actual NES, I have no complaints. It is in good condition, original controllers, everything seems to work, no concerns at all. The slight thing I have against it is just that it was a little bit on the pricey side. But I do know that these top loaders were a lot less popular, but to give Lucky Games a little bit of credit, I mean, we do have a 90-day return policy. This doesn't seem to come with a warranty, which is a bit of a downside, but at least compared to the DS's, specifically the expensive one, which is a complete ripoff, this is a lot more like it. Next up, we've got our N64.
We got it.
Look, it's literally. So, at first glance, it looks fine. I mean, obviously the gray N64, if we're honest, is kind of like the lame one, because it actually had like really cool colors. This is a controller designed for someone with 3 hands, and that's in fact 1 more hand than I have. So, can't get worse than that, now can it? Now I'm curious with Stadium. So this was not like an especially expensive game, right? It was like 30 bucks or something?
It was 40.
$40, okay, a little expensive. But I mean, it looks fine. The label's still intact. Thankfully, no one ever filled out the "this game pack belongs to."
Oh, now you can fill it out.
I could. You know, the reason why Nintendo did that was they wanted people to write on it so they wouldn't be able to like sell their games or trade them. I mean, I'm just hypothetically saying that, but like, it was Nintendo. All right, let's give this a try, shall we? That immediately works. Oh, look at that. It's asking me if I want to connect my game pack. Why? I would love to. Because I bought a game pack from Lucky Games. The way this works is that you plug it into the actual N64, and then what you've got yourself is a Game Boy card slot for your original Game Boy games. So it's called a transfer pack, but you actually could do a couple of things with it. So in a game like Pokemon Stadium, you could actually transfer your Pokemon over and play them in the game, which is cool. But you could also straight up use Stadium as a Game Boy emulator, basically. Oh, it's not working. All right.
You mean the $21 transfer pack that we bought from them isn't working?
Well, I'm just gonna play some Stadium minigames because that's more fun. Yeah, dude, I'm really bad at this. I forgot how bad I am at this. Wow, this is really hard. what's up? I'm the hardening winner.
No thanks.
Well, so how much did I pay for the N64? It was $95?
Yes, it was $95 for the original great condition console, the generic controller and all the cables and all that stuff.
That's a reasonable deal. I don't think it's a great deal, mind you. I'm not trying to say like go out and, you know, grab a Lucky Games N64 right now or something, but like, considering it's got the warranty, it is in good condition, like no problems with that. $20 feels okay for the transfer pack as well. What about Pokemon Stadium? Is that like, that feels okay to me, but also I don't know, because like, some of these games are sometimes way more expensive than I expect it to be.
Just the cartridge, which is what we got, you can get it for like 20, 25 bucks.
Oh, we got ripped off. This is $40. If you pay premium prices, you should get a premium product. And I'll be honest, this feels pretty much like I could have just got this straight off of eBay, right? Like, yes, it is in pretty good condition, but I think back to the DS that was in supposedly great condition was worse than the one that cost a third the price. Like, I'm getting a picture here of what DK Lucky Games is all about. Next up, let's go back to our big box where we've got our Xbox 360. So again, give them a little credit, just like the photo, it is a boxed old school Xbox 360 controller. We have the chungus of a power brick that the original Xbox 360 came with, as well as its accompanying power cable. Now, it looks fine. I would say bordering on good. I mean, a couple little scratches and scuffs. The door still works. The USB ports are clean. Power button sounds fine. Memory slots. Everything seems okay. Now, it also has a hard drive, but it doesn't say the actual capacity. It just says hard drive. So I think this was 20 gigabytes, or at least it's supposed to be 20 gigs, right? It doesn't say anywhere. So I assume it's just 20 gigs. It just says Xbox 360 hard drive. Let's wheel the TV up. Let's see how this thing actually works. Okay, let's see if our 360 works, shall we? Those are good Xbox noises. And by good, I mean grindy, but that's what it always sounded like. Hey! You know what? I gotta say, so we're using component here, not HDMI, which is the best thing we can get out of the 360. But this feels, oh! It's got the old school interface! Holy sh! Yo, I haven't seen this in forever, dude! Oh my God, that's so sick! So this was the second iteration of the Xbox interface. And to me, this was my favorite. The original Blades, they look ugly. But this was nice, and it's way better than the current one. All right, I'm so excited. Please let the disk drive work. Excellent. And it looks clean too. You know what? I know exactly what happened with this 360. Someone bought it in 2008 or even 2009, maybe put it online once or twice, and then never used it again. Which sounds a little sad, but what it means is that it is in very good shape, and it is still running the vintage Primo software before it got loaded up with like ads and nonsense. Now, if this disk drive works, which is not a guarantee for something that's this old, aww. An update must be applied to your console to play this game. If you decline this update, you will not be able to play this game. Do you want to apply the update now? Hell no, brother. Normally, I would love to show you it working, and clearly the disk drive works because it is reading the disk, but hell no. Am I going to update this beautiful new Xbox experience? How much do we pay? We'll start out with Bad Company 2. How much did I pay for this complete in box?
Well, apparently that was not a very popular game. We paid $6 for it.
Yep, Bad Company. Y'all never played Bad Company. It was really good. I played a lot more Bad Company 1, but 2 was good too. Okay, great, solid. Now, how much did I pay for this console?
So I will start with, this is the other only item. So we only got 2 items that had a 1-year warranty. This is the other one.
Got it. They're gonna need to honor that pretty soon if I use this.
Yeah, and we paid almost $140.
Wait, like 140?
Yeah, almost.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I don't think I can justify $140 for this. As much as I personally love the fact that I've got this old school software, because here's the other problem, right? Now, yes, it is nice that out of all of our items, the 360 and the NES do have the 1-year warranty, but the problem is that people have had a lot of issues getting Lucky Games to actually honor the warranty on the consoles. So take that with a grain of salt. I'm happy that we now own an Xbox 360 with this beautiful interface, so every time someone talks about the glory days of Xbox, I can point them right here and point them to the fact that that's not red yet. But as far as value goes, this is not strong at all. Like, it's the opposite. In fact, I would argue with that. Like, $50 too expensive. Last but certainly not least, we have ourselves a super slim PlayStation 3. Now, it's funny, this is the only one that actually has a whole letter about it, probably because the Super Slim was the worst one. Congratulations on purchasing a PlayStation 3 system from Lucky Games. This is a used PS3 system that has been cleaned and tested. Before I open it, this was in great condition, right? That's what they called it, the great quality, great condition?
Yes, this is basically the highest quality condition that they sell.
I'm scared. I'm really scared. Okay, all right, let's do it. 3, 2, 1, 1 3/4, 1 1/2. Okay. This could be worse. What's all this? Ew! Ew! While this looks cosmetically dirty and not, you know, in great shape, freaking sticker missing and everything, but there's no like actual damage to it. Oh, look at that. That's disgusting. That looks like snot. Well, okay. Okay. Well, we do have a game for it. I actually have 2 games for it because I just wanted to buy SOCOM for PS2 just because this is really fun. But we also have SOCOM 4 for PS3. Unfortunately, Ken's not here, so I'll play SOCOM in his honor. Here goes nothing. Okay. Hearing quiet PS3 noises. Hey! Huh?
Oh, okay. Sound, but no.
How do we get sound but no video via HDMI? What? All right, we got ourselves the XMB, the only interface better than the NXE. And it does show that we have a 160 gig hard drive, which has 130 gigs left, so that all seems fine. In fact, I would say more than fine. Like, this is in working order, and I will tell you that, I mean, obviously not run anything yet, but it sounds very quiet. Let's try to play some SOCOM 4, and then we will determine if we got screwed or we got lucky. Get it? Because it's Lucky Games, and I was trying to like make the joke.
Oh.
It's funny. Oh. Whoa! All right, let's do it, gang. Wow, that was really fast. Huh. You know, SOCOM's not what it used to be. I feel like it's just be able to go pew, 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 not die immediately. So, how much did I pay for, first of all, SOCOM 4 for PS3?
For SOCOM, you paid $16.
Not bad. How about SOCOM for PS2? The better game.
$5.
$5. Wonderful. Okay, great. How much did we pay for our great condition super slim PS3?
We paid $190, which is still a discount because if you were to buy this exact one from them now, it's $200.
Oh my God, so bad. So for context, when they were making these things, they were $200, at least the 12 gig versions were $200 for like several years. And the only thing I can say about it that's remotely good is that it is not physically broken like the one I got from DK Oldies. But look, if we're gonna sum up Lucky Games, it is like this. DK Oldies, but worse. Like, at least DK Oldies has a warranty. I don't think I have anything positive to say, except, and there's one big but here, all of the games we got did work, they had been tested, and some of the prices weren't terrible. So if I can give them anything, they have a decent selection of vaguely okay priced games. But as far as the consoles go, man, this is not it. Whoa, hold on. Before the video is over, we were just cleaning up, and Alex made a surprising and shocking allegation. So if you look real close in there actually looks like, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, a little bit of rust. I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna crack it open real quick, but there's no way we got 2 rusty Super Slims. Like there's no way. So it is, you see all this like stuff? It's definitely gotten wet before. Do you see all those little like lines? It looks like spores growing in Last of Us.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's way smaller.
Don't describe it like that.
I mean, I think what happened here is that maybe it didn't get outright like soaked, but there was definitely a lot of humidity in the area. And so you've got little bits of rust on the top, but especially on the bottom, you can see where the liquid actually ran and sort of like dried up, and it's like got legitimate bits of rust. Yikes, man. Today we have one mission, to find the best tech and gaming gear from Goodwill. Last time we found some really solid stuff, but this time around we're going to be trying something new. Goodwill Finds is a website that is dedicated to the most high-end, premium, and rare items that you will ever find at a Goodwill. So let's see what we can find, shall we? Get it? Because it's Goodwill Finds, and let's see what we can find. I'm hoping to just earn some goodwill with the audience. So we can start with electronics, clearance, video games. Let's start with video games. Let's see if we can get this. Now I will say that last time I did this, I got way in the weeds. Like I was like arguing with people. I was like elbowing them virtually. I was like throwing bids that were way too high. Like I got a little into it, so I'm gonna try to be a bit calmer this time. Woo! PlayStation 1 for 27 bucks? Vintage Game Boy lot. That is not a real Game Boy Color game. Look, these are totally fake. A DS Lite with 4 games. Garfield. We've got Dream Day Wedding Destinations for the Nintendo DS. I want to play that now. Xbox, oh, now this is an actual deal. Look, it comes with Titanfall, which was my favorite Xbox One game for the first like several years. I'm buying this. $116 for an Xbox One. Dude, I have seen 95 of 5,000 products, and this is just games. I haven't gotten into electronics yet. Ah, man, I'm gonna be here for a while. An Odyssey 300 by Magnavox. And it looks pretty much complete with the box for $27. Interesting. So know that the Odyssey, the original Odyssey, was one of the very first video game consoles of all time. I'm not sure what the 300 is, but for $27, I would love to find out. You know what? I think I have plenty to dig through here. I'm gonna go and load my cart up with stuff from Goodwill, and I'll see you on the other side, my friends, when my questionable decisions have landed in the studio. And now all of our items have arrived. In classic Goodwill fashion, I may have slightly over-ordered, like by a few things. So let's start out with whatever's in here, which I will say has gotten a little crushed. Ooh, I know what this one is. This is our wait, no, I don't know what this one is. What's this one? Oh, Super Pong! Not to be confused with
Regular Pong.
Duper Pong?
Regular Pong.
Anyway, it's Super Pong. So we've got ourselves Catch, Handball, Super Pong, Regular Pong, and of course our digital scoring. A limited 90-day warranty. Boy, oh boy.
We just missed it.
You know what? I'm gonna register this real quick. We might be 47 years out of date. The fact that this was 60 bucks on Goodwill, like this is a damn piece of like history in my opinion. What do we think paper from 1976 smells like?
Probably paper.
Hopefully not asbestos.
It smells like paper. So there is a little dingus that comes with it.
Oh yeah, that's what it's called. That's a term.
Well, no, this is pretty dingusy to me because we've actually got ourselves the Switch box, which seems like it was potentially an optional accessory. Look at that. Wow. I love Goodwill. I love Goodwill. How cool is this? And the reveal is Super Pong. Dude, it's so minty. Who just donates this to Goodwill? I mean, thank you for donating to Goodwill so I can buy it at a very affordable price, but like, oh my God, dude. So we have loaded up our Super Pong with 4D batteries. We've connected it to our Switch box via the RF cable on the back. So let's see if this works. Now we're on channel 3. Hey, look at that! It's got color too! Imagine having a color television in the year 1976. What a revolution. Okay, start. Yeah, this is regular Pong. Wait, oh, we have 2 paddles each. Is this Super Pong? Boom.
Okay, it's flickering so much, it's hard to see.
Likely story.
Do you not see this?
Excuse me, are you trying to tell me that 1976 technology is not pristine by modern standards?
Ooh.
Yo! The Pong winner! Let's go, baby! This is dope. This is more fun than any $60 game you can buy today. Nope.
Especially Call of Duty.
Literally name a game.
That is correct, yes.
Name a game is better. Honestly, this holds up. And the fact that, look at these graphics. Like, yeah, it might look a little janky, but look how smooth the color and the gradients are. The frame rate is flawless. The controls still feel good. You got yourself a built-in speaker, boy. A built-in speaker. This thing is as old as your grandpappy. Man.
Stop with that.
It's also as old as Matt, apparently. Next up, we've got a slightly heavier package. If only I had a nickel. Oh, a laptop. So I paid $66, including shipping, for this Windows XP era HP tablet laptop thing. First thought is that it's actually in fairly good shape considering how old it is. So this is a HP Compact TC1100. And oh my goodness, this is, what am I looking at right now? Did I pull it? This is the stylus? What a chungus! I have no idea how to open this. How do you activate? Aha! I found the secret lever. Oh my God! What the f am I looking at? Are you serious? This is how it works? Oh, we gotta plug it in. We gotta make sure this thing works. The only thing we're really missing with this is oh no, we do have it. We have the little nub. So we actually have, between the left and right click on the nub, we can fully navigate the interface. This is so cool. This is so cool.
Also, I found out that it was released in 2004.
This is almost 20 years old. Okay, I'm gonna fire this thing up. I have no idea who was buying a Windows XP tablet in 2004. Oh wait, last time we did our Goodwill video, they took out all the hard drives from the systems. Will this even boot? Well, only one way to find out. Okay, that's a good sign. We've got charging LED. Oh, it's on. Okay, it's just doing its thing. Please tell me there's a hard drive installed. Please tell me there's a hard drive installed. Oh, yes, and that's Windows 7? What? So someone clearly used this for a while if they went all the way up to Windows 7 on it. Oh, that's not gonna run well. This is like a Centrino processor. This thing's gonna be laggy. If you look at it around back, it has like 4 little like chambers. So this looks like a battery, or maybe this is. Let's pour one out for Windows 7. And look, it's a polar bear.
You know that dock, that swivelly thing that you used? That was an add-on. You have to pay $300 additional just for that, just for the, ability to swivel.
So if I push this, oh my God, it just detaches. This is so heavy, bro. I mean, that was the sound of me peeing my pants.
Oh, is that the sound when you dock and undock it?
No way. That's the sound it makes when you undock it! Oh my God, dude! Are you kidding me?
What noises am I hearing?
You're hearing the noises of 2004, my dude.
What?
Watch this. That's the noise.
That's the noise I make when I see a cool tablet from 2004.
Oh, look, I can draw what I want. So I can say CPU, and it did it! Bro! Is this actually good? So we got Windows 7 Ultimate. It does have a Pentium M at 1.1 gigahertz, and yes, 768 megabytes of RAM. Apparently this is Paul's PC. Absolutely wild. And honestly, for something that is almost 20 years old, it is in shockingly good shape. I mean, yeah, little scuffed here and there, but like wild, absolutely wild. Oh, wait a minute, hold on a second. This was used recently. This has the new Microsoft Edge on it. That's so weird to think about. Look, it's actually got real Edge on it. Don't do this. Don't put old systems online, but whatever, it's fine. Let's do it, shall we? Let there be internet. Welcome to 2023, my little friend.
You know the part of the movie where the AI robot goes online and immediately decides it needs to wipe out all humanity?
Yeah, that's
just what's about to happen with this guy.
How much was this brand new?
So the one that you have right there sold for $2,300, not including the dock.
So $2,600 with the dock?
Yeah.
Bro, we got this for like $70 or whatever?
Yeah, Paul went hard.
Look at that. Welcome to Microsoft Edge. This is wild, dude. Look at that. It's actually working. All right, you know what? Let's turn this thing off. Safely, of course. And let's open it up inside. But I am so amped about it. It is so clean. That was the noise it makes when you have low battery.
That was...
Yep, low battery again. Okay, so panel number 1 is... Okay, so we've got ourselves a... Is that a Wi-Fi card? Oh my God, it's a huge-ass Wi-Fi card. And we have 512 megs of RAM. And that's our hard drive. Okay, so this is a HP Toshiba hard drive. I can't even tell what capacity it is. And if we remove this, we should be able to, pop out the battery, which is a 3.6 amp hour. And they have all of our information about the modem, Windows XP Tablet Edition. Okay, this has no right to be anywhere near as cool as it is. All right, so this is a significantly smaller package. So this is a lot of games. Oh, they did come.
Oh, okay.
I actually know this. Okay, I got myself not only the game, Garfield, A Tale of Two Kitties, true modern classic, Spyro, which used to cost $20 at GameStop, a relative bargain, and Grease, the official game. I'm not sure they look a little different in the movie. Top it all off, we got ourselves a DS Lite. Someone clearly took care of their DS, which is not a common thing. Most of these DSs are in rough shape these days, and especially considering that someone donated it to Goodwill. Oh my God, it's like perfect. Someone put a case on this thing in like 2004 and then never touched it, or 2007. Look at how clean this is. And even the screen is not too bad. Does it have a charge? Okay, the battery's almost dead. But look at those screens are perfect. I'll quickly plug this in before it dies. But we got an absolute steal. Not only do we get the actual DS, we got all of these games for a mere $63. Time to plan my dream day wedding. Oh, that's bad. It doesn't read the game. Let me restart it and see. Oh my God, I forgot! You have to restart your DS for it to see the game. Oh, good Lord. Okay, never mind, we're all good. 3 months to go? Oh my God, I can jump in the middle of someone's dream day wedding. They only got 3 months to their wedding and they gave up. It's so sad. Wait, is this really how I do it? I just look around an image and tap things? Man, my wedding is way cooler than that. I think we can pretty safely say that we got ourselves a good deal, largely because it's in such good condition. I think if this DS was kind of scuffed, this would have been a very mid deal. Because honestly, none of these games besides maybe Spyro are really worth anything. But the DS, having such a clean original shell and a console seems to be fully functional, 2 huge thumbs up. Now this is an item that I tried very hard to get. Fragile, handle with care, thank you very much. This, my friends, is a Microsoft Surface RT. This was the very first proper computer that Microsoft had ever sold to consumers. And honestly, way ahead of its time. Now, this is running Windows 8.1, but one of the things that really made it unique was what was inside, because this was not using a traditional Intel or AMD processor. This uses an NVIDIA Tegra 3, which was an ARM-powered processor all the way back in 2012. Yeah, so we got Qualcomm and everybody making it super competitive with ARM stuff today. Well, this was quite literally 10 years ahead of the curve. Unfortunately, it acted like it was 10 years ahead of the curve because while Surface RT was a unique piece of hardware, the problem was that you think that app support is bad on Windows today on ARM? Try 2012. Nothing. Literally nothing besides Microsoft ran on this thing. Unfortunately, this doesn't come with a charger. So I'll be right back after I clean this up and find a charger that works with the Surface RT. But honestly, this thing is ridiculously cool. It's a true piece of history. So this, my friends, is our Surface RT, which I will say has been lovingly cleaned because it was real gross and is now up and running. Now, you'll notice that I've specifically not disconnected our power adapter because the battery is dead. So as soon as I tried to turn it on, it did nothing, but it has at least the ability to be run on AC power. You know what? I will say one thing. This keyboard not as bad as I remember it being. It doesn't have a lot of travel, but it actually doesn't feel horrible. What does feel terrible though is this trackpad, because it's literally Alcantara. Like, look at the wear on the trackpad. Like, it looks nasty. But you squint just a little bit and you can imagine that this is a brand new Surface today, except for the performance, which is bad. Wow. It's been loading this page for like over a minute now. That's very bad.
What's really surprising is, despite the fact that they only sold this for 1 year, right? Because it was discontinued in 2015, it got its final software support this year. January of 2023.
What?
Yep. That was the final software support update. Like, that's kind of
That is actually impressive. That is impressive. Unfortunately, they were supporting Windows 8, which was a polished turd. Inside, this is powered by a quad-core NVIDIA Tegra 4 CPU. This was essentially a predecessor to the chip inside of the Nintendo Switch. Actually not like horribly underpowered for the time. It was outfitted also with a whopping 2 gigabytes of RAM and a 32 gigabyte SSD. I'm gonna be super clear with you. I paid 60 whatever dollars and had to bid on several of these for one reason: nostalgia. These are not usable in any way whatsoever in 2023. There's no practical benefit to this beyond the fact that it is neat that it is the first Surface. Windows RT was bad, no app supported it, and is almost entirely unusable today. But as a lover of history and weird tech, this thing was something I really wanted for the collection. What the? Wait. I forgot I bought this. Okay, so let me go through what I've got here. So I got myself a Xbox Series X controller, right? Yeah, so Series X controller. We've got ourselves Titanfall 1, the best game that Respawn ever made. We got Project Spark, Forza 5, and Hotel Transylvania 3. You know what this is? Someone bought themselves the original VCR Xbox One, bought a couple games for it, and we're like, I want PlayStation, Mom! Because these are basically all games, I don't know about this one, but I know these were all games that were, if not launch titles, in the first like year or so. Wait a minute, hold on a second. They didn't even open it! This is a sealed copy of Project Spark. You might be asking, what's Project Spark? That's what everyone else was asking too, because no one bought it, and the people who bought it apparently didn't even open it. Let's take a look at this Xbox One. So these original, oh no, oh no, oh no. How is it that this is the dirtiest console, and it is literally 40 years newer than some of the other consoles that we take a look at? Holy frickin' disgusting, Batman. Yikes. Yikes. No wonder it's in a plastic bag. It's not to protect the console, it's to protect us. I think I've got emphysema just looking at this. Look at the, oh, good. This is actually disgusting. Look at the dust. Do you see the dust? I'm not sniffing this one. This is, look, I sniffed some things today. I've done some things I'm not proud of. This is nasty. This is nastier than a GameStop console. Can you make me feel better about how much we paid for this incredibly filthy Xbox One?
Yes, it was just a measly $117.
117?
Yes.
Great number. Okay, we actually did get a pretty good deal on it, but yeah. I gotta see what's inside this thing, because it is probably gonna be the most disgusting console I have ever seen. Oh, here we go, all right. So, step one. Oh, good Lord. All right, well, there's no going back now. Everyone got an N95 ready? I'm about to find. Okay, yep, that's what I thought. Look at the USB port. Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. Ah. All right, I am now prepared to look inside of this Xbox One. Hey. It actually looks like most of the dust is kind of stuck on the actual grills. We can establish that this is highly nasty. Now let's establish if it actually works. Because it better. Otherwise, I'm gonna get hepatitis for nothing. So let's insert our copy of Titanfall. Okay, takes no problem. All right, so we're waiting for our disc to show up, and unfortunately, I'll tell you, it ain't showing up. We can try a different game. I don't think the disc drive works, which isn't a surprise because considering how gross this thing is, imagine what the inside of the DVD drive looks like. Oh, okay. Wait, so Titanfall just doesn't work. Forza does. Okay, so now we just have to let the disc install. That'll take a solid, oh my God, no, we're not doing that.
Clearly it works, I think.
Yeah, you know, here's the thing. It works. Does it work well? No. Should we have maybe not bought this one? Yes. But when you go out here and you spend $117 on an Xbox from Goodwill, you gotta take some risks. And this one is a health risk. Okay, so there are a few things in this box, which I will talk about. We've got Pokemon Snap for N64, Extreme XG2, NASCAR 2000, a real classic, and Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, also a really good game. But look at this. We've got ourselves Hot News 64, the Insider's Guide to N64. I believe, I don't have the full backstory on this, but I believe that this was shipped to you maybe with like a Nintendo Power subscription or something. I'm not entirely sure, but this is an actual authentic Nintendo VHS with all the hot tips, cool cheats, and sneak peeks you could ever hope for your Nintendo 64 in 1999. All right, it is time to experience Hot News 64.
Welcome, you lucky game freaks. You'll get an inside peek into the brain-shattering 3D world of Donkey Kong 64.
It's a good game. What the hell did he just say? What did he just say? I don't even know what to say about this right now. How much do we pay for all of our incredible N64 games?
$51.
Dude, that's a steal. Absolutely wild. I'm gonna eject this, and then let's switch over to an N64 and play some games. All right, let's start out with Shadows of the Empire, shall we? Uh-oh. I can clear the contacts real quick. Here, let me try real quick. So that's not working. Let me just load up like NASCAR and see if it's a game cart or it's a N64 problem. Uh-oh. Okay, Shadows of the Empire does not boot. All right, quick race. Oh, it's Dale Earnhardt on the side. Sure. I'll do you proud, Dale, I'll do you proud. Did the game just reset by itself? Okay, let's try Pokemon Snap. Oh, the Squirtles, the Squirtles. I think our N64 might be having some technical issues right now. So I actually don't think we're having problems with the games. I think we're just having problems with the fact that our N64 resets itself every little bit. Well, you know what? It doesn't take away the shine from the fact that we got some terrific items from Goodwill and that I maybe need to go on Goodwill Finds and find an N64 that's not gonna crash on me now. Next up, we've got ourselves what appear to be laptops. All right, so this is, yes, my friends, a Lenovo Chrome Yikes. Wow, that was...
I don't remember the Chrome Yikes.
So we've got ourselves 3 Chromebooks and a bunch of power adapters, at least I hope a bunch of power adapters. What the hell? Oh, this is a totally separate item. A totally separate item. We have 3 Chromebooks and our glasses for the Master System, the Sega Master System. That's not what I thought was in this box. Okay, so we'll come back to this after I'm done Chromebooking. So confused. So I've got all these set up and I have some thoughts. So let's start out with the Lenovo 100S. So this one got its last update for Chrome OS 82. And I believe we're on Chrome OS 119 now. Now I will say that while the 100S is by far the cheapest, least exciting one, if we move over to the N23, you'll find some very fancy features. So not only does the N23 have this tilty flippy webcam, which is interesting, it also is a more modern device. So all of these have like roughly equivalent specs and 768p displays, but check this out. It's got a handle, baby. So when your little Timmy's walking to school, goes, I lost my Chromebook, it's fine, because it's durable. I'm just gonna double check. See, durable. Wait, uh-oh.
I like how you said it's
durable.
It's durable because it has a handle and then you dropped it.
If you've got it, dude, if you build a handle onto a Chromebook and give it to children, it better be durable because they're gonna drop that. This one, even though it's newer, it has topped out at version 92 of Chrome OS. So this one, also not amazing, although the handle is quite nice. Which brings us to the Chromebook 100E from Lenovo. This is the only one that is allowing me to update. It's currently at 87, so we're gonna restart and see. I'm gonna set this off to the side, we're gonna continue on, we'll check in a little bit later. But if this one is fully up to date and the other two could be like little project laptops or something, 80 bucks? I mean, it's no CR48. It's no Google Chrome OS #1, but I'll take what I can get. This one is quite large and moderately heavy. What's large and moderately heavy? It's moderately. No. You know what? Here you go. Here you go. I got you. I'm sorry, man. Now that we're all done tormenting each other, let's see what's inside here. Oh snap! Oh snap! That's a Mavica. This, my friends, is the Sony Mavica CD200. Now, while our last Mavica shot to floppy disks, this is all the way up to the good old glory days of mini CDs. All right, and here, oh wow, it's actually kind of big. Here is the CD Mavica itself. So this looks significantly more modern than the other one. So you see it's round here just because you've got to fit the CD in somewhere. We've got mini USB, AV out, we've got our 2.5-inch screen, power in. So would you care to refresh me on how much we paid for the Mavica CD200?
Yes, you will be pleased to know that we only paid $33.
Goodwill out here with the deals, man. Let's plug the camera in and see if it works. Oh, yeah, that's a good sign. We got a yellow charge LED, so if I turn it on, ooh, that sounds like a PlayStation 2 noise. I like it.
What do you think the movie mode resolution is?
Oh, it's probably gonna be 144p.
It's got an MPEG HQ, which is 320 by 240.
240p? Joanna, take that camera, throw it in the garbage. We got the upgrade. We got the upgrade right here. Oh, wait, hold on a second. The screen is attached to the back of the disk drive, so the screen, it's got a tilty flippy screen. Okay, that's cool. All right, let's just try it here. I'll start out with a selfie. Ready, set. I wasn't ready for it.
Why does it sound like it's printing out a...
Is that what happens every time you take a photo? Wow! And now let's listen for the CD.
Yeah, I guess it's fine. I guess that only happens the first time you do it.
Dude, this thing is dope! So I want to load this up on a computer and see what it looks like, but I'm gonna actually take this around once I get the battery to charge and shoot some photos and videos of it.
So I brought the Sony Mavica with me out to Japan on a short little trip to shoot some B-roll, and it's not exactly the best experience. This is what the CD Mavica looks like going into a mediumly lit subway station. I don't even know what...
I should probably check my Chromebook to see if it's horribly out of date and a complete pile of e-waste. Our Chromebook OS is on 119! This is fully up to date! So out of our 3 Chromebooks, one of which actually was able to go all the way up to the most recent build of Chrome OS. Now, how long it's gonna get updates for, I have no idea. But between USB-C, the fact that it's in decent shape, and the fact that we got this one and 2 others for 80 bucks, don't stop me now. Don't stop me.
Because you're having a good time.
Having a good time, goodwill flowing through the sky like a firework. I don't have the rest of the lyrics of that. This is great. This is great. We going back. We going way back. This is one of the very first game consoles of all time. That, my friends, is the one and only Magnavox Odyssey. Now, this is specifically the 300, which has been upgraded with a fancy yellow color scheme. So this is slightly later because the first Odyssey came out in the early 70s. This one, I believe, is from the mid 70s. 1976, the Magnavox Company. Man, 1976, a good year for playing games at home. There's Pong and Odyssey, which could play Pong. Actually, no, sorry. It could play not Pong. It plays hockey, tennis, and Smash. And I play Smash all the time. Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers, you know. Oh boy, that box is flimsy and holy! It's so much bigger than I thought. Oh, what the hell? Oh my God. It smells like the inside of a 1972 Volkswagen Carmen Ghia.
That's very specific.
I spent a lot of time in the front seat of a 1972 Volkswagen Carmen Ghia when I was younger. So we've got ourselves the controls, which is the home team, which actually, wow, they've got like serious resistance. Wow, that's actually not as smooth as I thought. We've got our game selector mode, our skill level, and we've got a power switch. We're gonna go and find ourselves an adapter to make this work in the year of 2023.
I think we might need several adapters, actually.
Multiple adapters, probably a whole chain of adapters, and we'll be right back. Okay, so status report. We're not really having a lot of luck here. So with our Odyssey 300 that we purchased from Goodwill, as you can hear, it does seem to be playing a game. Unfortunately, we cannot get any video signal out. So we did buy this adapter as well as an entirely different Odyssey, this is a 4000, to see if this would work. And unfortunately, it is not getting any signal to the TV. Now, we can't exactly move on from here because the problem is that we don't have a power adapter for this Odyssey 4000. So technically, it could be this box, but my assumption is that over the last nearly 50 years, a capacitor melted, something went down to the point where clearly the game logic is running, but the video signal, sadly, is no longer with us. I mean, it was sold as untested. You know, we came with the box, it's fine. It is a little bit disappointing though. Like, I feel like there's a way that we could get this back up and running. It just might require technical knowledge far, far above my ability. So this is really well packed, and I'm not sure what's on the inside. You know what? I want to hire Goodwill to ship all of my packages from now on, because they have done a terrific job. Oh, I see why it's so heavy. It's our Master System power adapter. You know, the thing that weighs 17 pounds, right?
Hey.
Right, Master System? Yeah, Sega. All right. So I think this whole thing is our Sega Master System. We've got Hang On, an Astro Warrior, a combo cartridge, Afterburner, heck yeah, Great Basketball, better than good basketball, Great Football, better than good football, and Monopoly, the Mega Plus cartridge. This, my friends, is the Sega Master System. So this is about, what, 10 years after the earlier consoles looked like Pong and whatnot. Okay, here goes nothing. So,
It's thinking about it. Hey!
oh wow, it's actually, oh, that's kind of hard to, holy. All right, I would say the 4 frames per second a little difficult.
Yeah, but the picture looks great.
It does look really clean, doesn't it? Afterburner also came out for the Genesis as well. Oh, I crashed. Uh-oh. All right, that's enough of Afterburner. Let's play a game that I definitely can't ruin. How about Monopoly? There's no space in Monopoly. That's Monopoly. That sounds like a disease.
Was this not copyrighted in the 80s?
I don't know.
I'm kind of into it.
Honestly, these graphics are shockingly good. Look, I like Monopoly, you know, as you do. I bought Monopoly for the Switch a couple years ago, and that version of the game not only ran worse, took longer to play, but was less visually interesting than this that came out in 1987. I'm impressed. How much do we pay for the Master System in all of these games?
Well, all I can say is I'm really glad you did not kick it like a football, because this was our most expensive item at $170.
I think worth it. I mean, Master Systems, to be fair, it's not like amazing condition or whatever, but the fact that we have these games, we have like the original like manuals and stuff, like this is legit. And I'm gonna keep saying it over and over again. The fact that these are just donated to Goodwill is crazy to me. To pair with our Master System, what's all the rage today? Apple Vision Pro, Meta Quest 3, how about Master System VR goggles? Yep, you heard me right. These are actual glasses that you are supposed to put into your Master System, and they will give you a 3D input of some kind. How this works, I have literally no idea. So I've got myself the glasses, which are missing the part to make it stick to your face now that I look at it. So, okay. So I'm gonna plug this in and see what happens. Theoretically, 3D of some kind. I don't know how it works though, so. No, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, looking into it a little bit more, it seems like all of the games that are compatible with 3D systems, they just say 3D, a 3D cartridge. So,
well, We'll be right back after we find stuff to make our cool 3D glasses work on our 1987 game console. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, what do we have here but Missile Defense 3D? Emphasis on light phaser 3D glasses required. The day has arrived for thermonuclear warfare, but there is one hope. You. Wait, holy sh**. Designed for Sega by Mark Cerny.
Wait, what? No!
The dude who architected the PS5 in 1987 designed this thermonuclear laser game for the Sega Master System 3D glasses. How cool is that? So I have no idea if anything's gonna show up on the TV, or if it's all here, or if none of this works. So one way to find out. Okay. So it's on channel 3, so it should, if I've plugged everything in, which it is plugged in.
Also, whoever owned this had some crusty ass eyes.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, dude, that actually doesn't look bad.
Oh, hold on, wait. It's not all the way.
Ow, what are you? All right, we're at the North Pole. Whoa, they're flying all over the place. So here's the thing, no control does anything.
I haven't thoroughly designed this strap system for you, unfortunately.
Ow. So to properly play this, you have a light gun and you're shooting the missiles out of the sky. It does not use the control pad. That being said, I can still actually talk about the 3D. Is it good? No. Would it be better if I was using a CRT? Potentially. But for 1987, there is a real 3D effect. It clearly looks, you can see all this blurriness, it looks bad on camera. What seems to be going on is that the Master System is sending that sort of weird, sort of 3D signal. These glasses, all they're doing is really just, I don't know if they're active shutters or exactly what the actual technology is, but all it's doing, you're just sort of going left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right really quickly, which is then helping your eyes to interpret these images as coming towards you. So those missiles look like they're actually coming towards you. Yeah, that one looks like it's coming towards you. It actually looks pretty decent. This Mark Cerny guy, he's going places. At this point, do I know what this is? Oh, this is our DMG. This is our DMG with the case, right? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Is it it? Yeah, boy! Yeah, boy! This is a carrying case for your Game Boy. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the fact that someone wanted to carry their Game Boy, their portable console, in a damn briefcase. I also like the fact that this thing seems like it was made out of the same kind of plastic as the DMG, so it's kind of faded in the same way. They even have raised buttons, which obviously don't do anything, but man, that's pretty cool for 1991. So let's see what's inside. Oh my God, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, dude. Okay. So we've got ourselves not only the DMG, which has batteries unfortunately in it. Yikes, getting those out of there right now. A lot. Ah, what the shit is that? Is that blood? Or something else? Oh, gross. With a good clean, this actually looks like it's in good shape. It's just dirt. It's not actually scratched or beat up or anything. And the screen lens is, I would say, in pretty good shape considering the age. Okay, before we actually fire that up, let's see what else we've got here. So we've got ourselves a copy of Tetris and Ninja Turtles Fall of the Foot Clan. Boy, that was a real classic. I remember the Foot Clan. Man, screw those guys. They didn't need to fall. We also have a Light Boy. It would allow you to not only have a light, but also a magnifying glass for your Game Boy screen. So this is an original Game Boy rechargeable battery pack. So if you want a game on the go, you clip this to your belt, you plug it into your Game Boy. It's like the Apple Vision Pro, but 1989 edition. You know what? We need Matt. I think we need Matt for this. Matt! Are you ready to be excited? Game Boy time. Let's see if we can get the Light Boy up and running, but let's clean that Game Boy up real quick. Seriously, we cleaned up the outside. Technically, it is functional right now. To do this right, we would need to take it apart, probably give the shell a little bit more of a proper bath, and then it's probably something as simple as cleaning the contacts and the little rubber domes underneath. It does work though, and the screen looks, for a DMG, good.
Oh, this is gonna be gross. There it is.
That was an awful noise.
Dude, feel how tight that is though.
Ooh! That is the tightest, oh my God, dude, it's so on there. Oh. Now, the grand total for our entire Game Boy case and accessories was so affordable that I don't even need to tell you. Not because I forgot the number, because it was really low. Think about a number in your head. It's less than that. Because it only cost us the low price of $100. So affordable.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I'm hard of hearing.
$160.
$160.
Something like that, you know. Just give or take a little bit. Hey, look, but Matt, look, it comes in the carrying case. It's got the light boy that doesn't
Honestly,
work.
the carrying case for me.
If you like that $160, then you'll like the actual price, which is $111. I don't know where you got $160
Oh,
from.
it was $111. Look, what a great deal! I totally didn't think that I bid. Oh no, I bid $160 on it because I didn't want someone else to get it. But we got it for $111. I forgot that. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure to subscribe to the channel and ring the ding-a-ling button for some more Goodwill shenanigans. And until next time, I'm gonna go elbow some sweaty nerds on GoodwillFinds.com to get my sweet new deals. Don't you even think about going to Goodwill and stealing all my future video items.
I've purchased a lot of video game consoles over the past year from places like DK Oldies, Temu, Goodwill, and GameStop. And in this video, we're gonna go through my top 10 videos of the year and check out some of the best moments. So guys,